Galw'r aelodau I drefn ar eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni y prynawn yma i'r cwestiynau ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros addysg a'r cwestiwn cyntaf Rhun ap Iorwer.
Diolch Llywydd, prynawn da. A wneith ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ddatganiad am addysg feddygol yng Ngogledd Cymru.
Thank you, Rhun. The Health Secretary issued a statement in July about medical education and training in North Wales, which recognised the need for increased medical education in the area. Our ambition is to achieve this through a collaborative approach based upon Cardiff, Swansea and Bangor universities working more closely together.
Diolch, a dwi yn sylweddoli mai wrth yr ysgrifennydd iechyd dwi wedi bod yn gofyn am addysg feddygol yn y gogledd hyd yma, ond mae'n braf cael cyfle I ofyn cwestiwn wrthoch chi fel ysgrifennydd addysg heddiw. Rwan bod cytundeb cyn gyllideb wedi sicrhau arian datblygu ar gyfer addysg feddygol israddedig ym Mangor, a nowch chi fel ysgrifennydd addysg ddeud wrthon ni pa fath o raglen waith fyddach chi'n dymuno I weld yn cael ei roi mewn lle I ddechrau adeiladu at gyflwyno cwrs israddedig llawn ym Mangor ar gyfer myfyrwyr meddygol wedi angori ym Mhrifysgol Bangor, a hynny mewn partneriaeth efo ysgol neu ysgolion meddygol eraill, yn ogystal â'r cam all ddigwydd yn syth o sicrhau rhagor o leoliadau I fyfyrwyr yn y gogledd.
Well, like you, Rhun, I am pleased that we've been able to agree funding of £7 million in next year's budget to support our plans for the development of undergraduate medical education in North Wales. The Health Secretary gave a commitment to update Assembly members in the autumn, and that remains the position, but I can tell you that officials are working with the three institutions to progress the proposal and to identify the practical steps required to make it happen. Officials most recently met with Cardiff, Swansea and Bangor together with the Deanery on the 21st of September.
Mark Isherwood.
Diolch. Well, there's been no increase in full-time equivalent number of GPs in North Wales in a decade, despite increased population and trebling in GP contracts. And the number of GP training places in North Wales has been at a historic low now for a decade. The North Wales Local Medical Committee in the Assembly 3 years ago called for contact to be established with Liverpool Medical School, where many of them had come from to work in North Wales, having trained here as young doctors. And when I raised this with the First Minister, he said it's hugely important that any medical school works closely with others in order to ensure that sustainability is there in the future. How, therefore, do you respond to continuing calls by GPs in the North Wales Local Medical Committee for the solutions that you propose to incorporate strengthened connections with Liverpool and Manchester in terms of the supply of new and young doctors into the North Wales region?
I thank Mark for his question, but postgraduate medical education is not a matter for my portfolio, but for my Cabinet colleague, for the Cabinet Secretary for Health. But I'm always very keen that Welsh universities and institutions look to collaborate wherever they can, whether that be within Wales or outside of Wales.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, as we discovered in Health Committee, young people in Wales who study medicine in Wales are more likely to stay in Wales, which is why it is vitally important that we improve medical education opportunities in North Wales. Not only do we have a shortage of doctors and nurses in Wales, but we also have a massive shortage of radiologists. Cabinet Secretary, what is your government doing to encourage more young people to consider a career in medical diagnostics, and what are you going to do to increase the number of training places and opportunities in radiology?
Well, the member makes a very valid point, and on the time when I was on the Health Committee, which I enjoyed greatly, issues around medical diagnostics is of course crucial if we're to tackle issues around waiting times for those tests. Myself and the Cabinet Secretary of Health continue to work closely across the government to ensure that we are supporting both medical education and professions allied to medicine, and we invest more than £350 million each year, supporting more than 15,000 students and trainees through their education and training in a range of healthcare professionals across Wales, including, as I said, both doctors and other professions.
Question 2, David Melding.
What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the impact that increased parent participation will have on attainment levels in schools?
Thank you, David. Evidence suggests that family engagement can have over 6 times more influence on a child's educational attainment than differences in the quality of school. Our FACE toolkit and Education Begins at Home campaign continue to ensure that family engagement in children's learning remains a priority for all practitioners.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. Schools are required to include in their development plans details of how the governing body will seek to meet school improvement targets for the year by working with families of pupils at the school. Now, in a survey by PTA Cymru, it was found that only 66% of parents said their child's school was good at communicating with them, compared to 76% in Northern Ireland and 73% in England, so both those jurisdictions are ahead of us. And I'm particularly concerned about how schools contact foster carers, who obviously stand in for the parental role. I think this is very important and ought to be given a high priority in schools to ensure they're doing this essential liaison effectively.
Thank you, David. I continue to look at new and innovative ways in which we can build relationships between schools and parents, given the crucial role that they can play in raising attainment. And the FACE toolkit is being, as I said, widely welcomed by practitioners in schools. Consortia are working with schools to ensure that it is taken up. You raise a very important point about the issue of foster carers. I know from some of my own constituency casework how sometimes foster carers can find it difficult to obtain places for children who are placed with them if they've come from out of county. So thank you for raising this important matter, and I will investigate with officials further what more we can do in this important area for that important group of children and their carers.
Here we're Anca Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd, and I thank David for raising this, because I think the success of a school is integrally linked to the involvement of parents. Would you acknowledge, however, that there are some schools with more significant challenges in that engagement with parents and of parents with their children as well, generally? And perhaps you could comment on what measures she can take within the Welsh Government to overcome those hurdles. And she's visited some schools in my constituency, and I welcome that, where she's seen these challenges. Would she also like to comment on the importance of Flying Start programmes in starting this early engagement with parents being involved in the lives of their children as well? It was a delight last week to be at the opening of 2 new Flying Start centres in my own constituency in Lewistown and also in Garth. It's the 12th within Bridgend. They're having a major impact in having that role of involving the parent in the lives of their children and ultimately in the lives of the school as well and the future education.
Thank you, Hugh. Flying Start doesn't sit within my portfolio, but you're absolutely right to draw attention to its crucial role. I agree with you that the earlier that we can intervene in children's lives with positive benefit, the better chances learners from our more deprived backgrounds have later on in life. And that's why we introduced the Early Years Pupil Deprivation Development Grant now, in April 2015 to provide additional support for our youngest learners, including support around speech and language development and the early development of literacy skills, which sometimes can be challenging. And we augment that work, for instance, with supporting Book Trust Cymru to provide reading materials for families, as well as the Parenting Give It Time campaign and our Education Begins at Home campaign, where families have access to free resources to help them help their children.
Galwaf nawr ar lefarwyr y pleidiau I ofyn cwestiynau'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Llyr Griffith.
Diolch Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, you've acknowledged to me in this chamber, and the First Minister, in fairness, has said very much the same, that the government isn't where it would like to be in terms of supply teaching here in Wales. The Education Committee, of course, published its report suggesting actions in the last Assembly. The Ministerial Supply Model Task Force was set up last year. It reported back at the beginning of this year. And with the sector becoming increasingly frustrated at the lack of progress, your most recent letter to the Education Committee last week suggests that it could now be another 2 years before a new model is developed and ultimately implemented. Now, that's well over 4 years after the government accepted all of the recommendations in that committee report back in 2015. So do you sympathise with the sector's frustration around this, and are they justified in being aggrieved at the government's slow pace of reform?
The issue around supply teaching is a complex and sensitive one. you will be aware that the Task and Finish group that was set up by the previous minister acknowledged that in their own report that was delivered to me, that there is no single answer to addressing the issue around supply teaching. It's not fair to say that no action has been taken. A group has been set up by myself to work through and implement the findings of that Task and Finish report. So, for instance, supply teachers now have access to Hub, whereas they didn't have that before. We are working on new training arrangements for supply teachers. We have new collaborative arrangements in a number of local authorities around newly qualified teachers who find themselves working in a supply route to better support them in their role. And we continue to look at new models of delivering supply. As I said in my statement last week, in a question I think you raised then, officials have recently been in Northern Ireland to look at the experience of Northern Ireland. However, until we have the completion of the devolution of teachers' pay and conditions, we are somewhat constrained by our ability to introduce an innovative new model that I would like to see.
Well, I've been approached by a constituent, and you mentioned pay and conditions. I've been approached by a constituent who was earning £115 a day as a supply teacher. She's now had a letter from her local authority to say that all schools must work through the private supply teaching agency, New Directions, with very few exceptions. And she tells me that will mean her pay will be cut to £85 a day, because New Directions retains about 30% of the money paid by schools for the supply teachers. Is it any wonder that there's an increasing shortage of supply teachers, particularly in certain subject areas? And do you accept that our supply teachers deserve a better deal and a fairer day's pay?
The issue of the employment of supply teachers is for individual schools. Schools do not necessarily have to go through those individual procedures. Local authorities are encouraged to use the consortia arrangements because that gives us some level of confidence around, for instance, checks for the individual practitioners that may be working in our schools. One of the issues that we did find with the Task and Finish group, that some of these smaller organisations that organise and supply teachers are not following some of the basic checks that we would want to ensure ourselves were happening in our schools. So, as I said, ultimately it is a model for individual schools, but I would expect that all proper protections are in place for our supply teaching workforce. What's important to me is that we use supply teachers when necessary, but supply teaching doesn't become the default in many of our schools, and that disrupts learning potentially and has an impact on standards.
Well, you haven't addressed the question about whether they get a fair deal out of this, because another supply teacher tells me he's considering giving up a job that he's done for 18 years because of this drastic reduction that he's facing in pay. And in the meantime, of course, he tells me that he sees New Directions paying its directors a dividend of £100,000 apiece and a share in a further £430,000 dividend from the firm's parent company, at the very time our schools are increasingly dependent on supply teachers for their services and support. You're kicking the prospect of reform 2, maybe 3 years further down the line. Now, in the meantime, supply teachers are seeing their pay being cut. So do you think that it's right that a private agency is taking a third of supply teachers' pay?
As I said, the employment arrangements for individual supply teachers is a matter for schools. One of the more interesting examples of an alternative model that the Task and Finish looked at was a cooperative model that was set up by teachers themselves in the south-west of England. And I am very keen to see if there are any lessons that can be learned from that. With regards to the use of private agencies, that's one of the reasons why we've set up these new consortia arrangements with local authorities for NQTs, so that actually it is the local authorities that are responsible for placing supply teachers in those areas. And those types of models and the social contract that we have between us as the Welsh Government and our teaching workforce is one I want to build on.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, this summer saw the worst Welsh GCSE results in a decade, with the pass rate falling to its lowest level since 2006. It provides us with further evidence that successive Welsh Labour-led administrations, and now this coalition government, is failing children and young people here in Wales. What are you going to do to turn this situation around?
What I'm going to do is implement the contents of Education in Wales, our national mission, which was published last week and which I answered questions on last week in this chamber.
You haven't specifically said what you're going to do to turn the GCSE results around. One thing which would be helpful, of course, is having GCSE textbooks which are available in the Welsh language for those pupils who wish to sit their exams through the medium of Welsh. But as you will probably be aware, the new specification for religious studies GCSEs, which has already been published, there aren't any textbooks at all available for those religious studies GCSEs, either in English or Welsh. So we're not going to see any improvements until we actually get some work done by your government on making sure that teachers are equipped with the resources that they need and learners have the ability to access the resources they need to drive these standards up. You gave us assurances in the past that these were issues which had been dealt with. We're now at the beginning of October. These textbooks still aren't available in either of those two languages, particularly for the religious studies GCSEs. When are you going to pull your finger out and sort this situation out?
Can I be absolutely clear with the member with regards to GCSE pass rates this summer? For 16-year-olds, the pass rate was 66.7%, and that is consistent with historic high levels that we've seen over the last 3 years. Importantly for me, results at A-star level, the very highest performing students, have remained stable, and that there were improvements in the summer results at A-star to C in large subject entry areas such as better results in English literature, better results in history, better results in geography, and importantly, better results in Welsh second language. Now, the issue around textbooks is a real one. Qualifications Wales, which of course, because qualifications are now arm's length from this government, will not sanction a new course from the WJEC unless they are satisfied that resources are available. When it comes to bilingual resources, I'm sure the member will very much welcome the announcement yesterday that additional resources will be made available for the production of Welsh medium resources, seeing that both this government and Plaid Cymru have a shared ambition to increase resources in that area.
One excuse for the poor GCSE results that you didn't rattle off, of course, was, and you've tried to make this point on a number of occasions, is that these are new GCSEs. But of course we've got new A-levels and the results improved on the A-levels, whereas they actually, as I said earlier on, went backwards in terms of GCSEs here in Wales. We've heard promises about this issue of the Welsh textbooks being available from you in the past. We raised these issues earlier this year and you still haven't address them. Now, I appreciate you've made a similar commitment now, but if you didn't fulfil that commitment previously, earlier in the year, how can we trust you to deliver on that commitment now? We already know that there are Welsh learners who are unable to access psychology and economics exams this year as a result of the unavailability of examinations in Welsh because of cock-ups by Qualifications Wales and indeed your government in not holding them to account for that. So when are you going, I'll ask you again, when are you actually going to get a grip of this situation so that Welsh medium learners can take examinations in the language of their choice and have textbooks available to them? This is adding to the burden, the workload burden of teachers in our schools. You said that you wanted to cut it. This is adding to it because they're having to translate resources to dish out to the kids in their classes. It's unacceptable and we need some action, not just warm words.
Action is day.
At the heart of my approach to education is the issue of equity. No child should be disadvantaged because they choose to study either through the medium of English, whether they choose to study through the medium of Welsh, or whether they choose to attend a bilingual school. I held a summit back in the spring to address this issue around Welsh medium resources. You were invited and you didn't come, Darren, which perhaps shows your true interest, which perhaps shows your true interest in this subject. Since that time, we have worked with the WJEC. We have worked with the WJEC to provide online and electronic copies of Welsh medium resources to shorten the time that they have to wait for them. We are working with the Welsh Books Council and the WJEC to look at how we can develop the Welsh publishing industry to publish our own textbooks rather than being beholden to large publishing houses across the border in England. And crucially, we have been able to agree between ourselves and Welsh and Plaid Cymru additional resources to tackle this very issue.
We believe the outcomes when we see them.
UKIP, Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, Philip Hammond recently said that he was considering slashing tuition fees at HE institutions in England to the tune of £5,000 a year. So we've got the situation where the tuition fees may be going down in England, and you've introduced new student loans in Wales. So basically, the Welsh students are going to be looking at England, if they actually do this, and think, well, I'm going to be getting into less debt if I go and study in England. What's your assessment of the potential move suggested by Philip Hammond? And are you likely to reduce tuition fees here to get in ahead of the game to attract students back to Wales?
The Welsh Government has been clear in its belief that the English and Welsh higher education system do not operate in isolation, and we must provide the financial and regulatory framework to allow our institutions to compete both domestically and internationally. And on that basis, I am watching the policy position in England very closely, and I will consider the implications of any changes before bringing forward legislation here in this chamber. For 2017 and 2018, the fee level in Wales is currently lower than the maximum allowed in England.
Well, thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. According to figures given by the BBC earlier this year, student debt in Wales is estimated to be about £3.7 billion, with the average graduate debt in Wales already approximately just over £19,000. That was before you effectively forced Welsh students to get in, but those graduates are going to be paying tax through the nose in later life, like the rest of us. So it's rather a red herring. As I said, you've decided to jack up the debts of Welsh students even further. They're going to end up with debts the size of a mortgage, and it will take years to pay off just as they're starting out in life. Do you think this helps the Welsh economy, and if so, how?
One announcement that has been made by the Conservative government in Westminster, which I welcome very much indeed, and that is that they have agreed to change the repayment threshold for student loans. In fact, I wrote to Joe Johnson, the Minister of Universities and Science, back in July and in September of this year, outlining my concerns about the amount of interest that was being paid on loans and the issue of the threshold. So I welcome very much the decision to increase the threshold to around £25,000, and I will work with the UK Government to ensure that that change can be implemented here in Wales first. But what the member does not recognise and does not acknowledge that the true barriers for people, especially from a poorer background, accessing higher education is not the issue around fee loans, it is the issue of upfront costs. How do you pay for your accommodation? How do you pay for your resources? And that's why this government is introducing the most progressive system of student support for undergraduates, part-time students and postgraduates anywhere in Europe.
Well, Cabinet Secretary, you can call it progressive if you like. I call it saddling young people with debt. At the end, so we are where we are anyway. I mean, you're taking the position that you are. Like I said, these students are going to be incurring large amounts of debt at a time in their life when they're perhaps not used to handling large amounts of money, running a monthly budget, running a quarterly budget effectively. So how are you going to ensure that these students get responsible and thorough financial advice before they take out the loans, so they're not doing things like taking out payday loans, credit cards to pay for accommodation that ultimately should be provided by the universities? So what support systems are you going to put in place to make sure that those students have the right financial advice before they enter into these decisions, and what kind of debt counselling are graduates going to have when they come out?
Let me be absolutely clear, because I'm not quite sure if the member understands. All students in Wales next year will qualify for a £1,000 non-repayable grant. For students from our poorest backgrounds, they will have the equivalent of a living wage whilst they study to pay for the very accommodation that you just talked about. This is the most progressive system anywhere in Europe. And you are right, there are issues around how we can support students to use their resources appropriately. And that's why we are working with the Students' Loan Company to see whether we could introduce those grants on a monthly basis rather than having simply a big cheque at the beginning of the year.
Dynwyd cwestiwn 3 yn ôl, felly cwestiwn 4, Eluned Morgan.
A wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet gyhoeddiad ar list disgyblion mewn addysg.
Thank you, Eluned. We have put the well-being of our learners at the heart of our education system, and that is reflected in Education in Wales, our national mission. Successful Futures contains a specific health and well-being AOLE in recognition of its important link to increased educational attainment.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. You'll be aware that choosing the right subjects to study will make a huge difference to the enjoyment of children in school, but also we need to be encouraging people to study subjects that will lead to good and rewarding jobs. Girls in particular are massively underrepresented in studying STEM subjects that lead to engineering qualifications. And this morning I've been training with the Scarlets team. And, yeah, I know, I look like a rugby player, don't I? Yeah. With the Scarlets team and girls from Pembrokeshire and Carmarthenshire, we were trying to draw attention to the fact, along with Valero, one of the largest engineering companies in Wales, to the fact that post-16, only 220 girls out of a cohort of 38,000, or 0.6%, took up engineering qualifications in Wales. For construction engineering, figures are even worse, with 0.2% of girls studying relevant qualifications. So can the Cabinet Secretary explain how we can further capture the imagination of, in particular, 12 and 13-year-old girls to ensure that they study STEM subjects not just at GCSE level, but at A-level and at apprenticeship level? And will the Cabinet Secretary ensure that more women engineers are invited into schools to provide role models for girls to study those important subjects?
Thank you very much, Eluned. You raised some really important points. What we do see, if we look at the patterns, are a drop-off at each stage of young women deciding to choose to study science. So it drops between GCSE and A-level. It then drops again when people go on to university, and drops again at postgraduate study at university. And we recognise that, and we are working with my colleague Julie James to look at what more we can do to promote STEM opportunities to young women, and making that crucial link for them between studying STEM at school and the prospects of a really well-paid and successful future for them. And that's crucial to make those links. And I'm always very pleased to utilise where we can role models going into schools. One of the other issues as well is to ensure that our teaching of science and STEM subjects is as engaging as it possibly can be. And you'll be aware that we have recently set up, with new resources, a new network of excellence for the teaching of science and engineering, so that people have a really positive experience, crucially, early on in their academic career. And that means a positive experience of science at primary school.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Cabinet Secretary, figure from Stonewall Cymru reveal that more than half of LGBT young people in Wales have experienced physical or verbal abuse in schools. Only a quarter of bullied LGBT people said that the teachers intervened, which I find very concerning and disturbing in the same time. Stonewall Cymru is calling for all school staff to be trained in tackling anti-LGBT bullying, and for STIN to play an active role in ensuring that schools play a safe environment for LGBT people. Cabinet Secretary, what action you are going to take to protect LGBT people in our school in Wales, please?
Thank you very much.
Let her answer.
Thank you very much, Oscar, for that question. I want to make it absolutely clear, I do not accept and I take a zero-tolerance approach to any bullying within our education system. We cannot expect our children to make the most of their opportunities and to fulfil their potential if they do not feel safe and supported in our schools. You will be aware that the Welsh Government is currently refreshing its policies with regards to tackling bullying in our schools, as well as looking at how we can support teachers to implement that policy within their individual schools. One of the other things we also need to do is ensure that our children have access to the top quality sex and relationship education, because educating children is the best way to try and prevent bullying, and that's how we can make a real impact. You'll be aware that Professor Emma Reynolds from Cardiff University is currently chairing a specialist group looking at this issue, and her report is due to be delivered to me this month, I believe.
Cwestiwn 5, Llŷr Griffin.
Niad am y safonau proffesiynol newydd ar gyfer addysgu ac arweinyddiaeth.
Thank you, Llŷr. The new professional standards for teaching and leadership have been published on Learning Wales and in the Professional Learning Passport, which is, as you will know, hosted by the Education Workforce Council. NQTs, starting induction from this September, are using the new standards, and serving teachers and school leaders will adopt the new standards by September 2018.
Diolch I chi am eich ateb. Yr hyn dwi am holi yw pwy chi'n credu ddyle nawr fod â pherchnogaeth o'r safonau hynny? Pwy chi'n credu ddyle fod yn ei gyrru nhw'n ei blaen a sicrhau bod nhw'n cael ei ddefnyddio yn well na'r rhai blaenorol oherwydd a fydd Cyngor Gweithio Addysg yng Nghymru er enghraifft ar ôl yn hynny o beth oherwydd ym mhob gwlad arall y corff cyfatebol sydd yn cyflawni rôl hwnnw.
Presiding Officer, the member asks who should own these standards. The profession. The profession should own these standards. And there, I'm pleased to say there is broad support from the profession for these new standards. Our new proposals replace 55 previous standards with 5 new key standards. And, of course, the EWC have had a very important role in helping in the development of them. At present, those standards have been incorporated into the EWC's professional learning passport, and I will keep under review whether EWC should have an increased role in this particular area.
Darren Miller.
Well, we can't hang around waiting for you to make a decision here. A decision was actually made by the previous Cabinet and the previous Government and was simply not followed through in terms of extending the remit of the Education Workforce Council, which is the profession, effectively, in Wales. You say that the profession should own these things. Why can't you give responsibility to the profession's body, the EWC, to have responsibility for shaping these professional standards going forward? And you say, Minister or Cabinet Secretary, that these are just 5 standards replacing 55 standards. Actually, it's a 100-odd slide PowerPoint, effectively, that people get through to online when they go to have a look at drilling down into what the standards mean and how it should affect their practice. When you are finally making a decision on the remit of the EWC, will you also consider the lack of ability of the EWC as it stands at present to suspend people from registration when serious allegations are made? As you will know, there have been a number of cases in Wales in recent years of people who have been alleged to have committed sometimes some very serious offences. And whilst they may have been suspended by their employers for employment purposes, they are still registered on the EWC's registration list. And there's no power, unlike some other professional bodies, to actually suspend their registration to prevent them from working in our schools. There's a safeguarding issue here, I believe, which needs to be addressed. Can you confirm that that is also something which you will consider when you're looking at the remit of the EWC in the future?
I want to be absolutely clear. The EWC has played a part in the development of the professional standards, and together with Estyn and the workforce unions, and they have been kept informed throughout the process. It is not my intention at present to extend their remit to professional teaching standards. With regards to the other issue you have raised, my officials have asked EWC for hard evidence as to why the changes that they are lobbying you for should be introduced. And when I have that evidence, I shall reflect.
Cwestiwn 6, Neil McAvoy.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on achieving the Welsh Government's target of 1 million Welsh speakers through the education system?
Education is one of the key areas that underpins our ambition to achieve 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. Ensuring the increase in the number of children and young people educated through the medium of Welsh or bilingually will be a priority for us all.
Diolch. I'd like to raise the experience of a school in my region, and that's Ysgol Nant Ceirai in the west of Cardiff. In 2012, the school had 86 pupils on a site designed for 4 to 7-year-olds. Now the school has 240 pupils aged between 4 and 11, and they're having to turn children away. There have been expansions of schools in other areas, but Nant Ceirai is having to make do with a tiny site, and the footprint is less than half the government guidelines. There is a patch of land next to the school which could be used, and that makes perfect sense to me and almost everybody, but the council is dragging its feet. So would you agree that if we are to increase the use of the Welsh language in areas like Ceirai and Ely, that we need to invest in sites like this? And will you meet with parents to encourage Cardiff Council to take action on the site as soon as possible?
Presiding Officer, members will be aware from yesterday's business statement that I'll be making an oral statement on Welsh language education plans next Tuesday. Members will also be aware that I commissioned Aled Roberts to look at all the plans for strategic plans for education published by local authorities in the spring, and he published that report in the summer. In terms of the example that the member has quoted, I would suggest that he takes that up with his local councillor.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Minister, in a statement back in April, which referred at least in part to promoting the use of the Welsh language, you explained how you would like to focus on coordinating and commissioning practical support to facilitate the use of the Welsh language amongst small businesses. Now, about £4 million from the main education budget came to the Welsh language budget this year towards education support. And I wonder if it's clear yet whether preparing young people for using Welsh in the workplace, which is obviously the best support of all that you can give, is being supported through the education system via the Welsh Bac, IT training, or most importantly of all, embedding the use of Welsh in vocational courses for front-facing careers.
I hope that is happening. I had a meeting last week with the Cabinet Secretary for Education and a colleague, Cymraeg Cenedl Eithel, to discuss how we can expand and continue to implement the work that was recommended by Deleth Evans in her Task and Finish group, which the Cabinet Secretary published in the summer. I would expect and anticipate that all those different elements need to be in place. I will be publishing by the end of this year a plan for the teaching of Welsh in education, and some of those elements will be addressed in that. Otherwise, you'll see from the strategy that we published before the summer recess that we have targets in place for increasing the number of teachers and teaching staff available to be able to teach both through the medium of Welsh and to teach Welsh, significant increases by the end of this Assembly, and we are already put in place our programmes for achieving those targets. I'll be very happy to update members at appropriate times through this Assembly.
Sian Gwenllian.
Yn ôl adolygiad Aled Roberts o gynlluniau strategol y Gymraeg mewn addysg a gwblhau ar ran y Llywodraeth, mae Aled Roberts yn deud hyn, mae'r cynlluniau yn dangos bod angen gwneud llawer iawn mwy os ydym am adlewyrchu'r dyheadau yn strategaeth Llywodraeth Cymru ar gyfer 2010, heb sôn am ofynion mwy uchelgeisiol strategaeth newydd y Llywodraeth i gael miliwn o siaradwyr erbyn 2050. Mae'r mwyafrif o awdurdodau lleol yn awyddus i gyfrannu i ddyheadau'r Llywodraeth o sicrhau miliwn o siaradwyr. O edrych ar eich strategaeth iaith chi, Cymraeg 2050, does na ddim targeda am meini prawf cenedlaethol a dim targeda am meini prawf ar gyfer pob awdurdod lleol mwyn nodi sut fydd pob awdurdod yn cyfrannu at gyrraedd y nod uchelgeisiol yma. Da chi'n sôn bod chi'n gwneud datganiad yr wythnos nesaf ynglyn â'r WESPs. Fyddwch chi yn eich ymateb i adroddiad Aled Roberts yn cyflwyno'r targeda ar meini prawf angen rheidiol yma ar gyfer y Llywodraeth ac ar gyfer awdurdodau lleol?
Mi fyswn ni'n awgrymu yn garedig iawn bod yr aelod yn darllen eto'r strategaeth mod i wedi cyhoeddi yn mis Gorffennaf. Ac os ydych chi'n darllen y rhaglen gwaith wedi cael ei gyhoeddi ar yr un pryd, mi fysych chi'n gweld bod yna meini an hynny sy'n dangos bod ni'n cynllunio ar gyfer cynyddiad yn y faint o plant sy'n derbyn i addysg trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg a faint o athrawon fydd angen i cyrraedd a targedu felly. Ac mae targedu yno ar gyfer diwedd y cynulliad yma ac ar gyfer blynyddoedd wedyn ni. Felly mae yna rhywfaint o targedu i fyno ac yn y rhaglen gwaith ac yn y strategaeth ei hun. Pan mae'n dod i gyhoeddi y cynlluniau strategol, of gwrs, mater i awdurdodau lleol di hynny. Dyw ddim yn fater i'r Llywodraeth yma i wneud hynny. Mae'n fater i bob awdurdod ei hun yn gwneud hynny. Ac dwi'n disgwyl, dwi wedi sgwennu at pob un o'r awdurdodau lleol yn ystod y hadd, a dwi'n disgwyl i awdurdodau gyhoeddi i cynlluniau fyswn ni'n gobeithio cyn diwedd y flwyddyn.
Cwestiwn 7, Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. What arrangements are in place to ensure that there's adequate support for pupils facing or experiencing homelessness?
Wales's progressive legislation on homelessness prioritises households with children and requires all local authorities to find them a home. Homelessness constitutes a significant adverse childhood experience. The establishment of the ACE Support Hub will help ensure that schools are equipped to provide the most appropriate support to these very vulnerable learners.
Thank you for that response, Cabinet Secretary. You'll probably be aware that in 2016-17, 16 and 17-year-olds made up around 3.33% of households that were regarded as homeless in terms of the priority groups that we have. And of course, we know that that age bracket is it's a very tough time because they've got exams very often falling in that period. Can I just ask you whether you've considered actually issuing guidance to local education authorities and indeed to schools on how to support people in those sorts of situations, because clearly they need some additional support over and above that which is provided more generally to pupils in their classes at that particular junction. So I wonder whether you've considered issuing statutory guidance on this particular issue.
As I said, Darren, the establishment of the ACE Hub is there to help support schools, to support children who are suffering from ACEs, and homelessness is a significant ACE. I'll tell you what, Darren, maybe we could have a deal. I'll perhaps consider issuing statutory guidance when your government in Westminster stops taking such a draconian view of housing policy towards 16 and 17-year-olds, often which drives them into vulnerable situations because they are not regarded as having the same homelessness rights and benefit rights as older people, and you do something to pause universal credit.
You've got the ability to do
Bethan Jenkins.
I was wondering how you could tell us more about how young people are engaged with the issues surrounding homelessness in school. I'm obviously aware of the Shelter Cymru toolkit, which is widely used across schools in Wales, but I wonder how that can be enhanced upon, because we had a debate only last week from young people in Wrexham, Ynys Môn, who came down to the National Assembly, and they were saying quite clearly that there are issues, if they are made homeless, that they find studying very difficult because they don't have an environment where it's comfortable. They often don't have Wi-Fi. So how are you looking at those potential issues from young people who are at the cold face of this?
The member makes a very worthwhile point, and we need to consider always how we can break down barriers that affect people's ability to learn. We have, as a government, developed our youth homelessness pathway, which was launched by the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children late last year, which sets out a comprehensive approach for helping young people to avoid homelessness. And the Cabinet Secretary of Communities and Children has announced earlier last month an additional £2.6 million for new projects which will particularly focus on tackling rough sleeping and youth homelessness.
Cwestiwn 8, Joyce Watson.
What is the Welsh Government doing to help reduce unnecessary burdens on teachers?
Thank you, Joyce. Reducing unnecessary bureaucracy and enabling teachers to spend more time supporting people's learning is a priority for me and the Government. We are continuing to work closely with the profession to build capacity and reduce workload through reducing bureaucracy, improve policy delivery and better and smarter ways of working.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, and I really do welcome that much-needed investment from Welsh Government. As I'm sure most of us agree, whilst non-teaching activities are critical to the running of the school, teachers' time would be far better directed at teaching activities, and reducing unnecessary burdens is essential to achieving that. So, Cabinet Secretary, as I understand it, there will be a pilot run in 11 local authority areas in groups of primary schools. Do you have any details on whether any of those are in Mid and West Wales? And do you have any idea when we can expect to see the first school where business managers are in post?
Joyce, you're absolutely right. It should not be the job of head teachers to be spending their time trying to source paper, toilet roll, manage cleaning contracts, trying to deal with issues around the building or the IT. We need those professional people to focus on teaching and learning and developing the curriculum and supporting their staff to deliver outstanding experiences and lessons for their children. And that's why, you're quite right, recently we have launched a pilot, and I'm very pleased to say both Powys and Carmarthenshire councils have been awarded funding from the Welsh Government towards recruiting school business managers for mainly primary school clusters in their local areas. This will involve a total of over 30 schools in both Powys and Carmarthenshire, and business managers are currently in the process of being appointed and should be in place later on this year.
Paul Davis.
Cabinet Secretary, one way to help reduce unnecessary burdens on teachers is to encourage a greater dialogue between school leaders and teachers through informal workload impact assessments whenever new policies are introduced, so that a constructive and frank discussion about the impact of government policies is always taking place. Therefore, I'd be grateful if you could tell us if this is something that you are advocating, and if so, could you also tell us a bit more about how your discussions with head teachers and school leaders about the introduction of some kind of workload impact assessments are currently progressing?
Thank you, Paul. It is really important that there's a shared understanding around the expectations between school leaders and their staff. And sometimes those expectations are driven by external accountability measures. So school leaders putting work onto staff because they think that's what is expected from them, either by their regional consortia, by the local education authority, or crucially by Estyn. And that's why you'll be aware, earlier on this year, we launched a resource for all schools and all practitioners that set out very clearly the expectations of regional consortia and Estyn, for instance, when it came to the issue around marking and assessment. That's been supported by each of the teaching unions, and I hope that that is proving to be a very valuable resource in all of our schools, and that school leaders are taking it seriously. We constantly need to look to the profession to how we can work smarter and better together, and challenge ourselves as a government. Are we requiring things of schools that are adding to bureaucracy but not adding to learning? We'll constantly keep that under review when I meet with school leaders via a series of conferences that we hold.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r cwestiynau ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros iechyd, llesiant a chwaraeon. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Mohamed Ashka.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. What action will the Cabinet Secretary take to improve services for people with bladder and bowel problems in Wales in the next 12 months, please?
Thank you for the question. Bladder and bowel problems can affect people of all ages for a variety of reasons. They can cause significant distress, inconvenience and impact considerably on the lives of those affected. These types of problems may cross a number of specialities, and I'm pleased to note that NHS Wales is taking action to coordinate services, for example, through the work of the Welsh Urology Board.
Thank you very much for the reply, Minister. Sacral nerve stimulation is a therapy to help who experience the embarrassment, discomfort and pain of bladder and bowel problems. It is quite simply a life-changing treatment. However, funding for sacral nerve stimulation is limited, and there is no centre in Wales. to carry out the required procedures, with patient having to travel to England for treatment. Cabinet Secretary, I met a consultant only last week who said there's a very reasonable and cheap treatment is available in England, and in this country also the professionals are here to plant a simple, very simple chip in the back of the body which controls the bladder, and which is a very simple way to give the comfort of our senior citizens, especially 90% of ladies who suffer with this. What action will the Cabinet Secretary take to improve access to sacral nerve stimulation treatments for our dear old mother and fathers, for a quality of life with bladder and bowel problems, to improve their quality of life in Wales? Thank you.
Thank you for the follow-up question. I've actually had a number of meetings with my colleague, the member for Cardiff Central, Jenny Rathbone, on this issue because of the particular challenges about women who suffer fecal incontinence injuries during childbirth, where the significant problem is. I don't quite recognise the issue that the member raises about this being an issue that affects senior citizens primarily. But my concern is that in Wales we have a treatment that is NICE recommended. It is not consistently available within Wales at present. People are travelling outside of Wales on a commission basis to have the treatment made available. And so I have, following a meeting with Jenny Rathbone some months ago, I've indicated to the service that I wish to see a more consistent approach being taken. Previously, unfortunately, a number of people were being told to use the IPFR process. This is one of the issues where the IPFR process was being misused, because this is a NICE approved treatment. It is not an IPFR treatment. It is for the service to develop a properly consistent approach to an issue that is relatively common. So I look forward to seeing the plans that will now come from the Task and Finish Group being set up, led by Julie Cornish, a specialist colorectal surgeon based in Cwmtaf University Health, who is leading that work. We should then have a plan to deliver a more consistent service for women in Wales who do deserve to have that treatment available on that basis.
David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary, obviously bladder problems can result in people being catheterised for a variety of reasons. In a recent coroner's report on a death in a nursing home within my constituency in Cymru, the coroner's narrative has actually indicated that there was inadequate training of staff, and a person who was catheterised for long term suffered as a consequence and died. Will you ensure that health boards are fully aware of the training that needs to be put into place to deal with residents and patients who are catheterised for long periods, so that they're not put in a position where they may end up with infections and consequently septicemia, which causes ultimately death?
Thank you for the question and raising the issue about care that's undertaken in residential facilities, not just within hospital or home care bases. Now, actually, there's a challenge here about what is a not unusual process that's undertaken. And actually, it's relatively simple, and there's a challenge here about how block catheters are not dealt with and the proper care. So I'll certainly take a look again at the issue about how we try and ensure that when we're commissioning care in the social care sector, we understand what we're commissioning, the quality of care provided, but also that healthcare professionals understand their responsibilities by what is essentially a basic element of care and treatment for citizens in whichever part of our healthcare system they happen to be in.
Question 2, Mark Reckless.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the establishment of Health, Education and Improvement Wales as a special health authority?
In July, I issued a written statement detailing the plans for Health, Education and Improvement Wales. The legislation to establish HEIW as a special health authority was laid on the 13th of September, and subject to the will of the Assembly, is due to come into force on the 5th of October.
I note also that the Cabinet Secretary has been advertising for non-executive members of the board for this health authority, and did quite a lot of work in terms of this reports from Mel Evans and Professor Williams that we had before. And I just wonder if he can say what is he doing to ensure that the board will operate truly independently at arm's length from Welsh Government, and also to ensure that the various professional interests are properly represented within that board. I think at least 3 of the non-execs must be Welsh speakers. What is he doing to ensure that particular professions are considered properly by that board? For instance, nursing, where this Assembly has put such emphasis on the necessity of safe staffing ratios.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a helpful opportunity to clarify the point and the purpose of the board, because the board isn't going to be a representational board made up of different interest groups. If we do that, we'll have different different groups fighting and competing with each other, rather than actually having a board with sufficient expertise to actually undertake the workforce planning function of Health Education Improvement Wales. If I have a nursing representative, I have a lobby for a doctor's representative. We'll have a lobby for consultants and primary care clinics, have different representatives, allied healthcare professionals and others. That's the wrong way to look at it. We'll quickly get into a position where to fulfil all those sections, we need a board that will be significantly bigger, and board meetings would be mini conferences. My expectation is that Health Education Improvement Wales will be able to acquire, in its chief exec, its senior officers and the independent members of the board, sufficient expertise to help the health service to properly understand workforce planning by bringing together the different disparate bodies that both the Evans and Willings report recognise exist into a more coherent whole. And that's the point of the creation of Health Education and Improvement Wales. It is being set up on a proper basis in which the chair, after my initial appointment, will go through a proper public appointments process, and that should guarantee for members on all sides the quality and also the independence of those members in undertaking discharging their functions for all of us.
Cwestiynau nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau, llefarydd y ceidwadwyr Susie Davies.
Diolch yn fawr. Minister, Phase 2 of the Regulation and Inspection of Social Care Wales Act is due to bite in April, and we heard in the cross-party group on nursing and midwifery last night that both commissioners and providers need to plan for this, and will actually need some planning. We also heard that while there had been stakeholder engagement, plans to dilute the presence of qualified nurses in nursing homes had not been shared with the public, who may now find themselves paying for a care arrangement, which is not what they had expected. Can you commit today to publishing by the end of this month a roadmap, a sort of timetable of steps that you'll be taking between now and April, so that commissioners and providers have some clarity? And will that include information on when you will be launching a public information campaign?
I thank you for that question, and I would be happy to provide the Assembly with a written statement in the coming weeks on the roadmap and the particular timescales that we have for implementation of this part of the Act.
Well, thank you for that answer. Coming weeks can mean anything, so I'm hoping that there'll be very few weeks before you're able to do that. As you know, the stakeholder consultation raised grave concerns about the effect of removing a 24-hour nursing presence in nursing homes and moving to a remote supervision of nursing care by a responsible person, who would be a nurse, who could be covering any number of homes. In particular, we were told that it would result in increased demand on district nurses and out-of-hours provision locally if the responsible person was some distance away when the nursing need arose. And I'm sure you'd agree that an early nursing intervention avoids escalation of a need into something even more distressing for the individual and more expensive for the NHS. Can you tell me about any assessment that you or the Cabinet Secretary may have done of this displaced demand, and what modelling has been done to establish whether there's any capacity for our diminishing number of district nurses and out-of-hours cover to meet that displaced demand?
I thank you for that question, and we certainly were proposing to remove that 24-hour nurse requirement within the regulations, because it was very stringent and very strict, and actually didn't give residential homes the flexibility that they actually need, or that we believe that they need to meet the needs of the people who they care for in the most appropriate way. So in future, the statement of purpose that care homes will provide will be absolutely critical in terms of setting out the care that they provide for the types of conditions that people will have and will require. So I think that that is a more appropriate way of taking forward the staffing structure within the care homes. I understand there is some nervousness about it, of course I do, and I recently went on a visit organised by David Rees to a care home within his own constituency, which was organised alongside the Royal College of Nursing. So we were able to tease out some of these specific issues and specific concerns that the nursing profession have raised, and we certainly will be taking all of those on board when deciding on the next steps forward.
That's useful to know. So that's taking some evidence, but you haven't gone quite the full way to an assessment of the likely impact on district nurses, which I think is perhaps something you may want to consider. But you did allude then to the staffing needs in any given nursing home, and the makeup of any team in a nursing home is critical to the success of the care it offers. The removal of a nurse on site is one pressure on that team, but another is the replacement of skills which may be lost as people leave. And developing the skills of existing staff, whether they're nursing assistants or health care support workers, is good for retention levels and personal development. But there are practical difficulties in finding time to train staff, both in nursing homes and for at-home care. And this applies particularly when an individual needs to apply judgment and understanding the implications of an intervention, rather than being able to mechanically perform a task, if you like. How can you assure us that quality and standards are not compromised when CPD is patchy due to these pressures? And how will this inconsistency in the acquisition of skills create inconsistency in individuals concluding exactly when they are now qualified enough to register? Thank you.
I thank you for that question. And developing the workforce and providing public assurance are two of my personal key priorities, but they're also priorities of Social Care Wales, which, as you'd be aware, came into existence in April of this year. And those two issues, I think, are very much front and centre as well at their strategic plan for the next 5 years. And they're very much focused on what qualifications we'll be asking people working in the sector to have in future. There's a consultation ongoing at the moment, or I think it's just been launched this week or next, in terms of what qualifications we'd be asking people in the domiciliary care sector to be having in future, because we want to have qualifications when people are registered that are relevant and that will give the public confidence, but also we need to make sure that we maintain those soft skills, which we have so much of in the domiciliary care sector as well. People who've been working in that sector for many, many years, and they have experience and they're compassionate, they deliver good quality care, they understand the individuals, and those things are quite hard to measure, so we need to have that balance in terms of the softer skills and the attitudes and the aptitudes for the work, as well as the more formal qualifications, as we seek to professionalise the workforce in order to make the work more attractive to people in future, and to give the kind of kudos and respect and career structure that we would like to see in the workforce as well.
Llyfarydd Plaid Cymru, Rhys Bjorwerth.
Diolch Llywydd. Now, too many patients are still experiencing excessive waiting times for treatment, and I'd like to focus firstly on orthopaedic waiting times in Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board. I have a constituent who's been clinically prioritised as needing urgent orthopaedic surgery. He has currently waited 66 weeks for this urgent treatment and isn't expecting treatment until March next year. In a letter I received recently from the Health Board, I was told that some patients were having to wait over 100 weeks, and this is not acceptable by any measure. Your predecessor was faced with a similar problem in the south of Wales regarding cardiac surgery and took the decision at that time to outsource surgery to bring those waiting lists down. Will you do the same for people in the north of Wales to address this crisis now?
I recognise that some people do wait unacceptably long times, and there's a real challenge in long waiters in particular in North Wales, and the ability of the Health Board to have the appropriate capacity, including the ITU capacity, for those people who are more complex in terms of their needs. So it is not an acceptable position. It is a matter that I have taken up directly, not just with the Chair, but in regular contact now with the Chair and Chief Executive. I expect the orthopaedic plan that the Health Board are bringing to address matters this year, and not simply to look ahead to future years when they say the issue should be resolved. If that plan is not judged to be adequate, and I will take advice from officials here as well, then yes, I will have to consider other measures. But that must be on the basis of what the plan is, whether it's really credible, because I expect people in North Wales to have access to good quality and timely care, and I recognise that there are some people where that is absolutely not the case.
Describe there what you'd like to see happening in time, and you're waiting for reports, you'll consider reports. This is happening now, people waiting over 100 weeks, and my question specifically related to what could be done now in order to speed up the waits for people who have been waiting in pain, leading to further problems with their health. You often claim that waiting times are getting better. Some of them are. If you compare with 2014 rather than 2011, the long-term trend of ever-lengthening waiting times is quite clear. You sometimes announce money for initiatives to tackle problem areas.
failures, but workforce planning failures undermine their sustainability. A year last August, you'll remember you launched a thrombectomy service in Cardiff to treat stroke victims, the highest quality of care. In May this year, the service was stopped because of staffing problems, meaning 500 patients a year won't now get the best treatment available. Why are other parts of the UK getting this right, but Labour-led Welsh NHS can't?
There's more than one part to the constant questions that have been made, and actually in terms of improvement this year, I expect improvement to be made this year. I'm expecting the orthopaedic plan from the North Wales Health Board to be provided within the next month. That's what I expect, and I expect that to be properly judged then as to when it will deliver action. The additional monies that have been made available are to make improvements within this year for people waiting in the here and now. That does include commissioning capacity outside of North Wales as well. But it would be wrong for me to get ahead of actually seeing that plan and understanding how effective it is likely to be and giving a commitment when the issue may be resolved. But what I will say again is, if I don't have confidence that issue will be resolved, then I'll need to have a different discussion about how to actually deliver improvements for people in North Wales. On your points about thrombectomy, this is a relatively new treatment that is available, and it has a potentially significant impact for people suffering stroke. The service that was commissioned in Cardiff and became active with 3 consultants working together as a team, that was assessed to be the right number of people for the needs of people in this part of, in the whole South Wales area. Unfortunately, 2 out of those 3 consultants have now left for circumstances which are generally beyond the Health Board, and the challenge has been recruiting people to fill those posts. One person has been recruited and is starting this month. However, they'll be undertaking a period of supervision for the first 4 months, which is entirely normal. And I do then expect further steps to be taken to make sure the service is back up to capacity. That does mean at this point in time we're commissioning additional capacity from within the English system. It is also worth pointing out that actually every other part of the United Kingdom system has a challenge in meeting the need for this new service. You'll note that in the piece this weekend, it noted that there are significant parts of England that similarly have challenges in having a fully staffed and functioning service, and in addition, the same can be said of Scotland as well. So this is about how we get back to a relatively new form of treatment, to commission it properly and on a sustainable basis moving forward, and this, of course, is a serious priority for myself and the service.
Again, this is a message we hear time and time again. This isn't a specifically Welsh issue. This is a problem throughout the UK, whether it be recruitment or retention or whatever else. But we know that this is a service that is being provided in other parts of the UK. And in fact, North Bristol NHS Trust Stroke Lead has said that the failure to get a grip on things in Cardiff, in Wales in particular, means that Wales is becoming the laughing stock of the international neurovascular community. I don't, and patients and staff don't want people talking about our NHS in that way. And can't you see that there is a big, big mismatch between what you and Welsh Government say, the expectations you like to create, and the reality for NHS staff and patients who frankly deserve better?
You may not like to hear it, Reen, but it's the honest truth about where we are compared to other parts of the United Kingdom as well. You'll note from the piece that you, the Guardian piece that you quoted from, that actually it does set out there are significant challenges in other parts of England as well. It is not the case to say that Wales is uniquely bad in this case. And I have to say, with the comments made by the consultant in Bristol, I felt that was particularly offensive and short-sighted. The comment on services provided by other clinicians within the 4 nations of the United Kingdom in that way, I felt was, as I say, offensive. This is a challenge that is beyond. This is not something where the Health Board have caused a problem in 2 people leaving in a very short order. The challenge is how we actually get back, and actually we rely on good relationships within the Welsh system, but also with colleagues in England and vice versa too. There's a challenge here about how we create a proper network to service the needs of people within Wales, and we do need to work with colleagues in England to understand how we could and should do that and whether it's sustainable for all parts of the United Kingdom. So I look forward to a more grown-up conversation between colleagues in Wales and in England about how this developing treatment that could have a significant impact on improving mortality and avoidable disability for people who suffer stroke is delivered on a generally sustainable basis. And it doesn't really matter to me whether you're frustrated about having an honest answer about where we are, but I think the honesty matters, because otherwise we're not going to have the sort of healthcare system we want to have and that people deserve to have.
Llefarydd UKIP Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and to mark the occasion, Breast Cancer Now have published a new report looking at the breast cancer patient pathway and makes recommendations to improve patient outcomes. We are now making progress in improving breast cancer survival rates. Both 1 and 5 year survival rates have increased by 1.7% over the last decade. We are getting better at detecting breast cancer, but we are not always treating the cancer early enough. Referral to treatment cancer targets for both urgent and non-urgent routes have not been met in the last 12 months. Breast Cancer Now are calling for you to closely monitor performance against waiting times and to take remedial action. Cabinet Secretary, will you accept this recommendation and outline the steps that you are taking to meet referral to treatment targets?
Thank you, Member, for the question. This is an issue where there is a genuine concern across the Chamber and within and outside political parties. Actually, the achievement in cancer services is a marker of the success we've had within the NHS, but also of the unmet challenge that still exists. I'm pleased that you noted there's been a significant move forward in 1 year and 5 year survivorship within Wales. We're statistically in the same place as the other 4 nations in the UK. We also see more people being referred in and more people treated and treated within time. And that's on the back of a 40% increase in referrals in the last 4 years. But the unavoidable truth is that within the United Kingdom, all 4 nations, we're still at the bottom end of the outcomes league table with other European nations. There's much more for us to do. Now, I don't accept everything that the Breast Cancer Now survey says, but when it comes to the need to try and do something about screening, because unfortunately the screening results on breast cancer have gone down, we're not having the same numbers of women come through. There's a challenge for us about making sure that the message is clearly understood, that early screening will help to save lives. Also about the challenges in our diagnostic capacity as well, and that is absolutely part of what we are looking to do, not just with immediate performance monies in this year, but on a longer term and sustainable basis. And I certainly do closely monitor performance. Referral to treatment and cancer are issues that every chair expects to have to discuss with me. And indeed, when services go backwards, then there is extra attention provided. A good example of this has been Cardiff and Vale Health Board. Not that long ago, against the 62-day target, there were figures in the 70%, wholly unacceptable. They've resolved and looked at those issues, and they're now in a much better place and over 90%. The challenge for the rest of Wales is how to have the same level of understanding of their challenges and their achievement, and to do that on a sustainable basis in the face of ever-increasing demand.
Thank you for your answer, Cabinet Secretary. One of the biggest improvements we can make to breast cancer care, and the whole purpose of the Awareness Month, is to make the public aware of the signs and symptoms of breast cancer. Detecting breast cancer early improves your chances of survival, as I know from personal experience. I'm now my 10th year following breast cancer, and I owe my life to the fact that I noticed not a lump but a dent, and the excellent staff at Neathport Talbot Hospital gave me first-class care. Cabinet Secretary, breast cancer can present itself in many ways, so it is vital that the public are aware of the signs and symptoms. Many men don't realise that breast cancer can affect them. 54% of men in the UK have never checked themselves for symptoms. What plans does your government have to run public information campaigns on breast cancer targeting both men and women?
I'll check, but I'm not aware there is a particular Welsh Government plan to run a targeted campaign at men, but we do recognise that the third sector are particularly active in promoting awareness. I actually think that the biggest thing that we know, because there's evidence about this being an effective population screening basis, is actually to make sure the breast cancer screening service is taken up in higher numbers in the future. We do have a challenge with men and their awareness of breast cancer, and actually men generally in their own health awareness on a whole range of issues. There is a broader challenge about not just understanding if there is a problem, but I think the bigger gain to be made is actually in primary prevention and in understanding those behaviours through diet, exercise, alcohol and smoking, where we are more likely to become unwell, including to suffer a range of cancers, and to take more ownership and control of things we can do for ourselves.
Cabinet Secretary, we all know that prevention is better than cure. While we can and are taking action to tackle some of the risk factors associated with breast cancer now highlight the fact that we can't tackle the biggest risk factors, being a woman and getting older. We can, however, take action to reduce the risk of breast cancer spreading to other parts of the body. And Breast Cancer now are calling upon the Welsh Government to improve access to preventative medicines such as bisphosphonates. Cabinet Secretary, what is your government doing to improve access to off-patent medicines for Welsh breast cancer patients?
Interestingly, the member is in the room, but I had a meeting on exactly this subject about 6 weeks ago with the member for Torfaen and her parliamentary colleague. These are areas that we're actively considering to see there's more that we can do to have an evidence-led approach to making sure that the most effective and proportionate treatments are available within our service.
Tynwyd cwestiwn 3 yn ôl. Cwestiwn 4, felly Lee Waters.
Will the Cabinet Secretary commit to a review of the governance structures of the NHS Wales Informatics Service?
I'm expecting a Wales Audit Office report on the wider information management and technology system in NHS Wales. I expect that to be completed within the next 3 to 4 months, and governance arrangements will form part of that Wales Audit Office review, and I will of course expect that to include the NHS Wales Informatics Service. I will then consider the recommendations of that review once they've been completed.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That Audit Office report follows a number of criticisms by the Assembly's Public Accounts Committee into the performance of NWIS. This is an organisation with a budget of over £53 million and 500 staff, but there's no transparent way to be able to monitor their performance or hold them to account. They have no independent board and publish no annual report. So I would urge the Cabinet Secretary, when considering that report, to think with a reformist mindset of how we can bring some greater rigour to the system.
Thank you for urging me to take a reformist mindset. I recognise the points that are raised because they're hosted by Velindre, and the hosting arrangements are such because I think there would be a challenge trying to set them up as a wholly separate NHS body. But I am interested in not just the debate, but then an answer to how we provide greater awareness of what they do and greater governance oversight of what they do. Whether that's within Velindre or not. So I'm taking a completely open mind about what the Wales Audit Office will have to say, because I do think it's something that we would need to resolve moving forward to make sure there's greater awareness and scrutiny, which I think is quite right and proper.
Janet Finch-Saunders.
Cabinet Secretary, the recent parliamentary review of health and social care in Wales noted that the majority of the NHS informatics services 534 staff are currently involved in maintaining digital services and infrastructure rather than developing new systems. Now, given the widespread concerns, and we've discussed it here, about open data, collecting data and information sharing, for example, with patient notes between the health and social care sectors, and in fact between hospitals within even the same health board, what commitment can you give that you will look to review to ensure a more proactive and innovative output from this service?
Well, that's more about the capacity of NWIS to actually undertake a joint mission, a different mission of both developing new products and at the same time maintaining the significant architecture that we have. And we saw in the recent cyber attacks the ability of NWIS as a national body to coordinate action to maintain our whole system. That was a significant undertaking. And I've said before in this chamber, actually, I do recognise the challenge in the real capacity for NWIS to continue to develop new products, to actually meet public expectation about how they live their lives in the here and now, the expectation to be able to move data and information, to share that in a way that actually matters to them. That's why NWIS has actually helped us, for example, in creating the community pharmacy system, so that actually we're now able to have a shared version of the GP record. There's lots of health gain to be made in having the safe and effective transfer and sharing of records. I again have an open mind about whether we need to actually try and bring more people into NWIS to improve and increase their capacity, or whether actually we need a different relationship with other people who develop products themselves. There's a challenge there about intellectual property. There's also a challenge about the ability for the public purse at a time of increasing austerity to be able to do that. This is the only part of the public service where there's a continuing expectation we can spend more money and employ more staff. We have to be able to measure our expectations against the priority we have in the whole service, but NWIS and information technology are absolutely a part of our architecture moving forward and a significant part of the health gains still to be made. So this is a priority issue for me moving forward.
Question 5, Jenny Rathbone.
Please will the Cabinet Secretary explain what services are available in Wales for mothers who suffer anal sphincter injuries in childbirth?
Maternity services in Wales work in collaboration with physiotherapy and specialist continence services. These services provide assessment and identify problems incorporating faecal and urinary incontinence, with referral to specialist services for treatment and individualised care planning.
Cabinet Secretary, I took note of the comments you made earlier. As you'll have attended part of the meeting that took place in T. Howell last week, you'll be aware that this is a major problem and is being highlighted by a new charity called MASIC, Mothers with Anal Sphincter Injuries in Childbirth. And it was really arresting to hear the testimonials of 3 women who had suffered really life-changing injuries as a result of 3rd and 4th degree tears during birth. And their fetal incontinence has required them all to give up their careers. One of them was an emergency, accident emergency nurse, another was a microbiologist, and obviously has had a huge impact on everything in their life. It is concerning to know that these injuries have increased 3-fold in the last decade, and overall it's estimated that 1 in 10 women are affected by faecal incontinence, particularly by the time of the menopause. So the problem's widespread. It's only now being talked about, and it's good that we had an earlier question on the subject of incontinence. We don't often talk about this sort of thing. I have 2 questions, really. One is, why is physiotherapy not available to all mothers following childbirth? It is routine in places like France. And secondly, why is it that Wales is the only part of England and Wales where mothers cannot have a non-invasive sacral nerve stimulation, even though it's been NICE approved for over 10 years, and is a successful treatment for faecal incontinence in 3/4 of cases where conservative treatment like physiotherapy has failed?
Thank you for the follow-up question and the comments. And again, I acknowledge that this issue was first brought front and centre for me by the member for Cardiff Central. And I think we need to start off. I'm generally very proud to have this job and to stand up and to work with the National Health Service. But I do have to balance that with the recognition that the service doesn't always get it right. And this is an area where I don't think there has been the focus that there perhaps should have been in the past. And the challenge now is how we get to where we should be. That's why the Task and Finish group being led by Julie Cornish is important. And I expect that to come up with a way forward for our service, because you're right, there has been a significant increase in both the tears that have been detected, but then also the number of women coming forward with faecal incontinence in particular. And the challenge there is about how we then properly meet the understandable need that exists. And also understanding, I suspect that in the past we've had unmet need. So that's why I've outlined that there'll be a Task and Finish group. That's why I've recognised that it's not acceptable that in the past we have not been able to commission and provide enough sacral nerve stimulation services here in Wales. That does need to improve, because I recognise that where the more conservative treatment of medication and physiotherapy in particular has failed, sacral nerve stimulation is effective in about 75 to 80% of cases. So it is a highly effective alternative treatment. On your point about physiotherapy, there's just a point here about what is and isn't prudent. I think the wholesale provision, without the prudent need being available, is not one that I'd necessarily accept first off. But if the evidence changed and it was the right thing to do, then I would be interested in how we then plan a workforce to meet that identified and evidence-led care need. It's also worth pointing out that there will be a national survey starting next week, where we're asking women to talk about their experience of maternity and childbirth. We want to have a genuine understanding of the good, the bad and the indifferent, because this actually is being led by consultant midwives across Wales to try and ensure we have the richest source of information within which to both assess the effectiveness of our services and to improve them moving forward.
Cwestiwn 6, Jeremy Miles.
Can the Minister outline how the Welsh Government is using emerging assistive technology in social care?
Health Technology Wales has a remit to assess emerging technologies across health and social care and make recommendations for their adoption. Our efficiency through technology and integrated care funds support the rapid evaluation and upscale of new and emerging technologies within real-world care settings.
Thank you for that. There are new developments, as the Minister will know, in wearable technology to support older people at home, tools to help manage medicine, use kitchen equipment, alert carers and voice recognition technology and other developments. There are even robotic technology in Japan which help with routine physical tasks at home. This can help people living supported at home and managing increasing frailty without going into residential care. This is also an example of innovation in the foundational economy, which is an opportunity to create employment as well. In light of this, would she support the creation of a care technology fund to encourage investment in Welsh care technology ideas to the benefit of our residents, whether they require care or work?
I thank you very much for that question and the recognition of the huge range of assisted technologies that there are and the sheer potential of them in terms of improving the care that we offer people. There are already established funding mechanisms in place and established approaches with regards to the adoption and expansion of the use of assistive technologies. For example, our Digital Health and Care Strategy for Wales provides a roadmap for encouraging the greater use of technology to transform our health and social care services and achieve better outcomes for people. And our technology-enabled care programme is also developing a national approach to scaling up the use of telehealth and telecare in Wales, and that programme works really closely with health and social care colleagues within Welsh Government to identify the priorities and the most effective and consistent uses that we could put these new technologies to. In terms of funding, we already have an efficiency through technology programme, and that's a £10 million fund to support the assessment and rapid development and adoption of new technologies across health and social care. And also, of course, our integrated care fund that offers huge opportunities to use these new technologies to keep people at home rather than having unnecessary admissions to hospital, and obviously bring people home more quickly from hospital as well. And we've made £60 million of funding available across Wales for the ICF in this year. And there are some examples in our area of Western Bay where this funding is being used. For example, the region has just received funding for the purchase of Just Check-In assistive technology kits, and they'll be used in homes for supported living tenancies for people with learning disabilities. And so the service will use these kits to measure the support that individuals will require in their initial setting up period, and then they can use these kits to target hours of support both during the day and the night at the correct level for the individual concerned.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, you just mentioned Western Bay there, and it probably, I'm sure you're aware that the Swansea Bay City deal is very well placed excuse me, to nurture companies who want to actually develop these tech interventions for reablement excuse me, and other social care, particularly at home. And the opportunities already been spotted. I'm just wondering then what conversations that you might have had with the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy to ensure that any new companies showing an interest in this area of activity are looking favourably on the Swansea Bay City deal area rather than elsewhere. I think it would be a great comfort to us all to know that this isn't just the opportunity to benefit patients, but actually staff and the economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, and I have certainly had discussions with the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy on the fact that we have identified social care as a sector of national strategic importance, and of course you'll have seen in Prosperity for All it is one of our key cross-cutting themes alongside housing, which also plays into this kind of area as well. So I'll certainly have that specific discussion on the potential for the City deal. I think that is an exciting proposition, an exciting potential there as well. So I think that it's something perhaps we could work to have a meeting on together.
Cwestiwn 7, Gareth Bennett.
Llywydd. What assessment has the Welsh Government made of the risk of injury to children and young people through playing contact sports such as rugby?
Thank you. The UK Chief Medical Officer has commissioned the UK Physical Activity Committee to consider the evidence calling for a ban on contact rugby for school-aged children. The committee rejected the call to ban tackling and did not feel that rugby participation poses an unacceptable risk of harm.
Yes, thanks for the answer, and that's quite an encouraging response. The question was posed in relation to a recent piece which appeared in the British Medical Journal, which was quite well publicised, so I'm sure you're aware of it. Of course, we do have to be mindful of the risks posed, but we also have, we're trying to encourage young people to get involved in physical activity, so I was just looking for some reassurance that we weren't going to overreact to this piece. So I think your response is encouraging in that light, and I gather nothing has changed as a result of this piece in the BMJ.
Thank you for that question. No, we're very alive to the importance that we put on keeping children safe in school in all aspects, but particularly taking the issue of safety of school sport seriously. But it is important to put in place proportionate steps to create those safe environments for children to participate in sport. And injury, of course, can occur in any recreational activity, although clearly some sports carry a greater risk than others. Welsh Government has provided guidance on concussion and brain injury to support people who are involved in school and community sport up to the age of 19 to minimise the possibility of injury. And that guidance was produced in partnership with and in cooperation with a range of partners, including the NHS, Welsh Rugby Union and the Football Association of Wales. So it's important to take a proportionate approach to this issue, making sport as safe as we possibly can, but also recognising the huge benefits that sport and physical activity bring to individuals.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Minister, thank you for your answers to date on this. I take the point that there's a body of evidence out there that is worth exploring, but I agree with the sentiments that you've put, that proportionate action is what is required. As someone who likes to think he's benefited from contact sport over the years and whose children have been involved in all sorts of sport as well, I see the wider benefits. But it does fall an obligation on us as politicians, and indeed you as a government, to work with the governing bodies in sport which are identified as contact sport, to make sure that the most up-to-date facilities are available where those sports are played. And I'd be grateful to understand what interaction you have with the governing bodies, because we see it at the Millennium Stadium, doctors on the pitch, on the touchline, if someone is concussed, etc. What facilities are available at the more community level to make sure that no one is exposed to unnecessary risk, and those proportionate steps that you talked about are adhered to at a community level where most people play this contact sport?
Thank you. Sport Wales, my officials and I are in regular contact with the national governing bodies of sport, and of course responsibility rests with them as well in terms of making sure that individuals who participate in those sports do so safely. I know that the governing bodies have taken good leadership in this area. For example, the Rugby Union have published their own concussion guidance, and this is reviewed yearly by the WRU Medical Advisory Committee. And they've also said that concussion is a priority area for them, and they're working particularly with referees over the course of this year. There are also mandatory concussion protocols which are enforced in the international professional and the semi-professional game, and that again is delivered through the WRU minimum standards criteria document, and that is audited on an annual basis as well. The Welsh Football Trust are soon to provide their own concussion guidance because, of course, there have been some concerns raised previously about heading balls, for example. So concussion guidance is coming very shortly from the Welsh Football Trust, and that will be disseminated to all clubs in Wales with leaflets and posters available to assist with awareness raising of these issues.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd, ac wy'n falch i'r gweinidog newydd sôn am chwaraeon eraill, achos bod rygbi wedi cael tipyn o sylw, mae'n wir i ddweud bod pob math o chwaraeon tîm a ryw elfen o risg a cyswllt yn dyfe, ac wrth gwrs mae fe i diogelu plant a pobl ifanc sy'n cymryd ran o'n hwnna. Ac felly yn y cyd-destun hwnna, pa'r arfau a dulliau sydd gan Llywodraeth Cymru i fusuro a pwyso y risg y ddaw mewn ambell i chwaraeon cyswllt, ond hefyd y bydd ehangach sy'n dod o annog y genhedlaeth nesaf o plant a pobl ifanc i feddwl yn termau cadw yn iach, cadw yn unig a bod yn rhan o chwaraeon fel y bydd ehangach wedyn i'r cymdeithas gyfan.
Thank you. Welsh Government, as I say, works closely with the national governing bodies of sports, and actually they are best placed to understand the specific risk areas within those sports, and they do provide their own concussion guidance. And Welsh Government, when we've provided guidance, has worked closely with those bodies. I would absolutely be evangelical about the importance of encouraging children to find sports that they love and have as many opportunities as possible to try different sports. Because we know that people who do physical activity have a 30% risk, lower risk of an early death, and I think that in itself is quite a stark figure, despite the fact, for example, a 50% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, a 30% risk lower of falls if you're an older person. So I think that we can see clearly the benefits of physical activity right across the lifespan. So it is important to take an informed and proportionate approach to the safety in sport as well.
Diolch i'r gweinidog. Yr eitem nesaf yn agenda yw'r cwestiynau amserol. Cwestiwn gan Bethan Jenkins.
What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the announcement that Ford Bridgend will lose contracts with Jaguar Land Rover post-2020?
We are calling on Jaguar Land Rover to confirm the move will not sacrifice jobs in Wales. The First Minister and I recently met with Ford and with union representatives to discuss the long-term future of the plant, and I'm pleased to say a working group will explore all possibilities for the facility.
Thank you very much for that response. The first clear signs that I got of trouble emerged in March, and on August the 21st, the workforce, as you will know, I'm sure, voted for industrial action, which has now been put on hold. It has been known and said by members of your own Welsh Government that working practices have been allowed to grow as an issue for a number of years. We did have a cross-party meeting in May with trade unions where such concerns were raised. Unions, the workforce, wanted intervention then, and they wanted help to diversify then, and mediation with the management then. So I'm just curious as to why it's taken to this particular point for the task and finish group to be set up. What other mitigating circumstances meant that this wasn't set up sooner? I'd like to understand who will be on it, how it will report to you, will it come to us as an assembly, and will it focus on diversification? Representatives from Ford have said the new Dragon engine could be used as a base for a hybrid power unit in Bridgend, looking at next generation cars. So can you assure us here today that this particular task and finish group will focus on Bridgend becoming that automobile hub and improve the status in developing new technologies in the area? I think what Ford workforce are telling me and others, I'm sure, is that they want to be able to look at new ways to sustain that plant in Bridgend, and we need to do that now.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very grateful to the member for recognising the importance of the working group that's been established in true social partnership between Welsh Government, Unite the Union, Ford and the Wales Automotive Forum. It will explore all options for the facility, including new technologies in electric and hybrid engines. It will report back to me on a regular basis, and I give my undertaking in turn to report back to this chamber on a regular basis as well. Unite have helpfully confirmed that their preference is for dialogue rather than for formal industrial action. That's a very welcome move by the union, and I'm pleased to say as well that the First Minister has offered to act as a broker between the plant and the union, and again this has been very well received. There is no doubt that the face of the automotive sector is changing, that new technologies present both opportunities and challenges. But with £100 million ready to be invested in the automotive and technology park in Abu Vale, there is a huge opportunity for companies like Ford to take advantage of those emerging technologies that will dictate the future of the sector. In terms of other activities in this area, I went to Cologne to meet with Ford's most senior officials in Europe in the summer, as pleased by the response, Ford Europe and Ford of Britain have expressed their wish to explore all options for the long-term future of the Bridgend site, and there is a real desire to reduce reliance on the traditional engines and to focus instead on hybrid engine production and other emerging technologies. Deputy Presiding Officer, I'd like to say as well that we are calling on JLR to confirm that this move will not sacrifice jobs in Wales and displace them instead to the West Midlands of England.
Thank you. Hugh Rankin-Davies.
Diolch Deputy Llywydd, and I thank Bethan for bringing this to our attention today. It is very urgent, and it was very disappointing news that we had the confirmation that this production line would be ending, but not only that, ending 3 months earlier than had ever been discussed before. It clearly shows that this JLR production line have an intent to get away as early as possible, and that's hugely disappointing. I am grateful for the positive way in which the Minister and the Welsh Government has approached this. We've met not only with unions as Assembly members, but Chris Elmore and I met with Ford's representatives in Westminster a week and a half ago to lobby the case for future investment in the plant. They wanted to stress that they wanted to positively engage in dialogue not only with the unions, but also were very complimentary of the Welsh Government's role in investigating all possible avenues of bringing not only what we would call traditional drivetrain production to their new models, but also in things such as electric vehicle production or battery production and so on. And it's good, and I urge the Minister strongly to go ahead with that. But he finished on saying that point about where the JLR production is shifting to. We have picked up worrying signals that this JLA production is shifting to, and shifting earlier than expected to, a plant in Wolverhampton based on direct UK government support for a new automotive production line. If that is the case, that is directly stealing away jobs that should be in Bridgend where they're desperately needed. So in which case, if he could raise this with the Secretary of State in his discussions, and if we could ask the Secretary of State, what are they going to put back into South Wales and Bridgend to make good for this? Because if it's true that UK government investment is stealing these jobs from Wales, then we want that investment back to create more jobs and to sustain the jobs that are currently here.
I thank the member for his questions and for the passion with which he asked them. He is wholly committed to the workforce of Ford in Bridgend, as is the local member and others in this chamber, and I'd like to congratulate him on seeking and securing that meeting in London, which I think, in terms of the briefing that he's offered to me, was incredibly productive. We knew that the Bridgend plant would see the AJ engine reduce in capacity as the Wolverhampton manufacturing plant came on stream. However, I am seeking assurance that the UK Government has had no role in transferring work early to the Wolverhampton site. It's absolutely essential that the UK Government operates in a way that benefits the whole of the UK and that rebalances the UK's economy as outlined in the UK Industrial Strategy. Now, I can also say that my officials are currently engaged in discussions with UK government officials and with the Automotive Investment Organisation to investigate complementary uses of the Bridgend site to secure future opportunities, including investment. This is an important development. It could also align neatly with the Challenge Fund, and in particular with the Faraday Challenge. And to that end, I was pleased during the summer to also meet with Richard Parry-Jones, who has a crucial role in that particular challenge, during which we discussed many opportunities that could be relevant to Ford Bridgend.
Thank you. Susie Davis.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. I mean, obviously this is bad news, particularly as there's an escalation of the likelihood of production ending there. I mean, I've heard in your answers today, and to be fair, in the last 6 months or even longer, that Ford, the auto industry, is under rapid change. We continue to look for other high-tech opportunities for Bridgend. We've had today that you're very pleased with the conversations that you've had with Ford's attempts to get information from around Europe and the rest of the world. I think that was a quote from earlier submissions here. This is all very encouraging, but I'm not actually getting a solid sense of when some specific commitment would be made by Ford. And I do understand it's Ford that needs to make it rather than Welsh Government. At some point, are you putting pressure on Ford to say, actually, can you give us some sort of solid answer by a given date? I'm not suggesting what that date may be, but to bring some certainty into the process. Secondly, I wonder if you'd be kind enough to answer a question that you didn't answer, that Bethan Jenkins put about the working group. I mean, certainly when the unions communicated with all relevant Assembly members that this group was being set up, there was an indication that AMs would be involved in that, and I'm not sure whether that's the case. I don't know whether anyone in the Chamber's picked up on that. And then thirdly, I just want to raise again the issue of the City Deal and the Steel Innovation Centre. And I know that this is down the road a little bit, so the timing is not perfect here. And obviously the plant isn't within the City Deal area, but it is on the doorstep. And it's a huge facility where the production of new automotive products using new materials, perhaps developed through the Science Centre, is an opportunity that can't be overlooked. As I say, the timing isn't fantastic on that, but to lose the expertise of this workforce when that's on the horizon would be a serious blow, obviously, for those workers whose families are directly affected. And, you know, they've been treated very poorly during this process, but also to other families involved in the economy of this part of South Wales as well. So even though we're talking about hybrid cars and so forth, there are other automotive opportunities that new materials can bring. Thank you.
And the member is absolutely right. The working group is keenly looking at opportunities that the City Deal presents, and that other investment structures that are part of the UK industrial strategy, for example, are also able to offer. The industry is changing rapidly, and investments in future products are determined by investment cycles. New products are likely to be based on emerging technology, primarily based on hybrid engine models and electric engine models, and I've impressed upon Ford Europe at a level in Cologne to ensure that Ford Bridgend is given every opportunity to bid for and to secure those new products. The dates will be determined by the investment cycle decisions, i.e. when current engines are being phased out and new engines are being introduced. But I've been asked to be kept in full contact with Ford over their investment cycles. But there are other opportunities that could be secured for the Ford site in the form of production of and finishing of engines that are currently finished elsewhere. And this is something that, again, the working group is actively pursuing. In terms of the composition of the working group, I've already outlined that the membership includes the Automotive Forum, Welsh Government, Ford itself and Unite the Union. It will report back to me on a regular basis, and I in turn will report back to Assembly members. If Assembly members would wish to meet with other members of the working group, I'm sure that a cross-party group may be the most applicable and appropriate forum in which to do so.
Thank you. Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary was disappointing that Jaguar Land Rover have decided to bring their engine production in-house. There were no guarantees that Ford would have won the contract when it was to be renewed in December 2020. So, we have 2.5 years to be positive and to find additional contracts for Bridgend plant. What we don't need now is the threat of strike action. We need the unions, Ford and the Welsh and UK governments working together to find alternative contracts. So, Cabinet Secretary, Ford announced today that they will be investing heavily in the electric vehicles. I know most of this has been answered already, but I place on record what I'm discussing. What discussions have you had regarding the possibility of the Bridgend plant providing the drivetrain for Ford's future electric and plug-in hybrid fleet? And also, I'd like to be invited to any forthcoming meetings, or at least to know about them, as Susie Davis has stated. Thank you.
I think it is important that all members are kept fully abreast of developments in regard to Ford Bridgend, and I do pledge to make sure that regular updates are offered to members. And as I said to Susie Davis, a cross-party group may well be the most appropriate time to meet with other members of the working group and to explore some of the opportunities as they are developed further. You are right that Ford at Bridgend has 2.5 years to secure new products to manufacture at the site, and we are doing all that we can to ensure that that happens. Unite the Union, I am pleased to say, have opted for dialogue rather than for formal industrial action, and leadership of that union are absolutely committed to ensuring that there is a long-term sustainable future for the site and for its skilled workforce. Many discussions have already taken place concerning the potential to attract electric drivetrains to the Bridgend plant. Those discussions will continue, and as I said to Susie Davis and to others, we are determined to take advantage of every opportunity that the new technologies that are emerging fast are able to present.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Move on to the next item, which are 90-second statements. And the first of the 90-second statements today is Elin Jones.
Artist ei bobl oedd Aneurin Jones, a'i bobl oedd cymeriadau ei febyd ymrycheiniog ac yn ddiweddarach yng nghefn gwlad y Gorllewin. Ei ganfas oedd ail hanner yr 20fed ganrif yn y cymdeithasau gwledig hyn. A'i gymeriadau i'w gweld yn sefyll a chloncan yn y mart, yn rhedeg merlod mynydd a chobiau, yn canu neu'n chwarae drafts, yn bwydo'r ffowls neu'n sefyll wrth iet y capel. I fi, fel llawer arall dwi'n siŵr, dwi'n gweld ffedog lliwgar fy mam gi a ffram sgwar fy nhad cu yn y delweddau yma. Roedd Aneurin Jones yn artist poblogaidd, gydag ymwelwyr cyson i'w stiwdio neu gartref yn Aberteifi i brynu ei waith. Does dim llawer o artistiaid yn medru cynnal oriel stryd fawr, ond mi roedd Aneurin a'i fab Meirion yn artistiaid felly, gyda'i horiel yn Awen Teifi Aberteifi. Mi roedd Aneurin yn llawn gymaint o gymeriad ar holl rai yn ei luniau, yn athro, yn dynwr coes, yn gymwynaswr, yn Gymro cadarn. Mi fi'n driw i'w bobl, doedd ei waith ddim yn mawrygu na bychanu ei bobl, ond yn cofnodi ei byw, mewn celf. A'r gwaith celf hynny'n cael ei gymeradwyo a'i ganmol gan ei gyd artistiaid yng Nghymru a thu hwnt. Bu farw Aneurin yr wythnos diwethaf, yn un o artistiaid mawr ein gwlad. Artist oedd yn adnabod ei bobl ac yn perthyn i'w dir. Mae'n fraint i gydnabod camp a chelfyddyd Aneurin Jones heddi yma yn ein Senedd.
Diolch. Susie Davis.
Diolch Ellen am hynny hefyd. Last week, Swansea's application to become the UK City of Culture for 2021 was finally submitted. There's more to Swansea than its culture from the past, although we shouldn't overlook the Dylan Thomas legacy, nor that of Kingsley Amis, Peter Ham, Kerry Richards, and of course this week's star, Vernon Watkins. Nor that it's 160 years that some of the earliest pictures of the moon were taken from Swansea by John Dilwyn Llywelyn. Swansea contributes to the culture of the world with the likes of Carl Jenkins, Spencer Davis, Glenys Corr, Hannah Stone, as well as well-known performers like Rhea Jones, Rob Brydon and Catherine Zeta-Jones. The city hosts cultural events like the Swansea Festival and Fringe, the Jazz Festival, BBC Proms in the Park and even the Wales Air Show. And while there are similar events elsewhere in the UK, much like the Swans style of football, Swansea does it in its own special way. This unique culture is reflected in its people. Warm and funny, together they are showing great imagination in reinventing this ugly, lovely town and creating a true city. From Swansea Business Club and the Ospreys to Klein Farm Centre, Swansea Tidal Lagoon and the universities, public and private bodies, this is a bid that represents the whole of the city and the whole of Wales. Disappointed last time out, Swansea is back on its feet and fighting once more. Northern Ireland at 2013, England is represented in 2017, so let's make sure it's Wales next.
Thank you. Julie Morgan.
Thank you. Mahatma Gandhi. On Monday, a statue of Mahatma Gandhi was unveiled in Cardiff Bay opposite the Wales Millennium Centre. This was the result of 3 years of hard work and fundraising by the Hindu Council of Wales, and I would like to pay tribute to that organisation and its chair, Vimla Patel, who's worked tirelessly to make this statue a reality. Hundreds of people attended the ceremony to view the statue, which was made in India by sculptors Ram Sutar and his son Anil Sutar. The 6-foot-tall statue, which many of you may have already seen, depicts Gandhi holding a stick and a Hindu scripture. And I think that this was a great day for India, a great day for Cardiff, and a great day for Wales. And for me, it was an honour to be a patron of this project. I hope that the children and young people of Cardiff and of Wales will learn about Gandhi and his values, which are increasingly important in such an uncertain and violent world. and I was privileged to sit next to the great-grandson of Gandhi at the ceremony at what would have been his great-grandfather's birthday. And it was very fitting to be unveiling a statue of him at this time, 70 years on from the partition of India. Gandhi was committed to Indian independence, and he was committed to non-violence. And the statue also recognises the strong links between Wales and India. I'll end with Gandhi's words. Non-violence is the greatest force at the disposal of mankind. It is mightier than the mightiest weapon of destruction devised by the ingenuity of man.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is a statement by the Chair of the Finance Committee on the introduction of a committee-proposed bill, Public Services Ombudsman's Wales Bill, and a call on Simon Thomas as Chair of the Finance Committee.
Diolch yn fawr, Dirprwy Lywydd, ac mae dda gen I ddweud a dillun yr ail y hydref, gosodais fil Ombudsman Gwasanaeth y Cyhoeddus Cymru yn ffurfiol ger bon y cynulliad. Dyma tro cyntaf I bwyllgor gyflwyno bil i'r cynulliad gael pwerau deddfu sylfaenol llawn. Mae'r bil wedi bod yn destun gwaith helaeth dros nifer o flynyddoedd a hoffwn gofnodi fy niolch I bwyllgor cyllid y pedwerydd cynulliad dan gydafyddiaeth Jocelyn Davies am I ymwymiad I ddatblygu'r bil. Ar hyn o bryd, mae'r Ombudsman yn ymgymryd ei fôl o dan deddf Ombudsman Gwasanaeth y Cyhoeddus Cymru 2005. Mae'r bil hwn yn ail ddatgan y ddeddf honno, gan amlinellu hefyd nifer o bwerau newydd I greu un darn o deddfwriaeth ddwyieithog a fydd yn rhan o lyfr statud Cymru. Mae deddf 2005 wedi hwyluso mynediad y cyhoedd a wasanaeth yr Ombudsman. Mae wedi arwain at ddatws ynghydfodau ac wedi bod yn ffordd I unigolion gael iawn am gamwedd. Drwy ganolbwyntio ar ymdrin y chwynion yn y sector cyhoeddus, mae deddf 2005 hefyd wedi ysgogi gwelliant o fan y ffordd y caiff gwasanaeth y cyhoeddus a'i darparu. Fodd bynnag, cyflwyno deddf 2005, mae'r arfer gorau ar safonau rhyngwladol ar gyfer Ombudsman wedi symud ymlaen. Mae datblygiadau hyn yn cynnwys cryfhau pwerau Ombudsman yn yr Alban a Gogledd Iwerddon. Yn y pedwerydd cynulliad, cynhaliodd y pwyllgor cyllid ymgynghoriad cyhoeddus I liwio I ymchwiliad i'r cynigion I ymestyn pwerau'r Ombudsman. Yn dilyn yr ymchwiliad hwn, llunwyd bil gan y pwyllgor. Ymgynghofodd y pwyllgor hwnnw ar y bil ddrafft dechrau mis Hydref 2015. Yn gyffredinol, roedd yr ymatebion yn gefnogol o ddapariaethau'r bil ddrafft. Gan nad oedd digon o amser yn y pedwerydd cynulliad I gyflwyno bil, argymhellodd y pwyllgor cyllid y dilyd cyflwyno ddeddfwriaeth cyn gyntyd a phosib yn y pumed cynulliad. Mae pwyllgor cyllid yn y pumed cynulliad wedi ystyried y bil ddrafft, gan ofyn am dystiolaeth gan yr Ombudsman, yn ogystal â roi ystyriaeth bellach i'r amcamgyfrifon o gostau a manteision darpariaethau'r bil. Cytunodd y pwyllgor cyllid felly I gyflwyno'r bil I gryfhau'r rôl o'r Ombudsman, gan baratoi'r ddeddfwriaeth ar gyfer unrhyw beth y ddaw yn y dyfodol a gan sicrhau ei bod yn canolbwyntio ar y dinesydd. Wnaf sôn nawr ychydig am y darpariaeth yn newydd yn y bil hwn. Bydd y bil yn caniatáu i'r Ombudsman dderbyn cwynion llafar yn gwella cyflawnder cymdeithasol felly a chael chyfle cyfatal ac yn cyfrannu at ymwymiad Llywodraeth Cymru I gael Cymru deg a chyfiawn. Rydym yn credu y bydd yn hwyluso a gwella broses o wneud cwynion gan aelodau mwyaf bregus ac amddifadus o gymdeithas, fel pobl ac yn ystafell dysgu, pobl ddigartref a'r henoed. Drwy cael gwared ar y gofyniad I wneud cwyn ysgrifenedig yn unig, bydd y bil hefyd yn sicrhau mynediad at wasanaeth yr Ombudsman yn y dyfodol gan ganiatáu swyddfa ddatblygu canllawiau ymateb I ddatblygiadau y dyfodol megis datblygiadau y maes technoleg, apps, smartphones ac ati. Bydd y bil hefyd yn cynnwys darpariaethau i'r Ombudsman gynnal ymchwiliadau ar ei liwt ei hunan. Bydd angen bodloni maeni prawf sydd wedi pennu ar wyneb y bil cyn dechrau ymchwiliad o'r fath, ond bydd y pŵer I gynnal ymchwiliadau ar ei liwt ei hunan yn ffordd o ddiogelu y rai mwyaf agofyd I niwed a roi sylw I urddas unigolion. Mae manteision ehangach I hyn hefyd. Bydd yn galluogi'r Ombudsman I ymateb yn well I dynasyddion gan ei fod yn caniatáu iddo fe ymchwilio I faterion a ddaw I lawr yn ddi-enw gan gryfhau llais y dynesydd. Mae bil yn caniatáu'r Ombudsman ymchwilio I faterion sy'n ymwneud ar elfen gwasanaethau iechyd prifat gan gynnwys triniaeth feddygol a gofal nyrsio, a ddaw mewn cwyn mewn llwybr gyhoeddus prifat gyda'i gilydd. Bydd hyn yn galluogi'r Ombudsman i ymchwilio'r gwyn gyfan sy'n golygu y gall ymchwiliad a ddilyn y dynesydd yn ytrach na dilyn y sector. Ar hyn o bryd o dan dedd 2005, mae gan yr Ombudsman yr awdurdod i ymchwilio lle mae'r gwasanaeth iechyd gwladol wedi comisiynu triniaeth feddygol yn breifat i gleifion, ond nid lle mae'r cleifion eu hunain yn comisiynu triniaeth o'r fath. Os yw cleifion yn comisiynu triniaeth breifat, a hyn o bryd mae rhaid iddyn nhw wneud cwynion a wahân ar gyfer y elfennau cyhoeddus a phreifat i'r Ombudsman a'r ddarparwr sector breifat. Nid yw hyn yn foddhaol i dynysyddion Cymru. Enghraifft, wrth roi tystiolaeth i'r pwyllgor cyllid yn egluro'r problemau hyn, soniodd yr Ombudsman am gwyn diweddar. Roedd aelod y cyhoedd wedi cysylltu â'i swyddfa ynghylch y driniaeth a ddarparwyd i'w diweddar wr, a gafodd driniaeth drwy'r gwasanaeth iechyd gwladol yn y driniaeth breifat cyn dychwelyd i'r gwasanaeth iechyd eto. Dywedodd yr Ombudsman y bu rhaid i'r unigolyn aros 5 mlynedd a hanner i gael ymateb, sydd amlwg yn annibyniol. Bydd darpariaeth y bil hefyd yn ysgogi gwelliannau mewn gwasanaethau cyhoeddus o ran ymdrin a chwynion. Mae model o bolisi cwynion a waith yng Nghymru ar hyn o bryd i helpu sicrhau cysondeb a draws gwasanaethau cyhoeddus. Mae tystiolaeth yn dangos, bod y sefyllfa'n gwella, nad yw'r sector cyhoeddus yn ei fabwysiadu mewn ffordd gyson. Rydym yn gobeithio y bydd y bil yn mynd i'r afael â hyn. Mae darpariaeth y bil ar gyfer ymdrin a chwynion a gweithdrefnau yn cynnig dull tebyg i Gymru ag sydd yn y Alban ar hyn o bryd. Mae hyn yn golygu am y tro cyntaf y bydd data reolaidd, dibynadwy a chymyradwy a gael ynghylch â cwynion ar draws y sector cyhoeddus. Bydd hyn gobeithio yn ysgogi atebolrwydd a gwelliant mewn gwasanaethau cyhoeddus, yn arwain a troelwydo o ran y adrodd o gwymisod broses graffu, lle mae data a gwybodaeth yn hanfodol. Fel pwyllgor, rydym yn credu bod hi'n bwysicach nag erioed bod gwasanaethau cyhoeddus yn cyflawni ar gyfer pobl Cymru, a bod yr Ombudsman gwasanaethau cyhoeddus yn cael y grym priodol i sicrhau bod ein gwasanaethau yn canolbwyntio ar y dinesydd. Mae angen i'r cychawdd fod y hyder yn yr Ombudsman a swyddogaeth yr Ombudsman i ymchwilio os ydynt yn credu y bod nhw wedi dioddau anghyfiawnder, neu galedu, neu ryw gamwedd drwy gamwynyddiaeth, neu yn y ffordd y caiff gwasanaethau darparu. Ac rydym yn credu y bydd y bil hwn yn mynd yn dipyn o ffordd i gyflawni hyn. Dyna pam, yn barn pwyllgor cyllid, mae angen bil Ombudsman Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus Cymru, ac felly o ran y pwyllgor, wydd yn cymrydwyo'r bil i'r cynulliad.
Thank you very much. I now call the Cabinet Secretary of Finance and Local Government, Mark Drakeford.
Llywydd, diolch yn fawr. Cai ddweud i ddechrau gair o diolch i Simon Thomas a'r aelodau eraill y pwyllgor cyllid am y gwaith maen nhw wedi wneud yn barod i paratoi y bil ar hyn o bryd ac cyflwyni'r bil heddi. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn gwerthfawrogi'r rôl yr Ombudsman Genedlaethol Cyhoeddus. Mae'n darparu gwasanaeth pwysig wrth fod yn gyfrwng i helpu dinasyddion sydd heb dderbyn y lefel o wasanaeth gan y sector cyhoeddus, a mae ganddyn nhw'r hael i'w ddisgwyl. Bydd Llywodraeth Cymru yn edrych mewn modd cadarnharol ar feiserau a fydd yn helpu'r Ombudsman i gyflawni'r rôl e. Felly, enghraifft, byddem yn croesawu'r cynnig y dylai fod yn gallu derbyn cwynion ar lafar. Gallu hyn helpu'r bobl fwyaf agored i niwed mewn cymdeithas gan cynnwys y rheini sydd â nolweddion gwarchoredig. Rwy'n siŵr y bydd y pwyllgor a'i gyda'r cyfrifoldeb i craffu ar bil hefyd am ystyried sut y bydd y bobl hynny sydd â nolweddion gwarchoedig yn cael eu cefnogi i ddehongli'r ddeddfwriaeth arfaethedig. Ar y llawr arall, Dipyn, mae mewn perthynas â rai agweddau eraill ar y bil, mae gan Lywodraeth Cymru pryderon a gallai ehangu y rôl yr Ombudsman arwain at bobl yn credu bod gwasanaethau cyhoeddus yn gael ei gor-roleiddio yng Nghymru, a gallai arwain at or-cyffwrdd neu ddryswch yn rolau wahanol reolaiddwyr. Edrychwn ymlaen at gynnal rhagor o drafodaethau ar y materion hyn a rai pethau eraill yn y bil yn ystod y broses craffu. Rydych chi'n siŵr o fod yn disgwyl i mi ddweud hyn fel ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid, ond dylwn ni hefyd ychwanegu bod gennym bryderon am y cost cynyddol a fydd yn gael ei hysgwyddo yn sgil a ddeddfwriaeth hon, a'r adeg pan fo'n o raid i'r weddill a gwasanaethau cyhoeddus ddal yn ôl. Mae pob pint ychwanegol a caiff ei gwario yma, neu arbedion na chaiff ei gwneud, yn bynt na elir ei throsglwyddo'r i wasanaethau rhegflaen. Bydd hefyd angen edrych yn bellach ar yr agwedd hon yn ystod y broses craffu, ond credaf bod angen ni fod yn hollol sicr y byddai Cymru yn gael byddion sylweddol am y costau ychwanegol a ysgwyddir. Yn y cyfamser, wrth i'r bil cael y gyflwyni'n ffurfiol, mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn edrych ymlaen at cymryd rhan adeiladol ac agos yn y broses graffu sydd ar y gweill. Diolch yn fawr.
Simon?
Diolch yn fawr, Dr Laweth. Gai diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet yn ymateb i'r datganiad ac yn gosod yn y lle cyntaf bod yn mynd i cymryd agwedd gadarnhaol tuag at y bil hwn. Mae wedi rhoi fis ar un peth amlwg lle mae'r bil yn mynd i'r afael a gwendid presennol lle nad oes modd na'i cwynion a lafar, ac mae'n amlwg y ffordd mae'r technoleg yn datblygu a'r ffordd mae'r ddau o'r bobl fel oedd e'n gwaith gyda protected characteristics fel petai, mae'r ffordd maen nhw'n cael ei wachod hefyd bod angen unioni y sefyllfa honno. Roedd e hefyd, wrth gwrs, yn biodol iawn fel cynrychiolydd y Llywodraeth yn sôn am y rychwant, yr ystod o feoleiddwyr eraill a pobl eraill sydd yn gweithredu yn y maes yma ac am ysgoi gorgyffwrdd a gwaith feoleiddwyr eraill. Mae'r bil fel mae wedi cael ei drafftio hyn y byd yn cynnwys nifer o darpariaethau ar gyfer sicrhau bod cydlynu yn hynny, ond wrth gwrs wrth ni graffu ar y bil, mae'n bosib iawn bod angen edrych a hynny i gwneud yn siŵr bod e'n digon cadarn, a nad oes modd, yn hytrach bod modd ysgoi pryderon oedd y gweinidog wedi sôn yn ei gylch. Yn olaf, wrth gwrs, mae'r cost yn gwestiwn gwbl briodol i godi ar y mater yma. Byddwn ni jyst am atgoffa y cynulliad cyfan, mae chi, y cynulliad sy'n talu am y gost yma, a felly jyst i bawb fod yn ymwybodol bod unrhyw costau ychwanegol sy'n deillio o'r bil yma yn dod atoch chi yn y pendraw yn cyfrifon, am cymgyfrifon yr Ombudsman Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus sy'n cael ei trafod gan y Pwyllgor Cyllid ac yn ei tro yn cael ei cymrydwyo yn fan hyn. Ond wrth gwrs mae'n dod o'r arian bloc. Mae'n rhan o'r arian bloc. Ac felly fe fydd ysgrifennydd Cabinet yntau fel y person sydd yn bennaf gyfrifol am y fan fwyaf arian yn arian bloc, yn siŵr eisiau cadw llygad barcud ar y gwariant yma, ond mae'n siŵr bydd aelodau eraill y cynulliad hefyd eisiau wneud yn siŵr bod y costau sydd yn glwm ac sydd wedi amlinellu yn dweloedd iawn, dwi'n meddwl, yn y memorandum esboniadol, bod y costau hynny yn briodol i'r unillion a byddwn ni'n ennill o pasio'r bil neu darpariaethau newydd sy'n cael ei awgrymu yn y bil. Felly wedi'n edrych ymlaen at y drafodaeth honno.
Janet Fiennes-Saunders.
Deputy Presiding Officer, and I certainly welcome the increased powers of the Public Services Ombudsman under this bill and the inclusion of the Assembly in the appointments process. I was very supportive of this when it came before committee last term, and I look forward to scrutiny in our committee when it comes forward. We firmly believe that the Ombudsman should be accountable to the National Assembly for Wales, not just the Welsh Government. So the Welsh Conservatives are pleased to note that the nomination for this role will be here through the Assembly. However, I'd like some further clarification as regards how members the National Assembly for Wales will feed into all levels of the nomination process for the Ombudsman and not just the final stages of appointments. In terms of accessibility, we do welcome proposals to remove the requirement to make a complaint in writing and for the Ombudsman still to be able to initiate investigations. Only other 5 members of the Council of Europe have Ombudsman without this power, so this is in fact long overdue in terms of bringing Wales in line with the rest of the UK and Europe. In ensuring objectivity with regard to this power, how will the provisions in this bill draw a clear dividing line between the Ombudsman commitment to representation and the Welsh Government's priorities? And how will this bill ensure greater Welsh Government and public service acceptance of investigatory outcomes. Now, the current model complaint policy in Wales is voluntary, and the Finance Committee previously noted that adoption across the public sector is not consistent. So firstly, what consideration might be made for the statutory basis of guidance issued by the Ombudsman to apply to private health services as well? And following on from the open data debate last week, this particular new power will mean that we will be able to collate regular, reliable and comparable data on complaints across the public sector. Secondly, then, how will this data be collected to ensure a concerted drive in accountability and transparency in public services, empowering the scrutiny process? And finally, how will best practice going forward be determined? Will we be able to scrutinise best practice examples from around the UK and further afield to ensure that public service complaints are efficient and effective as a result of this bill? And will this be reviewed as part of the 5-year review by this Assembly? I thank the work of thank the committee and the chairman of the Finance Committee, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for receiving this in good spirit, and I look forward to working with everybody in my part on the committee and when it comes to scrutiny here to ensure we get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair.
Yes, thank you, and I thank Jonathan Saunders for her comments and her broad welcome for what the bill proposes to do. Can I say at the outset that the bill is based on the current, does not change the current legislation in terms of the accountability of the Public Service Ombudsman to the National Assembly, not to the government. He currently is an independent ombudsman and appointed for, I think, still several years to go to the end of his appointment. I can't quite remember when he came into post, something like 2013, I think, 14. The bill makes specific assurances that his appointment is not broken by passing this bill, so we haven't interfered with those powers that are in place. And when we come to appoint a new Public Services Ombudsman, the bill does not change the current arrangements that ensures it's within this Assembly that is responsible for that, up to and including appointment through committee. So I hope that some of the other innovations that we've also had in Finance Committee, for example, with pre-appointment hearings and so forth, can be looked at not only for the Ombudsman, but for the new Auditor General, which is actually the next appointment that will be made by this Assembly. I welcome the fact that you broadly want to see these powers and believe that the verbal complaints powers, own initiative, which I think is one of the more innovative powers there, but is used by, as you said, by other ombudsmen throughout the Council of Europe. It's not unique in that sense, so we need to understand that international comparisons. I'm sure if the Ombudsman was here himself, he would talk about the network of ombudsmen that does exist, and there are international conferences, and they do come together. In fact, I attended one in Aberystwyth last year to hear from other ombudsmen about how their work was done. I think the particular issue around data collection, I think it's important to recall that the Ombudsman makes an annual report to this Assembly, which is scrutinised, I think, by the committee you sit on, but is available to all Assembly members. You would expect that annual report, if this bill were to become law, to include that data, to include the data comparison. There is certainly allowance made in the regulatory impact assessment for some of the costs that might come about that. And, of course, you'll have some initial set-up costs to make sure you have the infrastructure in place to allow that to happen. But the clear lesson of that is, Jonathan Saunders' final point was, I think, how that then informs best practice. And we want to see that reflected in Ombudsman's annual reports going forward. And you're quite right, in the bill itself, there's a specific requirement for the Assembly to do a 5-year review of the bill and its operation, but that does not in any way hinder any other review being done by any committee of the Assembly or any external body that might be commissioned to do that. And I think in terms of the model policy, that is a voluntary, as you quite rightly said, a voluntary system at the moment. I think by putting it on a more statutory footing, we'd have a gold standard, which I hope that, for example, private healthcare providers would then want to be part of the gold standard, because that in turn would show how they were playing their role in meeting citizens' needs and meeting the needs of the people of Wales.
Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I also very much warmly welcome the introduction of this first committee-generated bill. 18 years after we voted for devolution, we've now got a bill being introduced by an Assembly committee. I think that's a huge piece of progress. I was part of the Finance Committee in the Force Assembly, and I can join with Simon Thomas in paying credit to Jocelyn Davis' work she did as chair of that committee in taking this bill to the stage that it is at now. The Ombudsman provides a hugely important service to many of the people living in Wales. The Ombudsman is often the last resort for people trying to get justice. They have been let down by the system right the way across. The Ombudsman is their last person they can go to. I mean, the proposed bill provides many potential improvements. Can I just talk about oral complaints? The Ombudsman cannot take oral complaints. Every single one of us in this room, I would suggest, take oral complaints. And if we didn't, we'd reduce the number of complaints we get from constituents by about a third. If we didn't accept them orally, quite often in inappropriate places when they want to tell you about things, but orally, a lot of people do like to tell you things rather than have to write it down. There's a literacy problem amongst many people who they don't like to write things down, especially officially, which are going to be dealt with by official people, by officialdom. They have a nervousness about it. They have a nervousness about their literary skills, and I think perhaps most importantly, they're frightened they'll get something wrong. And I think that allowing the Ombudsman to accept things orally will mean that people will lose that fear. Now, that might increase the number of complaints going to the Ombudsman, but it might also stop future ones, because if the Ombudsman gets a lot of complaints in one area, rather than having to wait continually for the next one, he'll be able, and I use the word he because it's currently a he, will be able to deal with it. So I think this, if nothing else, having oral complaints would totally change the Ombudsman from somebody who works within that sort of technical area which all of us feel at home in, but a large number of my constituents don't, to someone prepared to accept complaints in the same manner that every single one of us does. I've only one question for Simon Thomas. Can he further outline how the legislation builds on the current legislation to benefit what we should only be interested in, the people of Wales?
Simon?
I thank Mike Edges, not only for his comments today, but for the work he's done on the Finance Committee and previously, and of course very much support what he said about Jocelyn Davis, and I hope I can continue. I think Jocelyn had an approach where she wanted to work with all parties here, and I hope that, certainly taking through a bill, I need to do that, and I'm very much aware that I need to build support for this bill on behalf of the committee. I just want to say, before answering specifically the question, just really just support what Mike Hedges was saying about the need for oral complaints. We've all sat down in surgeries and in our offices with people who are very prepared to tell us their story, but will not sign a piece of paper or will say they didn't have their glasses. And, you know, we have to navigate our way through this. But looking into this bill, I was struck by the figures for, in effect, functional illiteracy in Wales is as high as 25% of the adult population, and is higher in Wales than in other parts of the United Kingdom. So I think there's a real need for us to open the doors for the Ombudsman to accept those oral complaints. Of course, there have to be some kind of verification process, and we'd have to ensure that the Ombudsman was able to ensure the complaints were fully taken forward. But the potential increase in complaints could then be offset, as Mike Hedges said, by a better understanding of the pattern of complaints in a particular sector, which might lead to an own initiative investigation, and in turn as well by the standardisation part of this bill, which certainly in the Scottish Ombudsman's case has actually led to fewer complaints progressing beyond the first stage. In other words, things get resolved earlier, and there are some savings within the system due to that. Specifically to reply to Mike Hedges, to assure him and the whole Assembly that the bill only builds on the current bills. It doesn't take away any powers, as well as the oral complaints powers. It will enable, as I said, to have those own initiative powers. I think it's important that we put on record that we're not writing a blank cheque for the Ombudsman to just go off and do own initiative investigations. There's on the face of the bill how those investigations have to relate to his work and to the wider needs of the citizen, and I hope, as the bill gets scrutinised, that the needs of the citizen are recognised as being central to this bill, and of course there may be ideas that come in through the scrutiny process that will only assist and help us achieve that aim.
Thank you. Stephen Lewis.
Diolch Pwyll Llywydd, a hoffwn i wneud hefyd diolch i Simon Thomas fel cadeirydd y Pwyllgor am y gwaith mae wedi wneud yn dod â'r bil yma ymlaen, ac yn wir mae nifer y pwyntiau o'n i'n mynd i codi wedi cael ei codi eisoes gan aelodau eraill, ond fi'n meddwl bod e'n pwynt pwysig i wneud, mae Cedges wedi sôn am hyn yn enwedig, y pwynt mae ynglyn â chostiau yn ymwneud â derbyn cwynion ar lafar, achos wrth gwrs os mynd i fod cynnydd yn y nifer o cwynion oherwydd y modd i wneud y cwynion ar lafar, fydd hwnna falle yn meddwl bod yna cost ar cychwyn y broses yna, ond yn yr hir dymor, gallwn ni sicrhau trwy'r proses yma bod y gwasanaethau cyhoeddus yn gweithio'n well ac yn fwy effeithlon, ac felly fydd yna arbediad, falle investor save, falle. Y model yna, fi'n gweld aelod y cabinet yn gwenu, a fi'n gwybod bod e'n awyddus iawn i cadw costiau dan reolaeth am resymau amlwg, ond fi'n meddwl bod hyn yn mater o cyfiawnder cymdeithasol. Mae nifer o bobl sydd yn ymwneud yn reolaidd gyda gwasanaethau cyhoeddus, ac sydd wedyn ni angen system er mwyn cwyno i gael cyfiawnder yn bobl sydd angen pob modd a chefnogaeth posib mwyn sicrhau bod nhw'n cael y triniaeth gyfartal, a falle fydde rai ohonyn ni yn teimlo'n fwy hyderus gwneud yn ysgrifenedig. Hoffwn i ofyn i cadeirydd y Pwyllgor, siwr mae fe'n rhagweld bydd modd o hysbysu ymysg ein dinasyddion ni bod proses newydd yma ar gael iddyn nhw. Siwr fath o proses fydd angen rhoi yn ei le i sicrhau bod dinasyddion yn gwybod bod modd iddyn nhw wneud cwynion ar lafar. A hefyd oedd y cadeirydd wedi sôn nifer o weithiau yn ei ddatganiad am resymau dda iawn ynglyn â future-proof. So yn siŵr beth yw hwnna'n Gymraeg, ond sicrhau bod pethau yn dda ar gyfer y dyfodol, ynglyn â technoleg ac yn y blaen. Wrth gwrs, mae technoleg yn gallu bod yn peth arbennig o dda, yn neud yn haws i bobl i gysylltu yn enwedig gyda pobl mewn swyddi cyhoeddus, ond wrth gwrs mae hwnna'n mynd i creu lot fawr o waith os modd derbyn cwynion enghraifft trwy Twitter. Gallai dychmygu y bydde hwnna falle gyda canlyniadau na fydde rhywun yn rhagweld neu moyn yn y lle cyntaf. So, hoffwn i ofyn, fel ni'n dweud, y lle cyntaf, siwr ni'n mynd i sicrhau bod dinasyddion ar un llaw yn gwybod bod ganddyn nhw'r hawl i wneud y cwynion yma ar lafar a chael y chefnogaeth i wneud hynny, ond ar y llaw arall, siwr ni'n mynd i cadw'r cydbwysedd yna, gan cofio bod Mr Drakeford mynd i fod yna yn edrych ar y costiau. Siwr ni'n mynd i sicrhau bod hwnna'n cadw i fewn o rhyw fath o reolaeth, bod ni ddim yn defnyddio cyfleoedd technolegol fydd efallai yn creu sefyllfa nad i ni eisiau gweld.
Diolch yn fawr i Steffan Lewis am y cwestiynau yna. Gai ddechrau drwy dweud mae yna newyddion da fan hyn yn y cyd-destun ehangach, sef os ydrychwch chi ar adroddiadau'r Ombudsman Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus dros y blynyddoedd diwethaf, mae nifer o cwynion, heb y deddfwriaeth arfaethedig, wedi bod yn codi yn gyson. Nawr, ydy hwnna'n adlewyrchu ar safon Gwasanaethau Cyhoeddus, neu ydy'n adlewyrchu ar gwell wybodaeth am wasanaethau'r Ombudsman? Dyw hwnna ddim yn gwestiwn fedra i ateb nawr, ond beth allai ddweud yw, wrth i nifer y cwynion gynyddu, mae'r gost fesul cwyn i'r Ombudsman o delio gyda cwynion yna wedi bod yn gostwng. Felly mae fe'n diddorol i weld bod y cwynion yn mynd i fyny, mae cost fesul cwyn yn gostwng, sy'n golygu bod yr Ombudsman hyd yma wedi bod yn llwyddo i llyncu, os liciwch chi, y costau hynny, ac i absorbo nhw tu fewn i'r ffordd mae'n gweithio fel swyddfa, a darparu mwy o wasanaeth, a heb o reidrwydd mynd i'r holl costau ychwanegol o hynny. Mae hefyd yn wedi ddweud bod yr Ombudsman wedi gosod nenfwd gwirfoddol wrth ddod i'r pwyllgor cyllid, bydde fe ddim yn gofyn am mwy na 0.03% o'r bloc cyfan. Felly mae bod hwnna'n wirfoddol, mae'n rhywbeth gall y pwyllgor cyllid ac yn ei tro y cynulliad wastad yn mynnu mewn cyd-destun. Felly mae'r reolaeth costau i raddau yn dwylo cynulliad a'r pwyllgor. Felly nid yw hwn fel o'n i gwaed yn fatha siec blanc i alluogi hynny ddigwydd. Ond mae'n wir i ddweud y gall mwy o wybodaeth am wasanaethau a mwy o hygychedd y gwasanaethau yna arwain at cynnydd yn y nifer o gwynion. Os ydych chi ar y ffaith bod ni'n trafod deddfwriaeth sy'n seiliedig ar deddf 2005, wel nôl yn 2005, Doedd dim iPhone, doedd dim apps, doedd dim modd o gwbl cysylltu yn uniongyrchol yn y modd yna. Does dim unrhyw beth yn y deddfwriaeth presennol sy'n gallu ongi'r am ombudsman i estyn allan a hysbysebu ei wasanaeth yn y modd yna. Mae popeth yn goffa cael ei wneud ar ffurf ysgrifenedig, ar ffordd mwy electronig yw derbyn e-bost. Wel, byddwch chi'n dymuno, falle nid ar Twitter, achos ni gyd o byd y gilydd yn cael cwynion ar Twitter, mae'n siŵr, na Facebook, ond byddwch chi yn disgwyl dros gyfnod i wasanaethau ryngweithiol yna drwy dulliau app ffoniau doeth na beth bynnag yw yn cael ei datblygu gan yr Ombudsman. Ond mae'n anodd wneud hynny tra bod y pwerau mor gyfyngedig i gwynion ysgrifenedig yn unig.
Thank you very much. We now move on to item 6, which is a debate by the individual members under Standing Order 11.21 on climate change, and a call on Simon Thomas to move the motion.
Thank you. Quick change, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'll just suggest to members, if you've had enough of me already, then consider having more members in the Assembly, so we can share around the work a little bit. But I'm delighted to introduce a backbench members' debate on the concept of our own personal carbon accounts. And the context of this, of course, is that the Environment Act here in Wales sets a target to reduce carbon emissions by 80% by 2050. And here in the Assembly, we talk a lot about what the Cabinet Secretary is doing, what the Welsh Government's doing. We talk a lot, perhaps, about what some private businesses are doing. We talk about new ideas, like the tidal lagoon or whatever it might be. But we don't talk so much about what our own personal contribution to that can be. And so I was very struck when I met Martin Burgess, who's one of my constituents in Aberystwyth, but in this context is a researcher at Aberystwyth University and has been working on the concept of personal carbon accounts for about a decade now, and has helped develop within the university, but also more widely, how this concept may be taken forward. And I think at the outset I want to say that though there's a real concept here that could be worked on the ground, there's also a more interesting or as interesting discussion around whether we take any of personal responsibility for our carbon use, which I hope this debate will also enable us to discuss and trigger. Now, the concept has been almost came to fruition. David Miliband, as an Environment Secretary, commissioned independent reports on personal carbon accounts. That was reported in the end to Hilary Benn. He became Environment Secretary in 2008. It was, it has to be said, shelved, but I think it's an idea whose time is certainly come for discussion in the Assembly. So how would this work as a concept? Well, quite simply, each of us does have our own personal carbon use in the way we live our daily lives, in the way we shop, the way we drive, the way we travel to work, the way we purchase our goods, the way we have an impact on the environment. Personal carbon account or is a form of personal carbon trading, which means that that's transferred to you as a kind of bank account or a credit card or a debit card, but it's more of a credit card really because you get the accounts up front. And each month or each year, the government makes allowance for everyone's personal carbon use, a free carbon allowance, if you like, each month. And each time you use carbon, whether that's in terms of particularly carbon-intensive goods you might buy, or your use of fuel, use of heating, whatever use it might be, you are debited that from your account. So the idea is, of course, to make people think about their carbon use. And in this regard, I think it goes hand in hand with some other wider changes that we're already seeing. Smart metering is designed to make you think about your individual carbon use. We have apps now that we can use that tell us to allow us to turn down the heating at home when we remote from home, turn off the lights, tell us how much energy we're using. This integrates and brings it home much more at a personal level. And very importantly, you can always buy more carbon, but you do buy it, but you can also sell any carbon that you haven't used. In other words, it's a personal trading account here. Now, there's one important thing that must be stated right now, which is this is not a tax. The government doesn't get any money out of this. This is a personal relationship between yourself and your carbon use. You could do it as a carbon trading, as I said, so you could buy more or sell, but the government doesn't take a take from this. This is about ensuring everyone's carbon use is accounted for and bringing home to individuals how they might reduce their use of carbon. So there is a concept here that personal carbon accounts could play an important role in ensuring we meet our national and international targets to cut carbon emissions. And that's why I hope the debate will also be seen in the concept of the wider agreement of the Welsh Government and indeed the vote of this Assembly to support the Paris climate change agreements. There's a real personal effect on this as well. We've seen recent reports in the media of very poor air quality in London, but don't think that air quality in London is poor and ours in Wales is wonderful. There are 5 areas in Wales where we have excess of NOx, nitrogen dioxide, and the excess there is a real health risk. It's been called by Public Health Wales as one of the biggest health risks, I think the 3rd biggest health risk facing us. So there's a real need to address our use of carbon, the impact on the environment and the polluting impact of that. And you may think that people would be very reluctant to undertake or believe in this, but I think people we didn't think that 5 pence in a plastic bag would change people's behaviour. It certainly did. Studies by Cardiff and Nottingham universities have found that 88% of people do want to see, do believe that climate is changing and do want to see more action by governments with regard to climate change. Cynnal Cymru had this national conversation, The Wales We Want, many members will remember that, and found that 26% of people involved in that conversation felt that climate change was the single most important issue featuring future generations. So there's another aspect of this concept that fits not only with the Environment Act, but within, of course, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, which I think sometimes is an act casting around for an actual practical application. And I think this might be a practical application for that act. Now, personal carbon accounts should only be a complement to what the government does, but I think it's important that we share the burden, that we don't just blame government when they get it wrong, but we share with government how we might achieve that. I think it's conceptually very exciting that each of us might have that carbon account. I think it's also quite interesting to look at work by the Department of Human Geography in Aberystwyth University that showed that 58% of households currently emit less carbon than the mean. In other words, a carbon account would benefit 58% of the households and would have a disproportionate, not disproportionate, but to have a disbenefit, if you like, on the 40% left. It would be progressive because, on the whole, those who use more carbon are the richer and better off in society. Now, there are, of course, particularly in rural areas, some examples of that not working, where you're reliant on solid fuel, where you can't afford to get your house properly insulated, where you cannot choose your fuel supplier. Those are issues that might be detrimental to personal carbon accounts. So they have to go hand in hand with wider investment issues around fuel poverty, around insulation, and around ensuring equity of access to new ideas, such as solar panels or electric charging or whatever it may be. But in the wider context, it undoubtedly, as a concept, fits in to our approach on cutting carbon. It undoubtedly fits into the targets the Welsh Government had set itself for carbon reduction in Wales, and it's something that can be delivered, at least on a pilot, here in Wales, and that's something that I think is particularly exciting. So I hope that this debate will allow people to at least debate the concept of personal carbon accounts, debate the idea of how we can make changes ourselves, and I hope to hear from the Welsh Government, as I'm sure I will hear some of the problems that such a project would have, whether, at least in the concept, it is something that we can discuss and take forward, and perhaps hold in mind as a particularly Welsh solution to an international challenge.
Thank you very much. Jenny Rathbone.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I think that this is a very important debate because there's only so far you can go with legislation. What goes on behind closed doors is impossible to police. And equally, if you start charging people to do the right thing, it has a differential impact on those on low incomes, and people with lots of money can simply ignore it. People without a car can't take unwanted furniture to the recycling centre. They rely on the council or a charity to collect it for them. personal carbon budgets would encourage people with cars to make short journeys on foot rather than always getting into the car. It would also prompt us to think about the carbon footprint of what we eat, and this is an area that we don't often talk about. Some organisations, the UN FAO, they calculate that a fifth of all man-made emissions are from meat, dairy and egg farming, and other organisations calculate that figure is nearer to half all emissions. So this is clearly a subject that we need to shine a much brighter light on. I think we can agree that the food we eat has a major impact on our carbon footprint, and any personal carbon account would need to take that into account. Slightly more complicated than clocking up how much energy we're using in heating your home. But it's interesting to note that the greenhouse gas emissions produced by the combined growing, rearing, farming, processing, transporting, storing, cooking and disposing of the food on our plate is something we need to look at holistically. If we buy green beans from Kenya, clearly it has a much higher carbon footprint than if we grow it locally. The carbon footprint of just 1 kilo of lamb is 39.2 CO2 kilos in emissions, which is apparently equivalent to driving 91 miles in a car. And in comparison with that, fruit is only 1.1 CO2 kilos, equivalent to driving 2.5 miles. Milk is slightly more, but 1.9 CO2, equivalent to 4-mile drive in a car. So, meat and cheese have the highest carbon footprints. Fruit, vegetable, beans and nuts have much lower carbon footprints. And the Co-op has done some research on their farms, and they've identified that 54% of carbon emissions on their farms is from methane and nitrous oxide emissions from their livestock. And the methane is much more potent than carbon dioxide. So they've done a 6-year monitoring of their farmers to show that methane is 28 times as potent as carbon, and nitrous oxide is 260 times more potent. All these are big figures, but one of the things it highlights is that it's really important that people don't put food waste in with their residual waste, because then it goes into landfill and then, of course, it causes methane. I know that this is heretic. This is heretical to even consider this, but if we moved away from a meat-based diet, you have a really significant impact on our personal carbon footprint. And 5 different diets compared showed that eating chicken instead of beef cut a quarter of food carbon emissions in one simple step. I'm not advocating that we never eat the wonderful Welsh lamb, but I am saying that we need to think carefully about how often we eat it and whether we eat it as our regular food. And I think these are really important issues that we need to bear in mind. Switching the foods you eat doesn't just improve your health. It also is going to improve your personal carbon footprint. And I think these are some of the things we need to consider carefully in understanding how we would do it in reality. But even knowing how much carbon it takes to produce any particular grocery item is a really important thing, and perhaps it should be on the labels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Neil Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I am grateful to my neighbour, Simon Thomas, for initiating this debate today. We've crossed swords on related issues many times in the year or so I've been a member of this Assembly, and I thought where argument has failed, possibly osmosis might have a better chance of arriving at a consensus. We'll see. But I've no particular objection to personal carbon accounts, and I certainly agree with some of the points that have been made today about air quality. They're very important, and nitrous oxide and other gases are, of course, pollutants. But I think it's important for us to recognise also that CO2 is not poison gas and is not a pollutant as such. I know that theories of global warming are what lie behind this proposal, but it's important to recognise that current CO2 in the atmosphere, 390 parts per million. In a submarine, on average, it's 1,500 parts per million, and we know that up to 8,000 parts per million, human health is not impaired. So this is not a danger to health in itself. And I strongly agree with much of what Jenny Rathbone has said on food miles, if you like. We grow a lot of our own vegetables and so on at home. I'm an enthusiastic gardener, and I wish more people would join me in that enthusiasm. I think we would all be better off. But I would like to address the motivation behind this proposal and the extent to which the costs imposed by the anti-global warming policies can sometimes be perverse, because as a result of high energy costs, which have resulted from the deliberate policy decisions of governments, not just in this country but elsewhere in the world, what we've done is to speed on the deindustrialization processes of the West, and the perverse consequence of that has been to export heavily intensive energy consumers like steel, aluminium, glass, cement manufacture to parts of the world which have not accepted the obligations which we have in the West to reduce our carbon footprint. So actually, we've, as a result of this, made matters even worse. And I'm sure the Environment Secretary will not wish to hear the word China yet again in my speech, but China does actually produce 30% of the world's carbon emissions. India another 7%, and as I never tire of pointing out, the Paris agreements do not actually require them to reduce their carbon footprint. All they're going to do is to reduce the output of carbon per head as their economies grow. So China, in effect, has a green card in the sense that they'll be allowed to increase their carbon emissions for at least another 20 years. So any changes that come about as a result of our domestic policies will have no impact of any measurable kind upon what's happening in the world, and certainly have no impact on world temperatures. I have a problem with even the concept of a global temperature, because there is no easy means to calculate that. Satellite data have only been collected for a relatively short time, so we don't have the kind of time series that we need in order to draw sensible conclusions of a policy kind, particularly conclusions which are going to lead to dramatic changes in lifestyle and in employment patterns. And I'd like to draw the attention of the Assembly to a paper which appeared only last week or the week before in an academic publication called Nature Geoscience, which addresses the problem of the pause in global temperature rises, because for the last 20 years we've had no noticeable rise in world temperatures. And this pause cannot be explained by the computer models upon which the dire predictions of doom and gloom have been based. And Miles Allen, who's a professor of geosystem science at Oxford University, says to the Times just a few days ago, we haven't seen that rapid acceleration in warming after 2000 that we see in the models. We haven't seen that in the observations. And his defence of these models is interesting. He said that they'd been assembled a decade ago, so it wasn't surprising that they'd deviated from reality. Yet those very same models are the ones which have been used to make predictions for 50 or 100 years ahead, which have saddled taxpayers with huge costs to pay for alternative energy sources. So we really ought, I think, to pause in the same way that global temperatures seem to have paused, and really ask ourselves whether we need to plough ahead so rapidly with these schemes to reduce our carbon footprint when, first of all, we don't know whether that's actually going to be followed by other countries in the world who are the biggest polluters, if we regard CO2 as a pollutant. And secondly, we have to consider the impact upon the standard of living of our people, particularly those at the bottom of the income scale, who are the ones who are most clearly disadvantaged.
Thank you very much. Now call on the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Rural Affairs, Leslie Griffiths.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank members for their contributions in this very timely debate, which I welcome. Colleagues will be aware I made an announcement just before summer recess on public sector decarbonisation, and last week I made a statement on our renewable energy targets. Next month I will be at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP23, in Bonn to share Welsh successes and, of course, learn from others. I think Welsh Government presence at these events really demonstrates our commitment to mitigate global warming and our support for the Paris Agreement. And I should perhaps just remind Neil Hamilton that 195 UNFCCC members signed that, so I don't think it's just something that afflicts the West. Of course, Wales is not a party to the agreement, but we know that action taken at state and regional level is critical in keeping global temperature rise this century well below 2 degrees. I think it's also an excellent opportunity to talk about the groundbreaking legislative framework and foundations we have laid here in Wales. And I'm very much looking forward to, again, talking and sharing our experiences in Bonn. Simon Thomas pointed out that we really need to share the burden in relation to climate change, and that's why you brought forward this debate on personal carbon accounts. But I did just want to outline some of the work that we are doing as a Welsh Government. So I mentioned that just before summer recess I declared my ambition to achieve a carbon-neutral public sector by 2030, launched a call for evidence asking stakeholders to share their views on the opportunities and challenges, potential interim targets and monitoring progress, and we'll shortly be announcing the next steps in this area. Just last week I announced challenging new targets for renewable energy production to focus action across the country and capture more benefits for Wales. We've also been working with the UK Committee on Climate Change to define the detail beneath the headline target. And I've accepted the committee's advice on how we will account for Welsh emissions and look forward to receiving the next part of their advice shortly. And this will inform our decisions on interim targets and carbon budgets. The committee has also involved stakeholders to make sure their advice represents a wide range of views. Of course, decarbonisation aligns very closely to the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. We need to consider the long term and take an integrated approach across government and across society. We need to collaborate with others, as we can't do this alone, and we need to enable and support people to act. So cutting emissions now to avoid even more significant climate breakdown is perhaps the ultimate preventative measure, and there is nothing more important to the generations to come than having an environment to sustain them. So I'm working with my colleagues in the Ministerial Task and Finish Group to ensure our policies and proposals from across government will reduce our emissions and benefit our economy and health. And our work is focused on emissions by sector because this is how emissions are reported across the world. And I think this is a very helpful way of considering the problem and identifying policies. So turning now to personal carbon accounts, I'm obviously very well aware of the link between sector emissions and the choices that we make as individuals. Transport sector emissions are largely a product of millions of people choosing to fly, drive, cycle or walk. And as Simon said, our choices and the way that we live obviously affect our personal carbon use. So I think we really need to increase our carbon consciousness, our awareness of the impact of our choices, and think about our carbon use if we are to see the change that we need. Personal carbon accounts are, of course, one way of doing this. So as we will be setting national carbon budget, I think it seems quite logical to go one step further and apply those numbers at a personal level. Simon mentioned, and I was very aware of the UK Labour Government's work that was done in this area when they looked at personal carbon accounts and did indeed conclude it was an idea ahead of its time. And I know that
10 years ago,
10 years ago, well, exactly, and things have moved on so swiftly in that 10 years. And I know that Martin Burgess, you referred to the PhD student, who's one of your constituents, I know my officials have met with him to discuss this, and we've looked at what legislation would be needed for a PCA, and I would say it's unlikely at the moment that we have those powers. Also, the pilot, you referred to a pilot, and again, I think the same basis around legislative competence could hinder that also. But as you said, it was 10 years ago, and I think our understanding of climate science certainly has increased dramatically, and also, and this is probably more important, the need for action has obviously become more... Yes, of course.
I understand what the Minister is saying, and certainly regarding some of the competence issues and so forth, around a formal personal carbon account scheme. But the concept that each of us in Wales knows what our personal carbon is, how we use it, how we spend it, linking into Jenny Rathbone's points around food production as well. That concept is something I imagine the Welsh Government could do something with and could actually help the Welsh Government achieve its aims.
Yes, absolutely. I was coming to that. Because, as I say, my officials are talking, and have been speaking to Martin Burgess, because you're quite right. Why those challenges that were identified a decade ago could remain relevant today, and probably do remain relevant, and certainly around the legislation. I think we need to enable and inspire individuals to take that action. So I am really very keen to explore what could work in Wales within the boundaries that I've set out, with personal carbon accounting absolutely being part of that discussion. So I'm very supportive of the research looking at approaches for increasing our carbon consciousness to help people make choices informed by the impact that will have not just on future generations but also current generations. So I'm very pleased to support the motion on the basis we look at a wider range of approaches.
Thank you very much. I call on Mike Hedges to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. First of all, can I thank Simon Thomas not only for introducing the debate, but going around getting people to sign up for it. Because I think it really is important that we do start debating issues like this. I mean, reduce carbon use by 80%. That's a tremendous aim. How are we going to do it? Well, it's going to be personal contribution. I think Simon Thomas is absolutely right on that. And we need to take personal responsibility for it. I have no idea what my personal carbon use is, and I would guess that's probably true of everybody or nearly everybody in this room. Would I like to reduce it? Yes, but I don't know whether I'm reducing it from a lot or from very little. So, should I be debited for its use? Yes, I should feel it was costing me something. If it wasn't money, it was costing me a bad feeling because I was actually using more carbon than I should. I mean, the more we think about it, the more we reduce it. I think that you can take that with people take that with expenditure. If you count every penny you spend an awful lot less. It'll be exactly the same with carbon, won't it? If you count what you use, there'll be an awful lot less. And as Simon Thomas said, it's not a tax, but it's about responsibility. Jenny Rathbone is absolutely right. Legislation only goes so far. We all need an effort, make an effort to work at doing things to reduce our carbon use. And food, I mean, one of my rules in our house, we never buy any food that's better travelled than I am. And I think that, I'm glad, I won't ask Jenny Rathbone to that, because I know how well travelled she is, but no, we don't buy food which comes from countries which are further than I've ever travelled. And I think that's something we could perhaps all give some thought to. I mean, it comes from an awful lot of exotic countries, carrying lots of air miles, and we need to consider carefully what we eat. I think it really is important, and I speak as somebody who's a fan of buying local Welsh produce, so that certainly helps. I agree with Neil Hamilton, air quality is important. I think everybody agrees air quality is important, and we've seen the improvements taking place in Harvard recently. Carbon dioxide is not a poison, absolutely right. It is, however, a greenhouse gas. It will lead to temperature rises. We know that because the temperature of the Earth should be running around about minus 24, minus 26 degrees centigrade if there was no carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We want some of it to get it up to a livable temperature. What we don't want is to get too much of it, moves it to a temperature at which we cannot live. And I think that Neil, Conservatives in the 1980s forced up energy costs, which led to destruction of the aluminium industry across the whole of South Wales. You might have been a member of them in those days. Computer models need updating. They always need updating. Part of my job many years ago was writing computer models, and you update it when you get further data. But we all know that the temperatures are increasing. They have increased, and the Americans are getting the benefits of it, or if you call it that, from the hurricanes are getting. Sorry, keep going.
Academics accept that the temperatures have risen by 0.9 degrees centigrade since the mid-19th century. We're not talking about game-changing figures here.
Yeah, but it's an average, isn't it? And so you've only got to see how much ice is breaking off in both Antarctica and in the Arctic. I mean, that's going to lead to flooding in a large number of low-lying areas and possibly countries disappearing. The other thing I was going to say is, if we want to help the poor, better insulation. Many of us have visited people in their houses which are certainly not warm, and they probably spend more on keeping their house warm than I do, but because they've got they've got poor central heating, they've got windows which are single glazed, they've got gaps between the frame and the wall, they've got cold air coming in. That would make a bigger effect than any extra charges. Can I thank the Minister for her comments? On increasing carbon consciousness, we do need to know what we're doing. The Welsh Government's support for stopping global temperature rises is well known and something I and I'm sure most people, if not everybody in this room, really appreciates, because it's a bit like the straw in the camel's back. Yes, we're only a small country, but if every small country did exactly the same thing and kept on pushing temperatures up, then it would all go up. I mean, I greatly support the ambitions of the Cabinet Secretary that we've got to be ambitious because it's only, as somebody once said, it's only one world we've got. The fact that some of us in the West use up the world's resources, and if there's 3 worlds, that doesn't mean that we have 3 worlds to exploit. So we need to start reducing what we do. And preventative measures to reduce carbon emission, carbon dioxide emission, cannot ask for more than that. But really, I come back to what Simon Thomas started with, personal responsibility. If people know how much carbon they're using, most people who will try and reduce it, and that's really what this is asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No. Therefore, the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. We now move on to item 7 on our agenda, which is a debate on the Culture, Welsh Language and Communications Committee's report, Achieving the Ambition Inquiry into the Welsh Government's new Welsh Language Strategy. And I call on the Chair of the Committee, Bethan Jenkins, to introduce the report.
Diolch, Llywydd. Rwy'n falch iawn o ag ar y ddadl hon ar adroddiad y Pwyllgor Diwylliant y Gymraeg a chyfathrebu gwireddu'r uchelgais a'r strategaeth Gymraeg newydd Llywodraeth Cymru. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi ymrwymo i greu miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050. Os yw'r uchelgais yma am lwyddo, bydd yn golygu dyblu y nifer o siaradwyr Cymraeg mewn ychydig dros genhedlaeth. Dyma bolisi uchelgeisiol y mae'r Pwyllgor wedi ei chefnogi, a gwnaethom gytuno i gynnal ymchwiliad i edrych ar y gweddau ymarferol i weithredu'r polisi hwn yn llwyddiannus. Clywsom ystod eang o dystiolaeth gan gynnwys sesiynau gysylltu allanol anffurfiol gyda'r rhanddeiliad a disgyblion ysgol o bob cwr o Gymru. Mae'n amlwg o ystyried y dystiolaeth mwyn cael llwyddiant bydd eang angen gwaith caled, adnoddau ychwanegol sylweddol a thargedau clir. Bydd hefyd angen iddo fod yn seiliedig ar gefnogaeth parhaus gan holl bobl Cymru yn siaradwyr Cymraeg, di-Gymraeg fel ei gilydd. Roedd yn hargymellion ar y cyfan yn ymwneud ar agweddau ymarferol sy'n gysylltiedig a sut y gellir troi'r uchelgais yn reality ynghyd â'r angen am gamau eglur ar hyd y ffordd. Ein prif bryder oedd nad yw goblygiadau'r nod o gael miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg wedi ystyried yn llawn a bod angen rhagor o fanylder ac eglurder o ran sut y caiff y nod ei chyflawni. Roeddem hefyd yn pryderu nad yw'r graddfa debygol ar adnoddau a'r buddsoddiad ychwanegol sy'n yfynol i gyflawni'r nod wedi gwireddu yn llawn. Mae ystod eang o gwestiynau eraill yn dal i fod o ran sut y gellir cyflawni'r strategaeth yn ymarferol yn enwedig o ran yr adnoddau sydd ei hangen i droi'r uchelgais yn reality. Fodd bynnag, rwy'n falch bod ymateb y Llywodraeth a'r strategaeth derfynol ei hun yn adlewyrchu ac yn mynd i'r afael ar materion a gafodd ei cynnwys yn yr adroddiad. Mae addysg yn amlwg yn ganolog i'r strategaeth gyfan. Ar y cyfan, roedd yn am i Lywodraeth Cymru fod yn fwy eglur ynghylch y cyfraniad cymharol a wneir gan fesurau addysg cyfrwng Cymraeg, Cymraeg mewn ysgolion eraill, addysg cyn ysgol a mesurau normaleiddio mwyn cyflawni'r nod gyffredinol. Yn ogystal, a oes bwriad o gael gwahanol ffocws ar gyfer gwahanol ymeriadau wrth i'r strategaeth fynd tragddo. Roedd rhywfaint o bryder hefyd y gallai ailunio'r system addysg mwyn helpu i gyflawni strategaeth y Gymraeg amharu ar gyflawni blaenoriaethau addysg eraill. O'r herwydd, dylai unrhyw adnoddau a chapasiti i weithredu'r polisi fod yn ychwanegol at y gwariant presennol ar addysg. Rhannodd y Pwyllgor bryder Comisiynydd y Gymraeg a Gweinidog y Gymraeg bod gormod o awdurdodau lleol heb fod yn weithgar o ran enyn ac asesu'r galw am ragor o ddarpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg. Nid yw cynlluniau strategol Cymraeg mewn addysg yr enghraifft wedi cael eu gweithredu fel o bwriadwyd, ac mae nifer o awdurdodau lleol ond yn asesu galw presennol heb edrych i weld sut y gellir hyrwyddo addysg cyfrwng Cymraeg mwyn sicrhau bod ragor o alw. Mae'r strategaeth yn sôn am symud ysgolion ar hyd continuum ieithyddol. Yn ein barn ni, y prif fater yw sicrhau bod ragor o ddisgyblion yn symud i fod yn rhugl drwy'r system addysg. Mae 75% o ddisgyblion Cymru yn mynychu ysgolion cyfrwng Saesneg. Gyda gwell canlyniadau, gallai'r ysgolion hyn fod yn ffynhonnell gyfoethog o siaradwyr Cymraeg yn y dyfodol. Mae angen felly i Lywodraeth Cymru ddangos sut y mae'n bwriadu gwella addysg cyfrwng Cymraeg mewn ysgolion cyfrwng Saesneg. Mae gan addysg cyn ysgol hefyd gyfraniad hanfodol i'w wneud os yw'r nod gyffredinol am gael ei cyflawni, yn enwedig o ran normaleidio'r iaith o oedran cynnar. Wrth gwrs, os nad yw'r filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg i fod yn os yw'r nod o filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg i fod yn ystyrlon, rhaid i hyn olygu mwy na dim ond gallu dweud ychydig o ymadroddion yn y Gymraeg. Mae rhaid iddi olygu deall a chynnal sgwrsiau naturiol ar y ran fwyaf o bynciau bob dydd. Fodd bynnag, mae angen gwneud rhagor o waith am ganfod ffordd wrthrychol o fesur cynnydd sy'n cael ei dderbyn yn eang. Cafodd ein adroddiad ei gyhoeddi ym mis Mai a chafwyd ymateb ffurfiol gan y Llywodraeth cyn toriad yr haf. Tua'r un amser, gyhoeddodd y Llywodraeth ei strategaeth derfynol Cymraeg 2050, a oedd fel y soniais yn mynd i'r afel a nifer o materion a nodwyd yn ein hydroddiad. Rydym wrth gwrs wedi cael cynigio gan Lywodraeth Cymru am fil y Gymraeg newydd ac yn halwyd dadl arno ddoe. Bod y fframwaith cyfreithiol yn rhan bwysig o'r jigsaw, mae'n fater sydd rhyw ffordd ar wahân i'r materion y nodwyd yn hyn adroddiad, ond mae'n sicr y byddwn ni yn edrych ar gynnwys y bil mewn manylder. Mae materion y nodwyd yn rhai o argymellion penodol yr adroddiad ac yn ymateb y Llywodraeth i'r argymellion hynny, yr hoffwn sôn amdanynt, a gobeithio fy bydd y gweinidog yn ymateb iddynt yn ei gyfraniad i'r ddadl. Felly, trwy edrych ar rai o'r argymhellion penodol, roedd argymhelliad 5 yn galw am ragor y gymorth a chefnogaeth i gyflogwyr a busnesu'r sector preifat, mwyn iddyn nhw datblygu ac ehangu ei darpariaeth trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg. Derbyniodd Llywodraeth Cymru yr argymhelliad hwn a dwedwyd y cae rhagor o fanylion ei gyhoeddi yn y strategaeth newydd. Allai'r gweinidog roi gwybod pa gymorth a chefnogaeth ychwanegol sydd yn mynd i cael ei ddarparu. Argymhelliad 6 oedd un o'r prif argymhellion, roedd yn galw am asesiad bris o'r nodweddion ychwanegol y bydd ei hangen i gyrraedd miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg, gan gynnwys y proffil gwariant dros gyfnod cynnar y strategaeth a chost cymharol a gwahanol ymeriadau y bydd ei hangen o bosib. Bod Llywodraeth Cymru wedi derbyn yr argymhelliad yn rhannol gan gyfeirio at y 10 miliwn ychwanegol sydd eisoes wedi ymrwymo i ddechrau cyflawni'r strategaeth newydd, nid oes asesiad strategol o lefel yr adnoddau y bydd ei hangen o hyd. Yn wir, roedd yr ymateb yn dweud nad oedd unrhyw oblygiadau ariannol i weithredu'r strategaeth y tu hwnt i'r 10 miliwn hynny, sydd eisoes wedi cael ei ymrwymo. So, o'n i eisiau trio deall, ydy hynny yn debygol o ddigwydd, a fydd angen mwy na'r 10 miliwn hynny i weithredu'r polisi yn y maes yma. Yw'r gweinidog wedi cynnal asesiad o'r adnoddau y bydd ei hangen, y modd y mae proffil ohonynt, a phryd y bydd yn gwneud mwy o gyhoeddiadau ynghylch adnoddau ychwanegol. Argymhelliad 11, roedd hynny yn galw ar Lywodraeth Cymru i nodi'n fanwl sut y mae'n bwriadu symud ysgolion ar hyd y continwwm ieithyddol, a sut y bydd hyn yn mynd i afael ag unrhyw bryderon gan rhieni ar gymuned ehangach. Roedd ymateb y Llywodraeth yn eithaf cywir yn canolbwyntio ar rôl awdurdodau lleol i gynllunio ar gyfer lleoedd mewn ysgolion a datblygu addysg trwy gyfrwng Gymraeg drwy gynlluniau strategol Cymraeg mewn addysg. Fodd bynnag, roedd yr ymateb hefyd yn nodi bod Llywodraeth Cymru yn bwriadu adolygu'r rheoliadau a'r cynllawiau i gynlluniau strategol Cymraeg mewn addysg, mwyn annog a dwi'n dyfynnu symud ar hyd y continwwm ieithyddol. Allai'r gweinidog roi gwybodaeth diweddaraf i ni ynghylch y cynnydd a wnaed yn y gwaith hynny, a sut y caiff awdurdodau lleol eu hannog i symud ysgolion ar hyd y continwwm ieithyddol. Roedd argymhelliad 14 yn galw ar Lywodraeth Cymru i nodi'n glir nifer yr athrawon ychwanegol y byddai eu hangen a all addysgu Cymraeg ac addysgu trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg. Rwy'n falch bod y strategaeth yn nodi targedau penodol yn hynny o beth. Enghraifft, bydd angen i nifer yr athrawon cynradd a all addysgu trwy'r Gymraeg gynyddu o 2,900 yn bresennol i 3,900 erbyn 2031 ac i 5,200 erbyn 2050. Yn yr un modd, roedd hyn yn cael ei efelychu trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg yn y sector uwchradd. Fodd bynnag, byddwn ni'n ddiolchgar pe gallai'r gweinidog ddarparu ychydig yn rhagor o wybodaeth ynghylch sut y caiff y targedau hyn eu cyflawni ac yn benodol sut y caiff y cynnydd sylweddol hwn mewn darpariaeth ei ariannu. Mae cwestiynau tebyg yn cael eu codi gyda argymhelliad 15 o ran sut y gellir cynyddu nifer y myfyrwyr Cymraeg eu hiaith sy'n mynd i mewn i'r proffesiwn addysg ei hun. Unwaith eto, oes modd i ni gael mwy o fanylder am sut y caiff hwn ei gyflawni a pha adnoddau bydd ei hangen. Argymhellion 17 ac 18 yn ymwneud â sicrhau gwelliannau mewn addysg Cymraeg fel ail iaith, gyda'r consensws eang nad yw'r hyn sydd yn deillio o'r addysg honno cystal ag y dylai fod. A allai'r gweinidog roi'r wybodaeth diweddaraf i ni felly am y cynnydd a wnaed o ran cyflwyno un continwwm dysgu i'r holl disgyblion yng Nghymru fel rhan o'r cwricwlwm newydd. Cyn i mi ddod i ben, hoffwn ni dweud yn fras mod i'n croesawu uchelgais Llywodraeth Cymru i gael miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050. Ac a fi hefyd ddweud fy mod i'n falch bod y strategaeth wedi dechrau ateb nifer o cwestiynau ymarferol ynghylch sut gellir gwydderddu'r uchelgais honno. Bron nad oes angen dweud bod dal angen lot fwy o waith i wneud ar y mater hyn, ond yn edrych ymlaen i weithio gyda'r gweinidog yn hynny o beth. Roedd y cyfrifiad diwethaf yn dangos dirywiad bach ond sylweddol a nifer y bobl sy'n gallu siarad Cymraeg. Yn y cyd-destun hwn, mae miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050 yn darged uchelgeisiol iawn. Fodd bynnag, os ydym am ddod ar dirywiad yn nifer y siaradwyr Cymraeg i ben, ac wrth droi tueddiad y ganrif diwethaf, yna mae angen fod yn feiddgar ac yn uchelgeisiol. Felly, drwy'n cysawu yr hyn mae'r Pwyllgor wedi ei gwneud ac holl aelodau y Pwyllgor hynny yn ynghyd-destun y ffaith hefyd bod y staff wedi gweithio yn gryf ar hyn. Dyn ni yn cyfnogi'r uchelgais, ond eto mae angen i ni weld yn glir sut mae hynny'n mynd i cael ei weithredu. Diolch.
Susie Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. A gai ddiolch hefyd i bawb yn gysylltiedig ar ymchwiliad hwn gan gynnwys y tystion a'r staff cymorth. Roedd y gweinidog eisoes wedi rhoi arwyddion eang am ei weledigaeth ar gyfer Cymru ddwyieithog, ac roedd hynny wedi cael ei lefel o gonsensws, fel ni'n gwybod. Felly roedd yn credu bod yn ddefnyddiol i brofi'r consensws hwnnw trwy ofyn cwestiynau ragarwainiol i helpu hoelio'r gweinidog at rai o fanylion cynnar. Ac bod un o'r manylion cynnar, sef y papur gwyn, falle wedi methu'r prawf consensws yn y ddadl ddoe, mae pethau'n edrych ychydig yn fwy addawol o ran ein hadroddiad. Fel arfer, mae Llywodraeth yn awyddus i dderbyn argymhellion adroddiadau cynulliad. A croesaw'n hynny, wrth gwrs, ond nodwn ei bod yn hawdd derbyn argymhellion pan maen nhw'n dod heb gost i'r Llywodraeth. Ond well bod yn glir ar hyn, bydd y goblygiadau cost o gytuno yn argymhellion yn cael ei diwallu gan, cwt, ailflaenoriaethu cyllidebau rhaglenni presennol. Ac rwy'n awyddus i ddeall beth fydd yn newid a thros pa gyfnod. Mae'r gyllideb adrannol ar gyfer y flwyddyn gyfredol yw 36.2 miliwn y bunnau, a gwyddom fod 5 miliwn o hynny yn mynd i hyfforddiant yn y gweithle ac i hyrwyddo a hwyluso defnydd o'r Gymraeg. Ac rwy'n tybiach, nad yw'n glir bod y 2 miliwn yn cyfeiri'r ato mewn ymateb i argymhellion 3 a 21 yn rhan o'r 5 miliwn honno. Naill fod neu'r llall, mae'n gadael llawer o le i ailflaenoriaethu cyllidebau rhaglenni presennol, dwi'n credu. Rwy'n gobeithio y gall y gweinidog roi rhyw syniad i ni beth fydd y cost tebygol gweithredu ar ein argymhellion a beth y bydd yn ei newid i ddarparu ar gyfer hynny. Pa raglenni fydd yn cael ei gollwng neu i torri a pha dystiolaeth o effaith y mae'n dibynnu arno i gyfiawnhau a'i benderfyniad. Hoffwn y miliwn hwn oherwydd blwyddyn nesaf mae'n debyg y bydd 10 miliwn ychwanegol yn dod i'r adran am flaenoriaethau allweddol. A fydd y 10 miliwn hwnnw'n cael ei ddefnyddio'n gyfan gwbl gan wella'r Gymraeg yn y gweithle, hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg a chefnogi'r sector addysg, neu fydd unrhyw ceiniog yn mynd at ein argymhellion i osgoi angen i dibynnu ar ail flaenoriaethau cyllidebau rhaglenni dirgel hynny. Ymdrinwyd y rhai o'r argymhellion yn y strategaeth 2050 a bydd yn rhaid i ni, dwi'n credu, fonitro ddarpariaeth yn ei erbyn ein gyfynion wedi'r strategaeth ar y gwaill. Nid yw'r risg gyda syniadau, ond gyda gweithredu, a bydd cynllunio'r gweithlu i athrawon yn her fawr. Wedi rydych chi'n cydnabod hynny yn eich ymateb i argymhelliad 4 pan wedwch y bydd angen strategaethau gwahanol i sicrhau cyflenwad digonol. A mae hynny'n swnio'n ddrud, ac yn ddrud dros lawer o flynyddoedd nes sy'n bod ni'n cyrraedd mas critigol o sgiliau dwyieithog yn y boblogaeth gyffredinol. A byddwn yn syni fawr y pe bai ail fynoriaethu cyllidebau rhaglenni yn rhoi'r ffrwd incwm parhaus i chi ar gyfer hyn. Dim ond rai o 10 miliwn y flwyddyn nesaf fydd yn mynd i gefnogi'r sector addysg, beth bynnag, a nid yw'n glir a yw cefnogi'r sector addysg hyd yn oed yn cynnwys cynllunio gweithlu. Rwy'n derbyn allwch rwy'n o arian yn y tymor hir oherwydd y cylch cyllideb blynyddol, ond gallwch ddarparu ffigurau arwyddol y cost ar gyfer y maes gwaith penodol hwn, y flaenoriaeth allweddol hon, a wnaethon ni ddim wedi gweld hynny mewn ymateb i argymhellion 4, 6 neu 14. Roedd rhan fwyaf o'n argymhellion yn ymwneud ag addysg ag y byddwch chi'n disgwyl. Dyna lle mae'r gweinidog wedi dechrau hefyd. Felly, i orffen, hoffwn dynnu sylw at rai o'r argymhellion sydd wedi dod i'r gwylodau'n rhestr o argymhellion. Rhain sy'n cyfeirio'n fyr at hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg fel iaith gymunedol ac yn y gweithle a chymorth i oedolion sy'n dysgu. Yn y dyfodol, bydd rhain yn llai o broblem oherwydd twf mewn sgiliau dwyieithog yn y boblogaeth gyffredinol, ond mae'n rhaid i ni gyrraedd y pwynt hwnnw. A bydd newid diwylliant yn cyfnod pontio hir hwnnw yn gofyn am ddyfalbarhad, ymynydd ac arian. A gobeithio y bydd y broses o wella yn hytrach na dychweliadau sy'n lleihau, ond bydd cynnydd yn erbyn anfantais a gwrthsefyll yn araf. Bydd hynny gwneud y gwaith hwn yn agored i doriadau neu ail flaenoriaethu mewn blynyddoedd i ddod. Fe fydd pwysau cyllidebol bob amser pwy bynnag sy'n rhedeg y wlad. Felly gofynodd argymhelliad 22 gwestiwn anodd iawn am yr ymdrech a ddylai fynd mewn i Cymraeg i oedolion. A yw'r posibilrwydd y gall y Llywodraeth orfod cael llygad ar oedolion heddiw mwyn sicrhau bod oedolion yfory yn wirioneddol ddwyieithog?
Lee Waters.
Diolch, Llywydd. I think Bethan Jenkins has very fairly summed up the recommendations of the report, so I don't wish to repeat what has already been said, so I will make just a brief contribution. First of all, to highlight the consensus there was in the committee and the way that we all worked together on a cross-party basis to reflect on the government's proposals and to point out what we thought are some of the practical points that now need to be addressed. I think it's worth stressing what a bold and radical cultural policy this is, set against the backdrop of 100 years or more of decline in the Welsh language. For any government to come and say it's going to attempt to double the number of Welsh speakers is a brave one, and I think that boldness should be applauded. But I think in doing so, we need to recognise that this is a stretch target. And also, it's a target that is evolving. The government clearly hasn't come to this policy with a detailed blueprint in advance. It is something that it's thinking through as we go. And frankly, had it been done any other way, we probably may not be setting out on this course because it is so difficult. So I think it's right that we've taken the leap with the ambitious target and we're backfilling as we develop. And the committee's report is a sincere attempt to try and suggest some things the government may consider as it comes up with this plan. I think we have, the thing worth recognising is we have in the First Minister and in the Minister for the Welsh Language two deeply committed politicians to seeing this through and a Welsh Labour government that is making a bold commitment for many generations to come. And I think we do need to see this as a multi-generational project. So I just have two observations in chief. One, as has already been touched upon, the big challenge here is not simply to focus on the Welsh medium sector, but to look at the non-Welsh medium sector. Some 3/4 of people are educated in schools that are not Welsh medium. Around 16% of pupils are in Welsh medium schools, 10% in bilingual schools. And we know there are issues of getting pupils in those settings to use the Welsh language more fully outside of the school setting. But I think the big challenge for hitting this target is the 3/4 of schools who currently are English medium, who we know through law are required to teach Welsh. But those of us who have experience of those schools in our constituency or as pupils of them know that in practice the level of Welsh of the young people coming out of those schools is often negligible. I speak as somebody who, before I was elected, was a chair of governors of an English medium primary school who worked very hard to try and recruit teachers who spoke Welsh in order to upskill the staff and the pupils and to make Welsh a vibrant part of the school environment. And we succeeded for a short time, but retaining a skilled staff proved impossible. And there simply aren't the teachers available currently in order to make this aspiration meaningful. And I think we've had reference in Bethan Jenkins' speech to the fact that the number of students enrolling in Welsh PGC courses is declining. So we have a staggering turnaround job to do to achieve this. But I think our focus really must be on how can we get the continuum working in a meaningful way in schools that are currently English medium. And that is very difficult. I've visited a number of schools in my own constituency over the last year where the head teachers have varying levels of enthusiasm. I think it's to be fair. But even those who are fully behind achieving this really struggle in practical terms to know how to do it without the resource or without the staff to draw upon. So that, I think, needs to be our key focus. There's a temptation to go for quick wins, to try and show some progress in the short term. And I think that's understandable. When you look at the figures of the number of teachers in our classrooms who are able to speak Welsh, 33% currently speak Welsh, but only 27% of them teach through the medium of Welsh. And so our report talks about the temptation to look at that 5 to 6% who currently speaks Welsh to some degree but don't teach in Welsh in order to reach that target. And of course that's an understandable starting point, but that still leaves us with the problem. Having been to a bilingual junior school in the Welsh stream for the juniors and the English stream for the comprehensive school, I know that a bilingual environment, even children who are taught in an English medium setting, still exposed to a huge amount of Welsh. It's part of their awyrgylch, it's part of the setting of the school, and it imbues their feeling for the language. And I think we should be looking to see as part of developing the continuum, to spreading that spirit into as many English medium schools as possible, so that every school in the short and medium term aims to become a bilingual school. And that way, I think that we can achieve this target and bring the hearts and the minds of the people with us. Diolch.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, ac mae'n bleser cymryd rhan yn yr ddadl bwysig yma ar adroddiad yn pwyllgor ni ar gwireddu'r uchelgais yr ymchwiliad I strategaeth Gymraeg newydd Llywodraeth Cymru. Wrth gwrs, y nod, fel da ni wedi clywed lawer tro, wedi cael miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg. Mae o'n nod mentrus iawn, fel da ni'n nodi fan hyn yn yr hagair bendigedig gan y cadeirydd bendigedig i'r pwyllgor yma. Wrth gwrs, mae goroesiad yr iaith Gymraeg yn rhywbeth hollol ryfeddol. Achos y cyd-destun ydy, weithiau da ni yn mynd yn llwm ac yn oeraidd ac chydig bach yn isel ynglyn â dyfodol o'r iaith, ond o'n gofio bod yna dros 7,000 o ieithoedd ar wyneb ddaear. Mae yna un iaith yn diflannu oddi ar wyneb y ddaear bob yn ail fis. Dyna'r realiti o'r sefyllfa. Ac o dderbyn y cyd-destun yna, wrth gwrs, mae goroesiad y Gymraeg yn rhyfeddol y lle cyntaf, a'r ffaith bod yna dros 500,000 o bobl yn dal I siarad o heddiw yn dal yn rhyfeddol. Ac wrth gwrs, yr hen Gymraeg ydy iaith gwreiddiol Ynys Prydain. Wrth gwrs, mae'r gair Britain yn dod o Prydain, achos nôl yn y 6eg ganrif, oedd pawb o Gairedin i lawr yn gallu siarad yr hen Gymraeg. Dyna pa mae'r holl enwau Cymraeg na gyda ni, fel Ystrad Clyd, Strathclyde, a Lanark o Llanerch, ac Eclfechan, Eglwys Fechan, yn Dumfries, a Caer Iweddil ydy Carlisle, ac yn y blaen. So mae hwn yn rhan o hanes, ddim jyst hanes pobl Cymru, ond hanes pobl Prydain. Wedi deud hynny, mae'r nod o filiwn o siaradwyr i'w gefnogi, ac dwi'n llongyfarch y gweinidog ar y nod yna. Wrth gwrs, mae'r gweinidog hefyd yn gwybod da ni wedi bod yma hyn o'r blaen. Just dros ganrif yn ôl, o gyda ni filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg o'r blaen. A wedyn, da ni'n sôn am hyn am angen adennill y tir. A wedyn, dyna beth oedd y bwriad yn pwyllgor ni wrth gyflawni'r adroddiad yma, oedd edrych ar sut da ni gyd, dim jyst tasg y Llywodraeth sut da ni gyd yn mynd i adennill y tir yna o gael filiwn o siaradwyr. Ac wrth gwrs, yn allweddol bwysig yn y lle cyntaf ydy hyrwyddo. Mae yna lawer, gryn dipyn o sôn yn yr adroddiad yma, a mae'r angen i hyrwyddo. Hynny yw, fel mae Susie Davies wedi nodi, newid y diwylliant sydd mewn rhai ardaloedd yng Nghymru ar hyn o bryd, newid agwedd. Agwedd rhai bobl sydd yn gryf yn erbyn y Gymraeg, sydd yn ddilornus o'r Gymraeg. Achos mae yna jobyn o waith i'w wneud yn hynna, a mae lawr i bawb. Hynny yw, mae hwn yn drysor i'w drysori ydy'r iaith yma sydd gyda ni. Da ni wedi cael twf enbyd o'r blaen, a mi allwn ni gael twf enbyd eto. Ond wrth gwrs, mae rhaid ni gael y tirwedd sydd yn deall pa mor bwysig ydy hwn un plant a phlant ein plant. Ac drwy hyrwyddo, mae'n bwysig hyrwyddo manteision addysg cyfrwng Cymraeg. Mae yna rhai pobl allan yna yn credu os ydych chi'n danfon eich plentyn i ysgol gynradd Cymraeg, swan yn dysgu Saesneg o gwbl. Wel na, lol, yn naturiol. Ych chi'n cael addysg cyfrwng Cymraeg, ond ych chi'n dysgu Saesneg hefyd. A felly, rhagoriaeth y sefyllfa ydy, pam chi'n danfon eich plentyn i ysgol cyfrwng Cymraeg, o 2-4 mlwydd oed ymlaen, erbyn maen nhw'n cyrraedd 11, maen nhw'n rhugl mewn 2 iaith. A mae eisiau cael y wybodaeth sylfaenol na allan fyna. Ych chi'n danfon eich plentyn i ysgol cyfrwng Cymraeg, erbyn 11, maen nhw'n dod allan o'r rhugl mewn 2 iaith. Mae'r plant yn dysgu, maen nhw fel sbwng bach. Dyn nhw'n stopio ar 2 iaith. Os ydych chi'n dysgu 3 iaith nhw, 4 iaith. Mae hynny wedi digwydd mewn nifer o wledydd. Mae rhaid i rhai pobl ddod dros yr hang-up yma ynglŷn â rhaid i chi just siarad Saesneg neu chi'n drysu'n plant. Wel, mae hwnna'n agwedd hen ffasiwn iawn. Mae rhaid symud ymlaen o hynna a bod yn ymwybodol, bod o'n drysor i allu siarad o leia 2 iaith, pan nes ymlaen wedyn ni, ac hyd yn oed yn rhai o'n ysgolion cynradd ni, mae'n plant ni'n dysgu 3 iaith, fel Ffrangeg neu'r Almaeneg, fel neth ymhlant i. Geth ymhlant i'r cyfle i fynd i ysgol cyfrwng Cymraeg. Ges i ddim, o rai fi fynd i ysgol cyfrwng Saesneg, achos fi mor hen, wrth gwrs, cyn y twf yma yn ysgolion cyfrwng Cymraeg yn ddiweddar. Ond hefyd, mae hefyd yn dechrau cyn yr ysgolion gyda meithrin faidd. A gwybod, gysyn ni gryn dipyn o dystiolaeth ynglŷn â pwysigrwydd mudiad meithrin a meithrin faidd cyfrwng Cymraeg, achos i gael y rhugilder yna yn yr iaith, mae rhaid chi gael gafal ar yn plant ni mor gynnar a sy'n bosib. A dyna hefyd yn elfen, ac wrth gwrs, oedd yna argymhelliad saith i'r perwl yna, ond wrth gwrs, dwi'n credu bod mudiad meithrin yn mynd i gael beth oedden nhw'n gofyn amdano fe yn y tymor byr ta beth. Ond dwi'n cymell ac yn gwerthfawrogi ymgais y Llywodraeth i fynd amdani am y miliwn siaradwr, ond dim jyst gwaith y Llywodraeth yw mae o'n jobyn i ni gyd. Diolch yn fawr.
Galwaf ar y gweinidog i gyfrannu'r ddadl. Alun Davies.
Diolch yn fawr i chi, Llawydd, ac dwi'n credu mod i'n gallu dechrau a diwedd ar eich dailwyd, achos ydych chi'n hollol iawn yn eich dadansoddiad chi. Gall Llywodraeth gosod pob fath o strwytherau yn ei le, ond diwedd y dydd mae cymuned, mae'n genedl, mae'n wlad sy'n siarad iaith, dim Llywodraeth un unig. Felly mae'n rhywbeth i ni fel cymuned cenedlaethol. A dyna pam dwi wastad wedi pwysleisio y pwysigrwydd o creu undod o'i gwmpas y trafodaeth yma, a ddim yn yr un bwyslais ni'n gweld ambellwaith a rhannu pobl yn ystod y trafodaethau yma.
Felly, da chi'n sôn am adeiladu consensws o gwmpas yr iaith,
Ond yn anffodus, yn dilyn y drafodaeth gaethon ni ddoe ar bil y Gymraeg, mae'n ymddangos fod yr consensus yna yn dechrau cael ei danseilio. Mae siaradwyr Cymraeg ym mhob cwr o'r wlad, mudiadau iaith ac arbenigwyr cynllunio iaith i gyd yn cytuno y bydd bil y Gymraeg yn gam yn ôl ac yn gwanhau yn hytrach na chyfyngu y chryfhau'r ymdrechion sydd gynnwch chi dan sylw o ran eich strategaeth i gyrraedd miliwn o siaradwyr erbyn 2050.
Dwi'n ancytuno gyda chi ac dwi'n credu beth sy'n rhannu pobl yw defnyddio iaith fel brad. Dyna beth sy'n achosi rhaniadau yn y gwlad, a dyna y fath o ffordd o drafod dwi ddim yn credu bod ni eisiau clywed yn ein Senedd Cenedlaethol ni, a dwi ddim yn credu bod hynny yn rhan o unrhyw consensus. A wy'n gweithio chi nawr, dyw e ddim yn mynd i fod yn rhan o unrhyw consensus wy'n arwain. So dwi'n hynod o diolch. Mae aelod...
Anwybyddwch e, dyw e ddim ar ei drad, anwybyddwch e, Gweinidog, a cariwch ymlaen.
Dyw e ddim wedi bod am ar gyfer y trafodaeth. Mae'n cyrraedd yn hwyr ar dechrau...
I chi methu anwybyddu, cariwch ymlaen, Gweinidog.
Dwi wedi bod yn anwybyddu fes hir. Dwi yn diolchgar am y ffordd mae Bethan Jenkins ddim jyst wedi arwain y trafodaeth y prynhawn yma, ond wedi arwain y pwllgo hefyd. Mi ydych chi wedi gofyn sawl cwestiwn yn ystod eich araith agoriadol a Susie Davies hefyd yn ystod ei chyfraniad hi. Dwi yn teimlo ambell waith efallai fe'n well dod ger bron y pwllgor i ateb rai o'r cwestiynau ac mynd mewn i rai o ymylder a bwyt ti ambell o beth ydych chi wedi gofyn i fi yn lle trio ymateb y prynhawn yma, a dwi'n falch iawn i gael y cyfle. Mi fyswn ni'n falch iawn gael y cyfle dychwelyd i'r pwllgor gyfer y fath yna o trafodaeth. Ond yn y dadansoddiad, dyn ni wedi rhannu ar draws y siambr a prynhawn yma. Un peth sy'n sefyll mas, a un peth sy'n bwysig, a mae'n dod nôl at cyfraniad Lee Waters hefyd. Mae'r rhaid i bob dim newid. Mi fysa fe wedi bod yn rhwydd iawn i unrhyw lywodraeth gael ei ethol a gosod agenda i'r iaith yn yr un ffordd dyn ni wedi yn y gorffennol, bod ni eisiau gweld yr iaith yn tyfu, iaith yn ffynnu, pwy bynnag iaith geiriau dyn ni'n defnyddio. Mi nath y llywodraeth yma rhywbeth gwahanol. Rhywbeth radical a rhywbeth bold yn geiriau Lee Waters, yn gosod target o greu miliwn o siaradwyr, dwblu y faint ohono ni sy'n defnyddio ac yn siarad Gymraeg ar hyn o bryd. A mae hynny yn bwysig, dim jyst oherwydd y rhif, y targed ei hun, ond beth mae hynny yn meddwl i'r llywodraeth yma, i'r Senedd yma, ac i ni fel gwlad. Mae'n meddwl bod rhaid i pethau newid. Mae rhaid i pob dim newid. A dyna pam dwi'n gwadu llaisiau cydwadol dwi'n clywed yn y siamber yma ambell waith, ac tu fas am Sian Gwenllian wedi sôn am hynny yn barod. Dwi eisiau gweld ni'n meddwl o'r diwedd, o'r newydd, a bwyty y polisi yma, a sut dyn ni yn cyfrannu at i hangu ac dwblu faint ohono ni yn siarad Gymraeg. Ac dwi'n credu bod y drofiad y pwllgor wedi bod yn cyfraniad bwysig i hynny. Mae'r cwestiynau, mae Bethan Jenkins a Susie Davies wedi gofyn y prynhawn yma yn cwestiynau bwysig ac yn ddilys iawn. Ac mae'n mynd at galon y trafodaeth mae'r rhaid i ni gael yn ystod y misoedd nesaf. Pan o'n i'n cyhoeddi y strategaeth a gweledigaeth dros y haf, o'n i eisiau symud yr agenda ymlaen yn amlwg. Ond mae hefyd dim jyst, mae'n bwysig i fi, i beidio jyst cyhoeddi y strategaeth ei hun, ond i cyhoeddi rhaglen gwaith hefyd, a'r targedu sy'n rhan ohono fe. A mae targedu dyn ni wedi gosod yn targedu ar gyfer y cynulliad yma, a llywodraeth yma, a'r gweinidog yma. Dyn nhw ddim jyst yn targedu ar gyfer 2030, 2040, 2050. Maen nhw'n targedu ar gyfer y cynulliad yma, ar gyfer y llywodraeth yma, a dwi'n credu bod hynny yn hynod o bwysig. Dyn ni wedi cael cyfle trafod y papur gwyn yn barod yr wythnos yma, a does gen i ddim bwriad i bwriadu y prynhawn yma i mynd nôl at y trafodaeth yn ôl. jyst i weid byddai yn parhau i arwain trafodaeth yn y gwlad yma am pob rhan o Gymru, yn pob un cymuned ar draws y gwlad, ac yn arwain consensus newydd i newid strwythurau sy'n gyda ni ar hyn o bryd. Mae rhaid i pob dim newid. Yn canol hyn i gyd ydy rhôl allweddol addysg, a mae sawl un, credu pob un o'r siaradwyr y prynhawn yma wedi sôn am y rhôl sy'n gyda ni yn ein system addysg ni. Mi fydd aelodau yn ymwybodol iawn bod yr ysgrifennydd addysg wedi wneud cyhoeddiad yr wythnos diwethaf ar ein cynllun gweithredu y gyfer addysg yng Nghymru, a mae hi wedi rhoi bwyslais bwysig a datblygu addysg cyfrwng Gymraeg a gwella addysgu a dysgu Gymraeg i pob un dysgwr fel rhan o'r system addysg. A dwi'n cydnabod y pwyntiau mae Lee Waters wedi codi yn ei araith a bwytiau pwysigrwydd o'r system Saesnig. Gormod o weithiau, dyn ni yn canolbwysio ar y system Gymraeg, a dyn ni ddim yn meddwl y bwyty rhan mwyaf o blant addysgwyr Cymru sydd yn y system Saesnig. A mae rhaid i pob un rhan o'r system gael ei ystyried yn y dyfodol. Dwi'n cytuno gyda pob un o'r pwyntiau mae Lee wedi wneud. Byddai yn wneud datganiad llawydd yr wythnos nesaf ar cynlluniau datblygu addysg ac dwi'n credu bod yna croeso wedi bod ar draws y cynulliad yma ar gyfer gwaith Aled Roberts. A licwn ni gyhoeddi yn diolchiadau i Aled am dim jyst y waith mae wedi wneud, ond y ffordd mae wedi mynd o'i gwmpas i waith. Wedi bod i creu a cynnal trafodaethau gyda awdurdodau a draws Cymru, a wedi herio awdurdodau a draws y gwlad. A sut ydyn ni'n gallu cyrraedd yn targedu union y fath o heriau o beth yn sôn amdano yn ei araith agoriadol. A dyn ni wedi, fel cynlyniad o proses hynny, dwi'n meddwl wedi cyrraedd pwynt ble dyn ni'n gallu gweud gyda rhywfaint o hyder bydd gyda ni y fath o cynlluniau addysg Gymraeg yn ei le fydd yn galluogi ni cyrraedd ein targedu ni. Dwi'n gweld bod amser yn symud ymlaen. So gai jyst benni wrth gweud hyn. Mi gofynnodd Bethan Jenkins cwestiwn yn ei araith a bwyty busnesau bach a sut dyn ni'n mynd ati i hybu ac hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg gyda busnesau bach. Ac mi fydd aelodau yn ymwybodol bod y prif weinidog wedi wneud datganiad a grant newydd ar hynny yn ystod y prif oel eleni yn Sir Fôn. A mi fyddwn ni yn parhau wneud datganiadau a sut dyn ni'n symud ymlaen ar hynny. Llywydd, dwi'n diolchgar iawn am waith y pwyllgor ar hynny. Mae hyn wedi bod yn ymchwiliad bwysig. Mae wedi cyfrannu at datblygiadau polisi Llywodraeth. Mae wedi cyfrannu at trafodaeth cenedlaethol sy'n angen arnyn ni i sicrhau bod polisi y Llywodraeth ddim yn just yn polisi Llywodraeth, ond yn geiriau dailoed, a'n polisi sy'n gallu uno Cymru a polisi sydd fydd yn cael ei gefnogi ar draws ein gwlad. Diolch yn fawr.
Galwaf Bethan Jenkins i ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, a hoffwn i'n fras ddiolch i bawb am gyfrannu yn y dadl yma heddiw. Dwi'n credu, bod ni wedi cael trafodaeth ddoe ar y bil, bod ni wedi helpu mewn ffordd i gael trafodaeth yn yr un wythnos i ni gallu edrych ar y mater yma mewn ffordd cynhwysfawr yn hynny o beth. Diolch i Susie Davies am ei chyfraniad. Yr hyn o'ch chi'n dweud ynglyn ag addysg i oedolion oedd yr hyn oedd yn taro fi o ran cael llygad ar oedolion heddiw mwyn helpu oedolion y dyfodol. Byddwn ni'n gobeithio na fyddwn ni'n cael ein llygad yn llwyr ar oedolion nawr, gan bod nhw wrth gwrs yn rhan o'r gymdeithas ac yn rhan positif o eisiau dysgu, ond fi'n cytuno gyda'r pwynt o'ch chi'n ceisio gwneud oedd, falle bod angen, fi ddim yn gwybod beth yw'r gair Cymraeg, chwaith ffrontloadio, neu dechrau pan mae pobl yn ifanc. Beth yw e? Blaenlwytho i bobl ifanc, fel bod nhw'n gallu wedyn fod yn digon cymwys na fydde angen addysg i oedolion yn y dyfodol. Gobeithio gewn ni cyrraedd y reality hynny. Cymraeg yn y gweithle, Cymraeg yn y gymuned hefyd yn bwysig iawn, nid yn unig Cymraeg mewn addysg sydd o bwys yma. Dyn ni i gyd fel aelodau cynulliad yn gwybod y sialen sydd ar lawr gwlad i enyn pobl i siarad Cymraeg yn y bywydau pob dydd, a fi'n credu bod hynny yn darn ychwanegol ychwanegol o waith i ni wneud fel pwyllgor, dwi'n credu, oherwydd mae yna lot o stereotypes da mas yna, mae yna lot o gynsyrn o ran pobl yn cael yr hyder i siarad yr iaith, a fi'n credu bod hynny'n rhywbeth i ni edrych arno yn y dyfodol. Mae'r mater o arian, dwi'n credu, dal o ran ein cwestiynau ni, Susie, i'r gweinidog. Falle ddim wedi cael ei ateb yn hynny o beth, ond falle gawn ni'n gweinidog nôl i'r pwyllgor i ymateb i rhai o'r cwestiynau penodol ar ariannu y cynllun yn hynny o beth. Thank you to Lee Waters for your contribution and for your praise to the Welsh Government. I'm sure they'd be very proud of your contribution here today. I do agree with you when you I do agree with you when you say that there's that critical mass already who are Welsh, competent to speak Welsh, but they don't actually teach through the medium of Welsh, and that's something that we could go for straight away in relation to encouraging them to move and to teach through the medium of Welsh. You were really passionate in the committee about English language education, and when we did do outreach, I went to the one in Swansea. We were hearing that. We were hearing that young people liked to learn, but they felt that sometimes the things that they were learning were not relevant to their everyday lives, and I'm hopeful that with changes to the education system that will be reflective in the comments that we get back from people as well. Diolch I dau am ei gyfraniad, a dwi'n credu bod e'n bwysig i ni edrych ar y ffaith bod ni dal yn cael yr iaith Gymraeg yma, bod lot o wledydd eraill ddim yn cael y iaith gynhenid i fod yn ddefnyddiol yn ei bywydau pob dydd, ac mae rhaid i ni sicrhau bod yr iaith yn tyfu. Mae'r pwynt pwysig hefyd wnaethoch chi dau o ran dysgu'r iaith Gymraeg a'r iaith Saesneg a iaithoedd eraill yn rhywbeth dylwn ni fod yn sbardino ac yn hyrwyddo fewn ein ysgolion. Dyn ni wedi gweld bod ieithoedd nad sydd yn Gymraeg ar Saesneg fy'r Ffrangeg ac Almaeneg ac yn y blaen wedi mynd yn is yn ein ysgolion, ac falle bod hynny yn rhywbeth dyn ni angen edrych arno hefyd. Os ydyn ni'n cael y sgiliau ieithyddol gynhenid hynny, pam nad yw ieithoedd modern yn ffynnu fel y dylen nhw fod, a dwi'n credu bod hynna'n rhywbeth pwysig. Dwi'n credu hefyd o ran materion eraill yr agweddau tu allan i addysg, bydd dyn ni ddim wedi trafod heddiw, bod ni'n trafod S4C yn aml iawn, fod angen i normaleiddio yr iaith trwy cyfryngau, trwy sianeli fel S4C. Enghraifft, dyw hyn ddim jyst yn cheap shot, achos dwi'n cynrychioli bod Talbot, ond os ydych chi'n gwylio rhaglen Bang, ydych chi'n gweld bod na deialog sylweddol yn y Saesneg, ond wedyn mae fe'n symud i'r Gymraeg yn y sîn ei hun. A dwi'n credu bod hynny'n rhywbeth sydd yn dda ar gyfer S4C mwyn iddyn nhw trio cael pobl, efallai sydd yn dod o ardaloedd di-Gymraeg, i wylio yn y lle cyntaf ac i cadw ac i dwyn sylw nhw. Ac felly byddwn ni'n argymell yn rhan o unrhyw strategaeth yr iaith Gymraeg bod ni'n enyn S4C, enyn cyngor celfyddydau, enyn sectorau celfyddydau a chwaraeon enghraifft i ymwneud â'r strategaeth yma fel oedd Dai wedi gweud, fel bod yn eiddo i bawb a fel bod yna onus ar pob un ohono ni yma i sicrhau bod ni'n gweithredu mwyn cyrraedd y targed hynny. Nid yn unig targed i Lywodraeth Cymru yw hwn, ond targed i ni fel unigolion i wareddu hefyd. Diolch yn fawr iawn i bawb.
Nodi adroddiad y pwyllgor, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Felly, derbynir y cynnig yn unol ar rheol sefydlog 12.36, a dyma ni'n cyrraedd felly Dadl Plaid Cymru, gweithlu'r gwasanaeth iechyd gwladol, a dwi'n galw yr Rhun ap Iorwerth i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd. Fel un o'n trysora mwyaf gwerthfawr ni sy'n cael ei werthfawrogi uwchlaw bob gwasanaeth cyhoeddus arall yng Nghymru, dwi'n siŵr ydy'r gwasanaeth iechyd, yr NHS, ac adnodd mwyaf gwerthfawr yr NHS ydy y gweithlu. Y bobl hynny sydd drwy gyfuniad o'i sgiliau nhw a'i ymroddiad nhw yn sicrhau bod bob un ohono ni yn gallu cael y gofal gorau posib pan dyn ni i angen o fwyaf. Un o'r dyletswyddau mwyaf sydd gan Lywodraeth Cymru wedyn ydy gwneud yn siŵr bod y gweithlu yna yn cael y gefnogaeth sydd ei angen arno fo, yn cael ei gynllunio'n ofalus, fel bod ganddo ni y bobl iawn, yn y llefydd iawn, efo'r sgiliau iawn i ofalu am gleifion, a bod na ddigon o bobl yn cael yr anogaeth i ddod i mewn i'r gwasanaeth iechyd ac yn derbyn yr hyfforddiant gorau posib i wneud o yn wasanaeth cynaliadwy ar gyfer y dyfodol. Yn anffodus, da ni yn gwybod bod na wendidau mawr yn y cynllunio gweithlu yna ar hyn o bryd, sy'n creu gwir broblemau ac yn bygwth gallu yr NHS i ddarparu ar gyfer pobl Cymru. Mi fydd rhai o'noch chi wedi gweld adroddiadau newyddion yr wythnos yma yn dilyn ymchwil Plaid Cymru i gofrestra risg byrdda iechyd Cymru, lle mae bob un ohonyn nhw yn adnabod diffygion gweithlu, prinder meddygon, prinder nyrsys fel risgiau gwirioneddol ar y lefel ucha. Mae adroddiadau risg y byrddau yn sobri rhywun, yn sôn am anallu i ddarparu gwasanaethau neu gleifion yn wynebu risg o niwed y gellid i osgoi. Y pnawn yma, mi nawn ni fynd drwy rai o'r gwahanol elfennau o gynllunio gweithlu. Da ni'n meddwl mae'n rhaid i blaenoriaethu lawer mwy na da ni'n ei weld gan y Llywodraeth Lafur ar hyn o bryd. Mae Cleifion Cymru, mae staff yr NHS rwan a staff yr NHS yn y dyfodol yn heiddi gwell. Mi na i yn gyntaf drio peintio darlun o lle da ni arni rwan. Mi geith rhai o'n hyd aelodau fi ymhelaethu ar sawl agwedd o gynllunio gweithlu ag effaith cael gweithlu sydd ddim ganoliadwy rwan ar gleifion. Cymru sy'n un o'r lefelau isan Ewrop o feddygon y pen. Mae prinder mewn nifer o arbenigau yn cynnwys meddygaeth frys, pediatrics, obstetrics wedi arwain at golli'r gwasanaethau hyn yn llwyr mewn rhai llefydd, canoli mewn llefydd eraill, troi at wasanaethau wedi arwain gan nyrsys mewn llefydd eraill. Canlyniadau yn cynnwys amseroedd aros hirach, triniaethau wedi canslo, diffyg staff yn siarad Cymraeg yn cael effaith gwirioneddol ar gleifion ac allbynnau i gleifion sydd yn dymuno cael y gofal Cymraeg. Yn y cwestiynau i ysgrifennydd y Cabinet yn cynharach heddiw, mi dynnu sy'n sylw benodol at y ffaith bod triniaeth thrombectomy wedi cael ei dynnu nôl yng Nghaerdydd ddim ond rhyw 9 mis ar ôl iddo fo gael ei gyflwyno, oherwydd bod staff wedi colli a neb i gymryd i lle nhw. Mae gofal sylfaenol yn wynebu heriau difrifol, problemau recriwtio, problemau cadw staff yn arwain at amseroedd aros hirach am apwyntiadau, pwysau anerbyniol wedyn cael ei roi ar yr meddygon teulu sydd ganddo ni, ac mae'r nifer hwnnw yn gostwng. Mae niferoedd y meddygon teulu wedi gostwng mewn termau absolute o 2026 i 2009 dros y 2 blynedd diwetha. Dim ond 520 ydy'r nifer, ond pan ydych chi'n ystyried bod mwy a mwy yn dewis gweithio'n rhan amser, mae'r nifer cyfatebol o GPs llawn amser yn debyg o fod wedi gostwng ar raddfa llawer mwy, a dydy'r ffigwr hwnnw, y full-time equivalents, ddim yn cael ei gyhoeddi bellach ers 2013 oherwydd pryderon am safon data. Da ni angen y data yna mwyn gwybod lle da ni arni. Ystyriwch wedyn bod chwarter yn holl feddygon teulu ni o fewn degawd i oed ymddeol, ac mae graddfa'r broblem o'n blaenau ni yn dod i ffocws cliriach. Mi ddwedodd Dr Eamon Jessup, cadeirydd Pwyllgor Meddygol Lleol Gogledd Cymru yn diweddar i fod o'n bryderus am gynaliadwyedd 1 o bob 3 o practices meddygon teulu y Gogledd. Mae prinder staff meddygol llawn amser yn arwain at gosta mawr hefyd. Costa locums a gweithwyr asiantaeth bellach o gwmpas 150 o filiynau o bunnau yn flynyddol ac yn codi 44 miliwn o bunnau'r flwyddyn yn y Mwrdd Iechyd Betsy Cadwaladr yn unig, fyny o 31 miliwn o bunnau mewn mater o 2 blynedd. Felly, da ni angen mwy o feddygon. Ond ar yr un pryd, da ni wedi gweld gostyngiad o 13% y llynedd yn nifer y rhai o Gymru nath gais i astudio meddygaeth. 1% o ostyngiad o'na ar draws Prydain. Dim ond rhyw 30% o fyfyrwyr meddygol yng Nghymru sy'n hanu o Gymru, o'i gymharu â 85% o fyfyrwyr meddygol Gogledd Iwerddon yn dod o Ogledd Iwerddon. Ffigwr cyfatebol o 80% yn Lloegr, 50% yn yr Alban. Dwi wedi adrodd y ffigur yma dro ar ôl tro yma, ond mae yn dangos sefyllfa wir druenus. Da ni'n awchu am ragor o feddygon, ond yn methu annog yn pobl ifanc i ystyried meddygaeth fel gyrfa, dim digon ohonyn nhw, ac wedyn y methu rhoi llefydd i ddigon ohonyn nhw astudio yma yng Nghymru. Mi wneud Siân ymelaethu ar hynny yn cynnwys wrth gwrs yn galwad ni ar ddatblygu addysg feddygol is-raddedig llawn ym Mangor. Ydyn ni yn hyfforddi mwy o feddygon teulu? O ystyried yn bod ni yn desbret hollol am fwy ohonyn nhw, bod y pwysa ar ofal sylfaenol wedi cynyddu yn sylweddol dros y 10 mlynedd diwetha, mae'r targed ar gyfer nifer da ni eisiau hyfforddi wedi aros yn unfan, 136. Yn Lloegr, mae'r targed wedi codi 30% oherwydd wedi bod nhw'n sylweddoli maint y broblem. Da ni'na hefyd angen gosod targedau uwch. Mi na droi at nyrsio ar newyddion ITV2 yn ymateb i'r ymchwil Plaid Cymru nes i sôn amdano fo ar gofrestro risg. Mi ddwedodd Tina Donnelly o'r RCN, if you're saying that an extreme risk is that you have got a shortage of nursing staff, then the responsibility would be to close beds, because you should not be operating at that level where you're knowingly staffing your wards with insufficient staffing levels, because that will compromise patient safety. That is unacceptable. This is what Hywel Dda's risk register says. There is a risk of avoidable harm to patients, avoidable detriment to the quality of patient care, delays in the A&E pathway. This is caused by a lack of registered nurses, leading to unsafe staffing levels in emergency departments. Baseline staffing levels do not meet NICE guideline vacancies within registered nurse establishments. A study of UK wards by Professor Anne-Marie Rafferty found that mortality increased by 26% on wards with lower nurse staffing levels. In California, where a safe staffing law was introduced, mortality rates in 30 days fell by 10 to 13%. Look at a 2011 review of RCN members showing 25% of our RCN members not receiving continuous professional development. In 2013, that rose to 43%. Many LHBs have placed a moratorium on nursing staff being allowed to undertake any training. Welsh nurses are less likely to have received so-called mandatory training. We're talking about equipment training, moving and handling, infection control, than in any other UK country. 9.7% in 2013 had received no such training at all. Almost double the figure for the UK as a whole. This paints a really bleak picture of an NHS where nursing staff aren't being given the support that they need, and that is bad for patients. The Chief Nursing Officer's guidance recommends a ratio of 1 registered nurse to 7 patients cared for on medical and surgical wards, 1 to 11 at nights. The responses to a recent RCN survey of members indicates on average 9.7 patients to 1 registered nurse on day shifts in Wales. 85% of the respondents reported more than 7 patients to 1 registered nurse. That's not good enough. Other survey findings. Only 55% of nurses felt satisfied with the care they could give. 32% felt they had enough time to care for patients. I could go on. We already have accepted the principle through legislation here of the need to ensure safe staffing levels. We cannot let slip the need to get the right number of nurses with the right training, the right support in order to give patients the care that they need. I'll leave it there for now. We'll have more from my Plaid Cymru colleagues here. In 2014, we launched a detailed policy paper on how we would train and recruit 1,000 extra doctors. A 10-year plan. Marginal gains involving a range of policies, financial incentives, making the NHS more attractive for doctors to work, investments in medical education and training, including the development of medical training in the north. In 2016, we added the training and recruitment of 5,000 nurses and midwives over a 10-year period. We know this can't be done overnight, but we need to be setting a trajectory. Now, this is a challenge, and these are challenges for government. I'm looking forward to the debate this afternoon, looking forward to the response from the Cabinet Secretary, because I can tell you lots of people working hard in the NHS in Wales are looking for far better from government on workforce planning that they're currently seeing.
Rwyf wedi dathol 2 welliant i'r cynnig, galwaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros iechyd I gynnig yn ffurfiol gwelliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Jane Hutt. Galwaf ar Mark Reckless I gynnig gwelliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies. Mark Reckless.
I move the amendment in the name of Paul Davies. When I raised NHS work planning 2 weeks ago at First Minister's Questions, I questioned why, after 20 years of Labour running Wales, there are still Welsh Government reports that say substantial work is needed for medical recruitment and retention to be fit for purpose. The First Minister didn't answer me then, and the Cabinet Secretary can say he's only been in post a year. But Labour can't say that they haven't had time to implement a plan. They've been in charge of Wales for 20 years. Powers were devolved by Labour to Labour. It is Labour in Wales which decided to prioritise their friends in local government instead of the NHS. And there's therefore no one to blame for gaps in the Welsh NHS except for Labour. Despite that, they'll no doubt try and blame the Conservatives at Westminster. Yet the youngest Welsh-trained doctor or nurse for whose training the Conservative Party would be responsible is now 38 years old. It's Welsh Government who must answer for why 187 more doctors and 287 more nurses have left the Welsh NHS in the last 10 months than have joined it. It's not enough for the Government just to note in its amendment shortage of health professionals. They need to accept they are responsible. For the first 4 years of the Assembly, the Welsh Government was directly responsible for NHS workforce planning. Since then, they've tried a variety of approaches and structures with an alphabet soup of different bodies that have been involved. I really hope that the approach now proposed by the Cabinet Secretary of a special health authority for workforce planning is more successful than what went before. I have 3 questions I specifically want to put to him if he is able to address at the end of the debate about those plans. First, when push comes to shove, will the Special Health Authority really be independent, or will it do what it's told by the Cabinet Secretary? Second, how will the Cabinet Secretary ensure that the Special Health Authority has the confidence of those who work in the NHS? Why is it, given the Mel Stride and Professor Williams reports, that there is such concern? I mean, I accept what he said earlier, that it will not be a representative body. But does he understand the extent of the concern, and not least from the Royal College of Nursing, about this that's referred to in our amendment? And what will he do to meet those concerns? Finally, how will we know at the end of the Assembly term whether NHS workforce planning is working? And will he accept responsibility if it's not?
Guy Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd. Again, it's a pleasure to take part in this debate about NHS workforce issues. And obviously, I'll concentrate on doctors and nurses, the parts that I know most about. And obviously, we're all very well aware of GP shortages. RCGP figures show about 400 vacant GP posts in Wales today. And whenever practices advertise for a new GP, sometimes they get no applications whatsoever. It's very difficult to fill posts nowadays. Now, it wasn't always like this. I'm significantly older than the medical student age quoted by Mark Reckless. And back in the day, being a general practitioner was a chosen occupation. In other words, there was a queue of people and you'd really fight hard to get a GP post back in the early 80s. So it wasn't always like this. But lots of things have changed. One of the things that changed, obviously, was the Conservatives in 1990 brought in the internal market and completely wrecked the workforce planning we had in the NHS for the 60s, the 70s and the 80s. And we still haven't fully recovered the ground. Now, general practice itself has changed, obviously, is now relentless and unremitting. Again, back in the 80s and 90s, Mark.
Is he really saying that the entire problem we have with workforce planning and shortages in the NHS, including GPs in Wales, are due to a period of 7 years from 1990 to 1997?
It's my second language, but I did not say that, all right? But the rot set in 1990 because we had national workforce planning up to that point and it was destroyed by the competition of the internal market. We're regaining things now slowly, but we still haven't regained the lost ground. So now, general practice is relentless unremitting, with complicated cases that need sorting out every 10 minutes throughout the working day. 50 or 60 patients, each with complicated problems. Because the simpler issues have been triaged out to be seen by fellow health professionals. So how does this affect patients who have great difficulty getting to see a GP then? Well, increasingly long waits for routine appointments, no guarantee of seeing your GP that you've been seeing for years. There's not always a practice nurse available because there's a nursing shortage as well. And that means, at the end of the day, increasing A&E attendances as well. And the lack of district nurses means usually as a patient you get to see several different nurses now, and not just the one or two familiar faces that used to be when each GP practice had a guaranteed district nurse attached. That is no longer the case because we haven't got enough district nurses. Now, our patients are very well aware of this overstretched situation. It transmits to our patients, and some of them don't call us when they should, and that is to their detriment as well. So what needs to happen? Well, it is about, as alluded to by Irene, it's about recruitment and retention. And if I go on retention of nurses and doctors, it is about those terms and conditions. It is about removing the pay cap for NHS workers, especially nurses. It's about recognising the commitment, altruism and hard work, going the extra mile, of nurses, doctors, porters, physiotherapists, OTs and all the rest, being appreciated and valued by human resources management in our hospitals, which is now not always the case, so that staff don't feel exploited, overworked, pressurised into working extra shifts to plug rota gaps, always having to fight for time off to study, to sit exams, to do research. Doctors have lost their doctor's mess, where they used to talk with colleagues about issues on call. They're no longer in fixed teams. The old firm has gone. They're always on call with different doctors. There are never enough beds. All of that sort of stuff builds intolerable pressure when you're making life and death decisions which you've got no time to revisit. And with a duty of candour, excellent, to always tell the truth, fantastic. But how does that square with the treatment of whistleblowers, as whistleblowing, despite all the warm words, can still turn out to be career-ending? And that's one of the issues that also our juniors are telling us and our nurses are telling us. But even if we stemmed all that hemorrhage of highly qualified nurses and doctors from leaving the NHS now, have full retention, even if we did all that, we just don't train enough doctors and nurses in the first place. Even if every doctor graduating from Cardiff and Swansea stayed in Wales, stayed in the NHS, we haven't got enough junior doctors and GPs now. We need to train more in the first place. As well as sorting out the retention issues, we need to train more in the first place. That's why you need a new medical school in Bangor. That's why we could double the medical students graduating from Swansea. You know, spread the load around. We need to train more doctors, especially for rural areas, for Welsh-speaking areas, to augment the already excellent training at Swansea and Cardiff now. Diolch yn fawr.
Rhiannon Passmore.
Diolch. I rise to support the amendments to the motion that have been tabled by the Leader of the House, the Member for the Vale of Glamorgan. The National Health Service is one of the greatest creations of any democratically elected government in the history of humanity. It is globally recognised as the optimum model of care. We on these Welsh Labour benches laud the achievements of the 1945 Labour government in creating the National Health Service for succeeding generations to enjoy. I remember the story of my grandfather, a miner in the valleys, who told me that when he went to the Financial Assistance Board to beg for funding for his pregnant wife, he was refused and he went home and she died. And this was the days before the National Health Service. In the 2 decades since the Welsh people voted for devolution, the Welsh Labour government has taken it as a solemn obligation to the people of Wales to ensure that the Welsh National Health Service stays true to the principles of Nye Bevan and those Labour visionaries who created it. We have put our money where our mouth is. Moreover, we also, though, fully recognise, as has the Cabinet Secretary today, that there are shortages in particular fields in a number of areas, reflecting the pattern across the United Kingdom's National Health Service. And it was once said, true perfection is imperfect, and those sages from Manchester, the Gallagher brothers of Oasis fame, were right. The NHS epitomises this. It is perfect because it is imperfect. The NHS serves human beings who all share one common feature, and that is their mortality. Sickness, illness and eventual death will be the fate of everybody in this chamber. Even the very strong and stable Theresa May today, at the end of the Tory conference, betrayed her humanity with an inept defence of capitalism that could just be deciphered through her repeated hacking and coughing, and I wish her a speedy recovery, although you'll forgive me if I hope that she really does get a P45 as soon as possible for the health and well-being of the people of Wales. Thanks to investment by the Welsh Labour Government, there are now more doctors and nurses in Wales than ever before. Between the establishment of the National Assembly in 1999 and 2016, we have seen a 44% increase in the number of nurses, an 88% increase in number of consultants, and a 12% increase in the number of GPs in Wales. Thanks to Welsh Labour, more is now being invested in healthcare than ever before. Wales spends £160 more per person on health and social services combined than in England, and this investment has led to the NHS in Wales treating more than ever before, faster than ever before, as more GPs and other healthcare professionals fill roles across Wales. Claims about staffing issues in Wales are also very rich, coming from the Tory UK government, which has slashed the Welsh Labour government's overall budget by £1.2 billion compared to 2010-11, and has cut social care spending in England by £4.6 billion. Let us think about that cut to the Welsh Government's budget over the last 7 years of Tory failed austerity government. £1.2 billion to date, with more to come. It's a bit rich, isn't it? When needed, the Tory Chancellor spreadsheet Phil can suddenly discover a magic money tree and shake it for £1 billion to give to the DUP to keep a tired and failed government in office on borrowed time. And I know it's an inconvenient truth for some members here, but every time the Welsh people are asked who they want to govern them, the Welsh people speak clearly and they vote Welsh Labour. And it's a trust that we do not take for granted. That is why I know the Cabinet Secretary for Health, and who is a very talented Welsh Labour colleague, the member for Cardiff South and Penarth, devotes his energy daily to ensure that the Welsh National Health Service is agile to meet the ever-increasing demands of an ageing population. I am proud that Welsh Labour have invested in the nurse training bursary when England has cut this route to a very, very ancient and valued profession. I want to conclude by thanking the dedicated men and women of the National Health Service, the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, who commit themselves to one of the greatest endeavours any government has undertaken, safeguarding the health and well-being of our people. And we in Welsh Labour will support them. Diolch.
Siân Gwenllian.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mi ydyn ni yn wynebu argyfwng yng Nghymru o ran niferoedd meddygon. Mae hynny'n gwbl glir. A mae'r argyfwng yn bodoli yn sgil methiant y Llywodraeth i gynllunio'r gweithlu i hyfforddi meddygon newydd yn ogystal â recriwtio o wledydd eraill. Mae Plaid Cymru yn blaid sydd yn ymdrechu i gynnig atebion i broblemau sydd yn bodoli yma yng Nghymru. Mae'r argyfwng ar ei weitha yn y Gogledd. Ym Mai 2017, roedd 141 o swyddi meddygol Bwrdd Iechyd Betsy Cadwaladr yn wag. Mae hyn yn cynrychioli 37% o'r holl swyddi sy'n wag yn NHS Cymru. Felly, mae'r atab yn amlwg. Sefydlu ysgol feddygol newydd yn y Gogledd mwyn hyfforddi cenhedlaeth newydd o feddygon bydd cynaladwyedd y gwasanaeth iechyd yn y tymor hir. Ond yn anffodus, mae'r Blaid Lafur yn dal ati yn styfnig i wrthod y syniad yma, gweitha'r holl dystiolaeth a barn arbenigol, fel da ni wedi amlinellu yn yn adroddiad ni delio ar argyfwng. Mae yna sôn wedi bod am y gost, a dwi wedi delio efo'r gost o'r blaen yn y siambr yma, felly dwi ddim yn mynd i amlaethu ar hynny, dim ond i'ch atgoffa chi o hyn. Dros y 2 blynedd dwytha, fe wariodd Bwrdd Iechyd Betsy Cadwaladr dros 80 miliwn ar feddygon locum. Wedyn, wsos dwytha, fe ddudodd y prif weinidog hyn yn y lle yma. Da ni'n gwybod y byddai'n anodd, hynny yw yn anodd sefydlu ysgol feddygol ym Mangor, gan fod ysgolion meddygol mawr mewn dinasoedd mawr ac ysbytai mawr sydd â llawer mwy o amrywiaeth mewn arbenigedd. Mwy o esgusodion di-sail. Y broblem ydy bod y Llywodraeth yn colli'r pwynt yn gyfan gwbl yn fan hyn, oherwydd mi fysa'r 2 ysbyty ar draws y Gogledd yn hyfforddi myfyrwyr ar leoliad gwaith. ac mi faswn nhw'n derbyn hyfforddiant yn y gymuned hefyd. Dim ond 800 o wlau sydd gan ysbyty Prifysgol Cymru yng Nghaerdydd, ond mae gan y Brifysgol dros 1,500 o fyfyrwyr meddygol. Mae'r Brifysgol yn defnyddio ysbytau eraill ar draws y rhanbarth yn yr un modd ac y fysa Ysgol Feddygol ym Mangor yn defnyddio'r holl ysbytau a'r holl gyfleusterau sydd ar gael ar draws y gogledd. Mae gan Iwerddon 7 ysgol feddygol, ac mae yna 5 yn yr Alban, sy'n awgrymu fod cymhareb o 1 ysgol feddygol i bob 1,000,000 o bobl yn ymarferol. Bydda trydydd ysgol feddygol yng Nghymru yn cyfateb i'r strwythura yn yr Alban ac Iwerddon. Bwrdd Iechyd Bessi Cadwaladr sydd efo'r boblogaeth fwyaf o holl fyrddau iechyd Cymru, bron i 700,000 o bobl. Ychwanegwch boblogaeth siroedd gwledig eraill Cymru ac mi gyrraeddwch ffigwr o 1,000,000 o bobl yn fuan iawn. Mae'r Prif Weinidog wedi honni hefyd fod diffyg amrywiaeth mewn arbenigedd yn y gogledd. Heblaw am arbeginiaethau bychan arbenigol iawn fel cardiothorasig a neurosurgery, mae gynnon ni bob dim sydd ei angen yn y gogledd. A digon hawdd ydda sortio dysgu'r ddau arbenigedd yna hefyd efo mymryn o weledigaeth. Mae cefnogaeth llafur yn diffyg cefnogaeth llafur yn dechrau mynd yn joc ar esgusodion yn wan. Mae llawer o brifysgolion yn Lloegr ac ar draws y byd efo ysbytau bychin yn eu hymyl nhw, enghraifft Lancaster a Kiel. Mewn tre fechan o'r enw Salina, rhyw 2 awr o ddinas Kansas yn yr Unol Daleithiau, mae yna ysgol feddygol wedi cael ei sefydlu efo'r bwriad o sicrhau fod y graddedigion yn gwasanaethu mewn ardaloedd gwledig wedi iddyn nhw raddio. Gwirionedd y sefyllfa ydy nad ydyw unrhyw un o honiadau'r Llywodraeth yn dal dŵr. Efo uchelgais ac arweinyddiaeth gref, fe all y Llywodraeth fynd i'r afal efo'r argyfwng yn y gogledd, yr argyfwng sy'n bodoli oherwydd diffyg doctoriaid a staff meddygol. Ond mae rhaid i'r Llywodraeth fod yn barod i fod yn flaengar, i wrando ar dystiolaeth ac i roi plwyfoldeb i'r naill ochr.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'd like to thank Plaid Cymru for bringing about this debate and the opportunity to speak in it. I agree with the sentiment behind this motion. Staff shortages within the NHS are detrimental to patient care. Not a day goes by when we aren't confronted by news articles outlining the impact that staff shortages are having on NHS Wales. We have seen a 400% increase in the numbers of patients waiting more than a year for surgery. 39% of Welsh people find it difficult to make a GP appointment. It's not just the impact that staff shortages have on the patient. We have to consider this impact has on NHS employees. Staff shortages put additional pressure on existing staff. My experience throughout the recess period, which I highlighted, of a hospital within my region where staff were extremely short on the cardiac unit, so much so that they were asking a member of staff to double back and do a double shift. So, in order to meet this demand on our hard-working and dedicated NHS staff are forced to work longer and spend less time with patients. This is affecting staff morale, and more staff are leaving the NHS, exacerbating the situation. Over 5% of hospital staff are on sick leave, and health boards are forced to rely on expensive agency staff to make up the shortfall. As a result, spending on agency nurses and locum doctors has skyrocketed and has forced many health boards to overspend. Lack of proper workforce planning over the last few decades have left us in a perilous situation. We have recruitment shortages in all specialities, and yet demand for services is rising. We are not yet in a situation where patient safety is routinely put at risk, but unless we can plug the gap, then that will become the case. According to the Royal College of GPs, almost a quarter of the GP workforce could retire in the next 10 years. They are calling for an increase to the number of GP training places to rise to 200% per year.
When you consider we had only 127 training places this year, this shows the scale of the problem facing us. Yesterday we heard the news that stroke patients in South Wales, as has been highlighted by Rhyn, are being denied the best available treatment because of the 3 radiologists able to perform a thrombectomy. One has retired, one is on sick leave, and the third has accepted a job elsewhere. A shortage of radiologists means that we have more and more people waiting longer and longer for diagnostic tests. We also have to ensure that any changes we introduce to health and social care do not place extra burdens upon existing staff. Welsh Government's proposals for Phase 2 implementation of the Risk Act will see the removal of the requirement to have a minimum number of nurses in care homes which provide nursing care. This will have a detrimental impact on other services, such as district nursing, which are already struggling to meet demand, which massively outstrips capacity. We are approaching a crisis point, and I look forward to hearing how the Welsh Government plan to approach workforce planning in the future. We need a medical recruitment campaign that prioritises domestic students and encourages young people in Wales to become radiologists, psychologists, physiotherapists and the whole raft of healthcare professionals, not just nurses and doctors. We need to plan for an ageing population and an ageing workforce. And above all, we need to plan for a workforce that can meet future demand and deliver patient care that is safe, effective and affordable. The growing reliance on expensive agency staff and locum doctors, I will in a minute, is unsustainable, and I urge the Welsh Government to plan for greater use of staff banks. With these points in mind, UKIP will be supporting the motion as the Welsh Conservative amendment. We will be abstaining on the Welsh Government's amendment, as it does not recognise the impact shortages have on our dedicated NHS staff, but fails to address the issue. I'd also like to ask you a question, if I may, with Rhiannon. Am I allowed to?
No, you're not.
Oh, she wanted an intervention.
She's not in government yet, so, so you can't ask her a question
she
at this
wanted
point.
an intervention.
Yeah. Have you finished your contribution?
I have. We will be supporting
Then no
Clive's
intervention
amendment.
is possible.
I did give you an intervention.
Llyr Griffith.
Dwi jyst am dreulio munud y ddwy yn sôn am un agwedd bwysig o'r ddadl yma, yn sicr un na thrin gyfeirio ati'n gynharach, sef argeuledd gwasanaethau drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg, wrth gwrs, oherwydd os y'n ni'n meddwl bod yna broblem, a mae yna broblem o safbwynt niferoedd doctoried, nyrsys a gweithwyr iechyd proffesiynol eraill, yna mi allwch chi ddychmygu gymaint yn fwy yw'r broblem o argeuledd y bobl iechyd proffesiynol hynny sydd yn medru cynnig i gwasanaethau trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg. Ac dwi'n siŵr bydd nifer ohono ni wedi bod yn delio gyda gwaith achos yn gyson yn yn achos i, a dwi'n siŵr eraill hefyd lle mae yna rieni'n trio cael gwasanaethau iechyd i'w plant ac yn methu cael gafel ar yr ymarferwyr yn y maes sydd yn gallu cynnig y gwasanaethau yna trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg, ac digwydd bod bore yma'n unig. Mi roedd y pwyllgor plant, pobl ifanc ac addysg yn delio â gwelliannau cyfnod 2 ar gyfer y bil anghenion dysgu ychwanegol, ac mi gawson ni yng nghwrs datblygu argymhellion yng nghyfnod 1 y bil dystiolaeth eang iawn ynglyn â'r diffyg argeuledd gwasanaethau cyfrwng Cymraeg yn y maes benodol yna, ac wrth gwrs mae hynny yn signal clir i ni bod cynllunio'r gweithlu fel ag yma hi wedi bod dros y blynyddoedd diwetha yn fethiant yn y maes yma. Ac i ni nawr fel pwyllgor yn ffindio'n hunain yn cynnig gwelliannau mwyn gosod yn y ddeddf disgwyliadau o safbwynt cynllunio'r gweithlu ac argeuledd ymarferwyr cyfrwng Cymraeg. Nawr, nid dyna'r ffordd i gynllunio'r gweithlu, ond ni'n ffindio'n hunain i bob pwrpas yn gorfod gwneud hynny drwy drws cefn mwyn ateb y galw sydd allan yna, ac yn alw mae'r llywodraeth yma a llywodraethau blaenorol wedi methu i gwrdd ag e. Mae yna, wrth gwrs, hefyd achosion wedi codi yn ddiweddar a wedi cael cryn sylw yn y cyfryngau lle mae yna ddiffyg meddygon teulu, mae meddygfa Dolwennydd ym Mhen y Groes, wrth gwrs. Mi glywon i gyd am hanes hwnnw yn cael yr unig ddoctor yn y dyffryn oedd y medru'r Gymraeg yn gorffen, ac o ganlyniad, wrth gwrs, dim darpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg. Dwi eisiau sôn chydig am gefn gwlad hefyd, oherwydd yng nghefn gwlad Cymru, wrth gwrs, mae meddygon teulu ar gyfartalydd yn hun, yn nes at oed ymddeol, ac mae lefelau recrwtio yn is hefyd, felly mae'r broblem yn cael ei dwysau. I was looking at some of the statistics, and they tell their own story. A total of 54% of core medical training places were unfilled in hospitals in Betsi Cadwaladr and Hywel Dda health boards, compared to just around half that level, 23.6% in other Welsh health boards. And Sian Gwen Llian, earlier in this debate, referred to vacancy levels. 37% of all the vacancies listed were in Betsi Cadwaladr, despite Betsi, of course, only serving around 22% of the population of Wales. Now, as an Assembly member representing the North Wales region, then I am particularly concerned about the situation there. And the largest hospital in North Wales, of course, Wrexham Maelor Hospital. This is something I raised with the First Minister earlier this week. Currently, there are 92 vacancies for nurses in that hospitals. And as a result, we're now seeing some specialist nurses having to work on general wards. And the Royal College of Nursing are concerned that wards might have to close. A growing number of those nurses that are working there are approaching retirement age. And just as we've seen with GPs in Wrexham and other places, actually, many are opting to retire early after many years of service. Betsi Cadwaladr Board have engaged a private agency to recruit abroad in Barcelona and in India in recent years, and many nurses recruited in Barcelona were unable to work for some time due to their language limitations, and they've largely now returned home. Only 4 nurses from India have passed the language test. And all of this feels more like a short-term panic measure and not the long-term, thought-out strategy that we should have in place for North Wales and other parts of the country. Now, Betsi Cadwaladr has been, for the past 2.5 years, in special measures, so the government has to accept responsibility for failing to adequately plan to ensure enough nurses are trained and recruited here in North Wales. And we also need, of course, to focus more on retention and returnees, as well as ensuring that new recruits come through. And to make things worse, I have to say, Glyndŵr University, less than half a mile from the Maelor, practically across the road, has now started to train nurses on a new course, a full slate. 35 trainee nurses have enrolled this year, which is great news. But none of these trainees will go on placements within Betsi Cadwaladr hospitals. Instead, they'll be going to placements in Telford, in Chester, and some private healthcare providers locally. And this is because the Welsh Government is refusing to recognise the course because the nurses are not eligible for the bursary. So trainee nurses are not getting the practical training in their local hospital and therefore are more likely to settle into work across the border as a result. It's a sad loss of talent for North Wales, but it does reflect the state of workforce planning in our health service in Wales today.
Galwaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros iechyd, Vaughan Gethin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful for the opportunity to take part in this debate and the opportunity to highlight the significant amount of work already being undertaken by this Government and the National Health Service. I am sorry, though, that there won't be more time to answer and debate all of the points made in this debate, and I'm generally happy to continue a conversation with members who are interested in doing so about what we are doing outside of the formal business in the Chamber today. And again, I set out, as I have done in this room, in committee rooms and in other settings, that this Government recognises the very real recruitment challenges in a range of our professions and specialities, and recognise that they are more acute in some parts of Wales than others. I understand very well that these challenges can have an impact on the delivery of services. It is, of course, true that this is not a unique challenge that Wales faces, but these are challenges that we need to tackle. We have taken a significant step forward, both in taking Wales forward and in our Prosperity for All commitments to attract and train more GPs. That's why we developed the Train, Work, Live campaign, working with people across the service and within the profession. And that has been a successful campaign, resulting in an increase of our GP fill rate to 91%, a significant step forward. But we will relaunch that campaign later this month in time for the British Medical Journal Careers Fair, learning from what worked last year and also learning from what didn't work as well as we wanted to last year as well. And that is part of the range of measures that we wish to take. We'll also be widening that campaign to take in other medical specialities where there are specific and acute recruitment challenges. We continue to invest in our future medical workforce with our commitment to increase undergraduate medical education in North Wales. We will stick to the collaborative approach between Bangor, Cardiff and Swansea universities, consistent with both my written statement in July, but also the budget agreement agreed with Plaid Cymru on taking this matter forward in practical terms. That will also be part of our commitment, not just to medical education and training in North Wales, but actually seeing a curriculum developed that encourages people and empowers people to go and spend more of their time in rural medicine, which won't just be an issue for the North.
Thank you for taking an intervention. Perhaps now is a good time to say that you will look at developing, using the new funding that we agreed pre-budget, at exploring Year 1 to Year 5 undergraduate in partnership with Cardiff, Swansea, anybody else in Bangor, not just the additional placements for students from elsewhere in the North.
Now, we'll be looking at the whole remit to understand where we get the greatest value to provide to train the greatest number of people. And of course, we want to make sure that that investment will lead to more people staying in Wales to serve here. Because that's the point and the purpose. We're investing more money to try and get more doctors to stay in Wales as well. And that's part of the deal, the quid pro quo we need with the university sector. There are challenges of what we can and can't mandate them to do. There has to be some understanding about the mission that myself and the Cabinet Secretary of Education are on, in taking precious resources at a time of a falling budget to put into this area. Now, in addition to Train What Live for doctors, we also launched a Train What Live campaign for nurses. I was delighted to launch this campaign in spring this year, and it was very well received both at the launch and at the Royal College of Nursing Congress in Liverpool. English nurses were delighted to see a government generally on the side and trying to recruit nurses to be proud of who they are as well. And that campaign, again, is being successful. But we know that recruitment alone isn't the answer. We are, of course, implementing the Nurse Staffing Act in Wales, a first in the United Kingdom. We are all first in Europe. We are also training more nurses here in Wales. 2 years ago, we invested in nurse training to increase the numbers by 22%. Last year, we increased nurse training numbers by 10%. This year, an increase of 13%. We are actively looking to train more nurses here in Wales. It is the biggest investment in education and training for nurses since devolution. And in addition, we have also increased midwife training by 40% this last year as well. And as Rana Passmore reminded us, we have maintained the student bursary here in Wales, directly different to the path taken by the Tories in England. And that isn't just important for nurses, but it's also important for other allied health professionals in training. Because our investment in education and training includes those allied health professionals. And the £95 million package I announced early this year has resulted in 3,000 new students joining those already studying healthcare education programmes across Wales. And we are committed to extending the Train What Live campaign to pharmacists and other healthcare professionals. And specifically on radiologists, who mentioned more than once, not just in the debate today, but in the Chamber, we expect the £3.4 million investment that I announced in an Imaging Academy in Pencoed to make a real difference to recruiting and retaining radiologists here in Wales. And again, it's a signal that we are investing in and valuing all of the varied and different parts of our workforce. Because we do know that we need to increase the skill mix of the staff we already have and the different range of staff we have within the service, as they will increasingly work in multidisciplinary teams. So that £95 million package I referred to included an extra £500,000 to support local healthcare to develop advanced practice, education and extended skills within our primary care clusters. So we'll also support new and emerging roles, including the pilots for physician associates programmes in Swansea and Bangor. Social care roles with a specific focus on those which alleviate existing pressures and contribute to a better integration and outcomes for individuals. And in terms of planning the workforce, regulation plays a key role as well. So I'm pleased that the UK government had listened to voices in Wales and other parts of the UK to regulate physician associates. That is a good, positive move forward to allow us to plan properly for their role in the future workforce. I am, however, deeply sceptical about the UK government plans to regulate nurse associates. That appears to me to be a cost-driven role substitution rather than a quality-driven, prudent healthcare approach that we wish to take here in Wales. In addition, we will continue to develop the healthcare support workforce, who make a valued and increasingly varied contribution to service delivery in both clinical and non-clinical services. And again, that is where we agreed in partnership with the trade union representatives and the staff in the health service how to develop that role to use it to its fullest potential. We also continue to invest in the NHS workforce year on year. And it's worth making this point, bearing in mind the comments made in the debate. From 2015 to 16, the last year we have complete figures, the NHS full-time equivalent workforce rose by 3.2%. And that is in the face of year upon year upon year of Tory austerity. That's a simple fact. We come to this place and we debate the difficult choices we have to make and what it means to continue putting more money into the National Health Service, what that means for other public services who are shedding staff and deciding what they can no longer do. In that context, to continue putting more money into the NHS, to continue to see the staff headcount go up, it is a real and significant achievement that we should all take note of, and it does not come easily. That is a context in which we have this debate about the demands for more staff in more specialities. It does not mean we are not planning to increase staff where we need to have them, but let us not pretend it is an easy thing to do. So we remain committed to the development of a 10-year workforce plan, with the principle of that already having been developed. But we cannot and should not avoid the fact that all parties in the Chamber agreed to a parliamentary review for health and social care. It would not make sense to publish a detailed workforce plan and advance the publication of the final report of the review. And that review will undoubtedly, as it properly should, it will affect our thinking and our planning of the services for the future and the workforce to deliver those services with the public. That does not mean the NHS here in Wales are standing still. Workforce planning is undertaken at all levels in our organisation, working collaboratively with partners to ensure we have the right workforce with the right skills, both now and in the future, and it is an essential part of the integrated medium-term planning process. So we continue to press ahead with a number of strategic actions for the NHS workforce. That includes the establishment of Health Education Improvement Wales from April next year, and that will of course maintain its independent approach. Now, crucially, Health Education Improvement Wales will be expected to work with other bodies, such as Social Care Wales, to provide a comprehensive understanding of the present and future needs of the workforce. I can see time is against me, so I'll finish now. I'll make clear that we will support Amendment 2, but in setting out our future direction, to restate that we value the resourcefulness and the commitment of our NHS workforce to deliver high-quality care. There are recruitment challenges that we recognise, and we're committed to work with our partners, with the service, to address those and make sure we have the service that everyone here would want and that the public and the people of Wales deserve.
Galwaf yr Rhyn ap Iorwerth I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd, a diolch I bawb sydd wedi cymryd rhan yn yr ddadl y pnawn yma. Da ni gyd yn dod â profiad yn dydan tuag at drafodaeth fel hyn. Rhai ohonon ni, fel Dr Dai Lloyd, yn dod â profiad proffesiynol, meddygol. Rhan fwyaf ohonon ni'n dod â profiad o siarad efo gweithwyr proffesiynol o fewn y gwasanaeth iechyd a'r pwysau maen nhw'n I ddeud wrthyn ni'n gyson arnyn nhw. A bob un ohonon ni, heb os, yn siarad efo cleifion ynglyn ag effaith gwendida efo cynllunio gweithlu ar eu triniaeth nhw o fewn y gwasanaeth iechyd. Dwi yn ddiolchgar I bawb am eu cyfraniadau nhw, dwi'n diolchgar i'r ysgrifennydd cabinet, yn sicr yn diolchgar am ei gadarnhad y bydd edrych ar hyfforddiant llawn I saddedigion o'r flwyddyn gyntaf hyd at y pumed yn cael yn rhan o'r astudiaeth rwan o ddatblygu addysg feddygol yn y gogledd. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen I weld y broses honno yn parhau yn unol ar gytundeb cyn gyllideb. Be da ni wedi gael mewn difri ydy ailadrodd yr hyn da ni'n ei glywed gan y Llywodraeth Dro ar ôl tro yn gyffredinol ynglyn â be sydd eisoes yn cael ei wneud. We get this reiteration from the Cabinet Secretary of what the government is already doing. You can't continue to keep on doing the same thing time and time again and expect to get different outcomes. And I understand that the Cabinet Secretary is trying to manage the NHS within very difficult constraints, not least because of policies of Tory austerity. I absolutely recognise that. But it's not a management that we need because of the deep problems that we have within the NHS in Wales, but a real vision about a way forward. And I'm afraid the member for Ysgwyn epitomises much of the problem that we have, in that, yes, she paints a rosy picture of what Labour has done for the NHS, that she dearly loves and we all dearly love. But when you have a party that has been running the NHS in Wales for 18 years, the failure to be able to admit the depth of the problems shows that that is because to admit to those would mean they are your problems and problems that you have created. Unless we recognise the depth of the problems, we cannot move forward with visionary changes that can lead to a more sustainable NHS for the future. And yes, you praise the Cabinet Secretary, and I don't doubt for a second that he is a very, very hard-working Cabinet Secretary. But you know what? I'm not interested in how many hours he puts in his work. He may be here first thing in the morning before anybody else. He may be the last one out of the government offices at the end of the day. I'm interested in how high he sets the bar, how ambitious he's willing to be, how innovative he's willing to be for the NHS and for patients in Wales. I want to see that. The NHS needs to see that.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais felly tan y cyfnod pleidleisio, a dyma ni'n cyrraedd y cyfnod pleidleisio, ni bai fod 3 aelod yn dymuno I mi gan i'r gloch. Felly pleidlais ar ddadl Plaid Cymru ar y gweithlu'r gwasanaeth iechyd, galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Rhun ap Iorwerth. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 11, neb yn ymatal, 30 yn erbyn, ac felly gwrthodwyd y cynnig. Galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Jane Hutt. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, 4 yn ymatal, 14 yn erbyn, derbyniwyd y gwelliant 1. Galwaf nawr am bleidlais ar welliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 41, neb yn ymatal, neb yn erbyn ac felly derbyniwyd gwelliant 2. Galwaf nawr am bleidlais ar cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio. Agor y bleidlais. O blaid 33, 9 yn ymatal, neb yn erbyn, ac felly mae'r cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio wedi ei dderbyn. Yr eitem nesaf ar yn agenda yw'r ddadl fer. A mi fyddai'n galw ar y ddadl fer I gychwyn, unwaith y bydd rhai aelodau wedi gadael y siambr. Lee Waters.
Diolch, Llywydd. I've agreed to give a minute of my time to my colleagues Mike Hedges, Jenny Randerson and David Melding. Jenny Rathbone, I do apologise. Let me start by saying that the M4 can be horrendous. At rush hour, I have regularly been sat in endless queuing traffic. And this isn't just a problem at the Brynglas tunnels, but at several points along the motorway. And if there's ever an accident, the whole thing can grind to a halt. And people are rightly fed up with the situation, in particular the fact that we've been talking about taking action for 15 years and yet nothing ever seems to get done. I share the frustration. But we need to fashion a solution that will last, an M4 fit for future generations. And I just don't believe that the proposed relief road will be anything more than an expensive stopgap. In fact, as a policy approach, it manages to do something quite remarkable. It succeeds in both being outdated and premature at the same time. Outdated because the evidence of the last 50 years of transport policy is that building new roads, increasing capacity, only leads to more people using their cars, quickly filling up the new space. And premature because it pays no attention to the game changers coming our way. Now, I think it was Einstein who was meant to have said that the definition of his insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting a different result. And in transport planning, we continue to do just that. We've become wedded to this so-called predict and provide approach, which simply put, engineers predict that traffic will grow in the future, so they build more roads to deal with it. And that's a never-ending model of traffic growth. Set out 30 years ago, and frankly, is nonsense. Just think about it. If we were to take that to its logical conclusion and follow the trends, this approach has each of us earning an income of £1 million by the year 2205 and a lorry on the road for every man, woman and child. Now, aside from the pay rise, I don't think this is a future any of us want to live in, and it's certainly not the type of future we created the Future Generations Act to try and shape. Yes, there's a problem at peak time around the Brynglas tunnels. Yes, something must be done about it. But we cannot build our way out of this problem. We've been trying that for generations, and it doesn't work. Traffic builds up, roads once again seize up, and we rapidly find ourselves back at square one. If we're not careful, we could end up with a £1 billion car park. Already, the Freight Transport Association, the haulage industry lobby body, are saying that a new 3-lane motorway at Newport will be inadequate to meet demand, and we ought to be creating 4 lanes. Trying to relieve congestion by engineering ever bigger roads is no more than a short-term fix, and an expensive one at that. The new stretch of M4 is currently estimated to cost £1,100 million for just 15 miles of tarmac. And bearing in mind 2 years ago, people were insisting that the cost would be way below £1 billion, it may go up even further. Yesterday, the Finance Secretary outlined the grim economic picture we face and how money will get even tighter in the coming years. Is it wise to tie up all of our borrowing capacity in one scheme in one corner of Wales? I ask my fellow Assembly members if the government was to offer any one of us £1.1 billion to spend on something that would make Wales better, how many of us can honestly say that we would build a 6-lane motorway over a protected wetland? Our entire line of new credit will be blown on a project that, in economic terms, will barely repay the investment over 30 years, even using a formula that has been manipulated to exaggerate the benefits of road schemes. We'll only see a return on investment of just £1.60 for every £1 spent, which the Treasury classes as low value for money. And in that 30-year timeframe, rapid technological development and a fully functioning metro project may well transform the way we travel. Which brings me to my second point. We are trying to fit a fixed solution to a rapidly evolving problem. We're so blinkered in our approach to transport management that we're failing to look at the bigger picture, and there are substantial changes coming at us fast. If you speak to business people, they acknowledge the world of work is changing quickly. Soon we won't need to be shuttling people back and forth between desks every day. Rapidly evolving technology means we need to be developing digital, not transport infrastructure. But roomfuls of highway engineers in Cathays Park are never going to voluntarily face up to that. The formula used to justify a road as the best way to deal with congestion at the Brynglas tunnels takes the most optimistic view of the possible benefits. Meanwhile, the projections of the Cardiff Metro take the most pessimistic view. Transport officials have suggested to the public inquiry that of the 11,000 journeys made every hour in peak times on the M4, the Metro will, at best, only take 200 off the roads. I just don't buy it. But even if this really is the case, if it will only have a minimal impact on rush hour traffic, why are we not setting out to develop a public transport system that will tackle peak hour M4 demand? I fear this project, the Metro, is being set up to fail. It's being starved of investment by the UK government, cancelling electrification, and by the disappearance of EU grants because of Brexit, and by the road-building lobby who are trying to minimise its impact. It's for policymakers to tell engineers what society needs, not the other way round. The other innovation that is upon us is the development of autonomous vehicles. We simply don't know yet what the impact of driverless cars will be, but it is highly likely that this new technology, which will see cars driving side by side and bumper to bumper, will allow us to use existing road space much more efficiently, making the extra capacity unnecessary. But perhaps the biggest development this approach fails to factor in is the law that this government and this Assembly passed just 2 years ago, the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. On the 13th of September, the Future Generations Commissioner for Wales, the person this Assembly empowered in law to be the independent watchdog of the Act, made a significant intervention. She said the Welsh Government, in its approach to the M4, was setting a dangerous precedent in its interpretation of one of our newest pieces of legislation. In its evidence to the public inquiry, the Government admitted the new motorway will cause harm. But, it argued, that harm is justified because of the immediate economic benefits it will bring. A good old-fashioned trade-off, or as the Government QC beautifully put it in a way that only a QC would, a balance between different desiderata. This, Llywydd, is the standard line. There are 4 elements to sustainable development, the argument goes. One of them is economic, and so a project that brings economic benefits is by definition helping to bring about sustainable development. Sophie Howe's challenge to the Government is that this is wrong as a matter of law. One pillar of sustainable development cannot override the others. Trade-offs are no longer lawful in Wales. Under the Future Generations Act, we can no longer bargain the long-term interests of future generations for the short-term benefits of today. I don't see how an initiative that not only builds in traffic growth, but rising emissions for generations to come, whilst also saddling them with the costs, can be labelled as anything other than harmful for Wales's future. This is a substantial challenge from the Future Generations Commissioner, one I believe should not be confined to a debate amongst lawyers at the public inquiry, and today's intervention was a catalyst by me to try and bring this debate onto the floor of our National Assembly where it belongs. Once the Future Generation Act became law, the Welsh Government should have looked afresh at the problem of congestion around the Brynglas tunnels and developed a solution consistent with all the principles of the Act, not just the one that suited its predetermined plan. And there are solutions to the problems of congestion. There's lots of evidence of how improvements in public transport and for short everyday journeys can cut car use, can reduce congestion, can alleviate pressure on the road network. On top of an ambitious metro project, congestion can be cut by a battery of interventions. And I just offer a few as an example. This is not an exhaustive list. Bus priority lanes, traffic signals that give precedence to sustainable transport, park and ride, workplace car parking charges, targeted and tailored information about bus routes and times, combining policies to encourage behaviour change with hard infrastructure to improve public transport has been proven to work. This is not revolutionary. This happens in successful cities all over the world. It's just for the last 50 years we've turned our back on it. And now we're paying the price through poor air quality, congestion and the highest levels of childhood obesity in Europe. There's a way of tackling the problems on the M4 which does not harm the needs of future generations. In fact, it can help a whole range of policy interventions that we are trying to make work. And I would ask the Cabinet Secretary to quickly set up an expert group to find a solution to congestion issues on the M4, which doesn't involve trading off the needs of future generations with the short-term aims of today. The public inquiry isn't doing that. It's looking at a series of road options to deal with the problem of congestions. And who have we asked to adjudicate the best answer? A civil engineer. I would urge the Government not to reject the Independent Commissioner's judgment on this. If they fight her in the courts, they risk undermining their very own landmark legislation we have told the world we are so proud of. We created this Act. It requires a new approach, not a retrospective defence of what we were planning to do all along. Diolch.
Thank you very much. Mike Hedges.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. I can be convinced that we need a relief road from the M4, but I'm currently unconvinced. We always talk here about decisions being evidence-based. Do we know where people join and where they come off the M4 using number plate recognition technology? Do they need to be using the M4 or are there alternative roads? Has any thought been given to signposting Nice, Swansea and West Wales, as well as Abergavenny? People like myself keep on coming down the M4, come down to the M4 and turning on the M4, when we would probably be better off going across the head of the Valley Road. But it says Abergavenny, and I know I don't want to go to Abergavenny. No offence to Abergavenny. I mean, can we model the effect of the South Wales Metro on the M4 traffic movement? I mean, there's an awful lot of thought and study can go into this. Yes, I'm convinced if we need it, but I really do need convincing.
Thank you. Jenny Rathbone.
There is a role for the M4. If I'm travelling to West Wales to go camping with my kids, my cat and my canary, I'm going to obviously go by car. I'm not going to go by public transport. But if you're travelling to parts of Wales that are not connected by the rail service, you are obliged to go by car. So obviously we need the M4 to connect that east-west part of South Wales. But the M4 was not intended as a bypass around Newport or a commuter route into Cardiff. The new natural resources policy promises a modal shift away from roads for people and freight, aimed at reducing emissions and the impacts that transport has on the environment and people's health. The M4 Relief Road would do the opposite. The Welsh Government even admits it would increase the traffic, but tries to argue that it would reduce congestion and therefore air pollution. However, it might temporarily reduce congestion around Newport, but it would simply move the problem west to Cardiff. Cardiff already has highly congested areas in my constituency, affecting at least 5 schools having illegal levels of air pollution, and the M4 Relief Road would make that a whole lot worse. This is not an effective use of over £1 billion. Instead, we could and should be investing that money in the Metro, which would deliver the modal shift that our growing capital city urgently requires.
David Melding.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I do hope the canary is not the cat's lunch. It sounds an interesting journey you're making. As a terribly wicked Tory, I am sceptical about free goods. And, of course, one of the freest goods we have are the roads. And I think when we are making a really huge public investment like this, we need to look at all the evidence and anticipate what's likely to happen in 10 or 20 years. Within 10 years, I confidently predict there will be comprehensive road pricing. We will no longer be able to tax motorists as we always have done through fuel prices, and technology will allow us to do that. We will get much more rational use of the roads once we have road pricing. And I do see an age where possibly what is now congested won't be so congested in the future. So we do need to think very seriously about these matters.
Thank you very much. And I now call on the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure to reply to the debate. Ken Skates.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking all members for their contributions, and especially the member for Llanelli for bringing forward this debate today. And I wanted to begin my contribution by also thanking Lee for the discussions that we and other members have had over the last few months around this issue. We may not have always agreed, but I have appreciated the practical challenge that he and others have provided to this project. In that same spirit, there are a few key issues that I want to address in my response today. It's vital that we start by recognising the continued and worsening problems on the M4 around Newport, and that they must be resolved. These are problems not simply faced by commuters on the motorway, but problems faced by the residents of Newport and the wider economy of Wales. Problems of congestion around the Brynglas tunnels, problems when buses are regularly delayed or the police and council are impaired at doing their jobs by people simply seeking to avoid the congested motorway. Problems of air quality worsened by stop-start traffic. The reputational and economic impact of a gateway to Wales that is unreliable and a disincentive to inward investment. The inadequacies of the existing M4 around Newport are clear for all to see. The road was first designed in the 1950s, not as a motorway, but as the Newport bypass. It falls far below modern motorway standards, with lane drops, intermittent hard shoulders, poor alignment and frequent junctions. Central reserve enhancements and a variable speed limit have improved the situation, but make, do and mend is no longer a sustainable policy choice to meet the long-term needs of Wales. Tackling that congestion and modernising what is a vitally important piece of infrastructure in Wales is a key priority for this Welsh Government. That's why the last Welsh Government made it very clear in the last Assembly to deliver a relief road for the M4, and my party reaffirmed that pledge in its 2016 Assembly election manifesto. That commitment was then voted on by the people of Wales and entered into our programme for government. And these commitments and endorsements do not give this Welsh Government a blank cheque, but what they do give are promises, and we have a democratic mandate that should be respected and delivered on. The proposed M4 corridor around Newport would represent a significant infrastructure investment in Newport and comes with a strong business case and a suite of embedded environmental mitigation and compensation. The economic appraisal shows that the scheme provides good value for money. The adjusted benefit-cost ratio, which captures benefits from increased economic density, greater competition and enhanced labour market access, is greater than 2. That means that over the 60-year appraisal period, there is more than £2 of benefit for each pound spent on the scheme, without touching on the wider economic benefits likely to flow from the scheme, such as a stronger perception of Wales as a place to invest, which cannot be captured. It would complement and integrate with our plans for the Cardiff Capital Region Metro, providing a holistic transport network fit for the future. The public inquiry into this project by independent inspectors is allowing open and robust scrutiny as to whether it is the sustainable long-term solution to the serious problems associated with this gateway into Wales. The rigour of the inquiry process is appropriate to the importance of the subject, and the outcome of this inquiry really does matter for Wales. The Future Generation Commissioner's input to that inquiry is to be welcomed. I want to make that point very clearly. The role of the Commissioner in ensuring that the interpretation of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act is robust and hugely important. I think it only fair, however, that I correct what I feel to be a misinterpretation of the Commissioner's recent letter in the press. The fact of the matter is that the Commissioner has expressly not commented on allegations made by others that the M4 project is not compliant with the Act. I can assure all members that the principles, the ways of working and the goals of the Act have been considered in the development of this project and will continue to be fully and equally considered in the final decision-making on this project. As part of the evidence submitted, an evaluation of the overall sustainability of the scheme has been presented to the inquiry. Undertaken by John Davis, that review was a thorough, evidence-based assessment of the scheme in the context of relevant legislation and policy, including the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. His conclusion is that the scheme is essential to the wellbeing of the people of Wales and should proceed. The Sustainable Development Principle, first enshrined in the Government of Wales Act and then reinforced in the Future Generations Act, precludes decision-makers from taking a short-termist approach at the expense of future generations. The 5 ways of working set out clearly the obligations on the Welsh Government to avoid compromising the interests of future generations. The ways of working acknowledge the fact that there may be trade-offs between desirable objectives and goals. The Sustainable Development Principle involves striking a balance. The principle clearly states that public bodies must take account of the importance of balancing short-term needs with the need to safeguard the ability to also meet long-term needs. Now, recently, Deputy Presiding Officer, the Welsh Government stepped in to provide financial support to help the steel industry in Wales when Tata put its UK sites up for sale in 2016. The support we have provided has been vital in keeping steel jobs and steel production in Wales at its sites in Port Talbot, Shot and Llanwern and Trostra, the decision we were faced with was a trade-off. Steel, as an industry today, is not the low-carbon industry we want it to be. But our decision to provide financial support to save jobs at the plants in South Wales and in North Wales in the short term was a trade-off to give us the time to plan for more energy-efficient future techniques and a future for the industry that I'm sure we all want to see have. An outcome more sustainable for future generations than putting thousands of Welsh workers out of work in the short term. The Sustainable Development Principle requires that these difficult decisions are made in light of their social, economic, environmental and cultural implications in both the short term and the long term. That case is very different to the one we are discussing here, but it is another example of the balancing act that must be struck. Now, I've heard those who say that the funding allocated to this scheme would be better employed expanding public transport options in the region. In developing detailed traffic modelling for the project, we have anticipated the impact of scrapping 7 bridge tolls and examined the impact of implementing our metro vision. We've taken a long-term view of what is required to prepare the South East Wales transport network for the future. However, there is a limit to what an expanded metro would do. As our detailed analysis makes clear, the metro's greatest positive impact will be on north-south patterns of travel and not the east-west journeys catered for by the M4. The Public Transport Overview Report has assessed the impact of all the rail elements of the metro up to 2037 and of the proposed Llanwern Park and Ride station, and it found that less than 4% of traffic on the M4 would be extracted from the road, even on the set of assumptions most favourable for modal shift. The outcome of the M4 inquiry will inform a decision on whether to proceed with construction next year. I'm unable to comment any further on the ongoing statutory process, other than to say that the final decision will be made with a fully informed view based on all legislation, including the Future Generations Act. Looking more widely than just the M4, I am keen that we see that particular road in the context of the wider ambitions we have as a Welsh Government to decarbonise the transport system. One of the key developments in this work will be the National Infrastructure Commission, which we are setting up to play a key role in planning Wales's infrastructure needs. Needs planned over the long term, independent of government, and helping to prioritise strategic investment decisions. We are continually developing our transport planning so that it can plan for growth in a sustainable way. And the Future Generations Commissioner has herself welcomed the new WellTag model we have developed for planning transport projects. Deputy Presiding Officer, we must continue to strive to achieve modal shift in our transport system and to ensure more balance in the way we plan transport solutions. However, I do come back to the central issue at hand. The existing infrastructure on the M4 around Newport is not fit for purpose. That has been our conclusion for some time. Piecemeal and useful improvements have been undertaken over time, which have improved the position, including a variable speed limit and modernisation of the Bringlass tunnels, but they've only postponed the issue. This piece of infrastructure needs a major, long-term upgrade. The inquiry will conclude soon, and I will commit to keeping members informed of progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that brings today's proceedings to a close.